It being 11:05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-380, Ban on Shark Fin Importation Act, standing in the name of Mr. Donnelly.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour has 4 minutes left to conclude his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm again pleased to rise and speak to this important issue, and again want to thank my colleague, the member from New Westminster, Coquitlam, for bringing this important issue to our attention, to the attention of members of this House, and frankly, many tens of thousands of Canadians who have responded in an incredibly positive manner by agreeing with him, by agreeing with many members of this House that the finning of sharks at sea is an intolerable practice that needs to stop. I talked about this to some length in my earlier comments, Mr. Speaker, about how approximately 100 million sharks are being killed each year, primarily for their fins, shrinking the international shark population and resulting in the near extinction of dozens of species. I talked a bit last time I was on my feet about the porbeagle shark, which has subsequently been listed as an extinct species that been listed, and it's one that is off the Atlantic coast, is off of Nova Scotia. The problem with that species is primarily in the as a bycatch, the damage that's done, but there are still a few a small directed fishery. There was a directed fishery with the porbeagle shark, and there was some attempt made at international conference last fall to try to get Canada to recognize that here was another species that that was nearing extinction and that needed some controls put on a fishing effort. Unfortunately, at that particular time, Canada decided not to act, but subsequently there has been some efforts in this regard. Mr. Speaker, there has been a fair bit of polling done of Canadians, of the general population, and the numbers, I believe, are over 80% of Canadians that are opposed to this practice and that would support a ban. There is likewise figures in the Asian community that are in a majority who also support the banning, support the measures that are proposed by this particular bill, and so the question needs to be asked, and that's what's being posed by the member who has sponsored this private member's bill. Why is it that we not show some leadership on such an important issue like this, move forward, again, show some leadership, take action, respond not only to the international nature of this problem, but recognize the will of the Canadian population by moving forward with a ban. Several municipalities have done likewise. It is not without its controversy, but we believe, Mr. Speaker, that it's time to act because it is the right thing to do. And surely in this House we can agree that sometimes we can act on the basis that it is the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to speak to this bill. And I must say, I don't doubt for a minute the sincerity of the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour and New Westminster Coquitlam. I have the honour of serving on the Fisheries Committee with them, and their dedication to fisheries conservation is well known. I would like to start by making it very clear that the practice of shark finning, defined in this bill as the practice of removing the fins from sharks and discarding the remainder of the sharks while at sea, is a deplorable activity. Up to 100 million sharks a year are killed, mostly for their fins, according to the UN FAO. I think I can say that from past discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, there is agreement that sharks play a critical role in our ocean ecosystems, and the practice of shark finning, as defined above, is abhorrent. In 2007, Canada released its National Plan of Action for the Conservation and Management of Sharks in response to international calls on states to do so within the UN's Food and Agricultural Organization. 3 shark species are listed under the Convention on the International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora: the whale shark, the great white shark, and the basking shark. As a party to this agreement, often known as CITES, Canada takes seriously its obligation to prevent the import of products made from listed species. This having been said, it is important to make the distinction between shark finning and shark fishing. The practice of shark finning is already prohibited in Canada, has been so since 1994. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, shark fishing does occur in Canada and has been occurring in Canada for over 80 years in many areas. Canada's shark fisheries are clearly sustainable and based on sound scientific advice. In fact, the Pacific spiny dogfish fishery recently became the first shark fishery to be certified as sustainable by the Marine Stewardship Council, a testament to the efficacy of the controls placed on that fishery by DFO. We have controls in place to manage shark fishing, just as we have controls in place for all commercial fisheries. These controls fulfill the government's duty to manage Canada's seacoast and inland fisheries on behalf of all of us. And just in case anybody was tempted to ask, I would note, I'll digress and talk a little bit about the budget that just came forward. We were very pleased to see that a new program is beginning, the conservation of fisheries through community partnerships. That's a testament to this government's action on behalf of fisheries conservation. And again, the dedication of the entire Pacific salmon stamp to Pacific salmon conservation is another milestone in Canadian fisheries conservation. Regarding sharks, all license holders for Canadian shark fisheries and for fisheries where sharks are landed as bycatch are subject to license conditions that prohibit them from engaging in shark finning. For example, license conditions pursuant to subsection 22.1 of the Fishery General Regulations are attached to porbeagle shark licenses and clearly state that while fishing under the authority of these license conditions, finning, the practice of removing only the fins from sharks and discarding the remainder of the shark at sea, is strictly prohibited. Canadian fishermen can also sustainably harvest sharks on the Atlantic and Pacific coast through directed fishing conditions for spiny dogfish and allowed bycatch of blue, shortfin mako, and porbeagle sharks. However, annual landings of these sharks are very small. Further, if the license holder removes fins from any shark that he or she has retained, the weight of the fins so removed cannot exceed 5% of the weight of the corresponding dressed shark carcasses that have been retained. In other words, Mr. Speaker, a license holder that has legally caught a shark can remove the fin of that shark as part of the normal dressing of a fish. Finally, to ensure compliance, all shark fins and carcasses must be unloaded at the same time. These measures are specifically to ensure that shark finning is not taking place. Fisheries and Oceans Canada is also responsible for setting the quotas and for enforcing license conditions that ensure sustainability. As mentioned earlier, shark fins cannot make up more than 5% of the overall weight of shark on board a Canadian fishing vessel. And in order to enforce this, Mr. Speaker, all landings are subject to 100% monitoring by dockside observers to ensure compliance. Non-compliance with a license condition constitute an offence under the Fisheries Act and as enforced by Fisheries and Oceans Canada. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency, CFIA, is the federal department dedicated to safeguarding food, animals, and plants, which enhances the health and well-being of Canada's people, environment, and economy. CFIA regulates the imports of food products such as shark fins. CFIA is already exploring what can be done on the importation of shark fins. Shark products for human consumption fall under regulations that address the importation of fish and seafood products. These regulations set standards for quality, safety, identification, and are enforced by CFIA. It is not illegal to sell shark fins in Canada, and banning the use of shark fins would damage legitimate, sustainable fisheries which supply fins, but also other shark products. the Department of Fisheries and Oceans promotes the full utilization of sharks. And I would note that shark fins are a specialty food product and a treasured food resource for many of Canada's communities. The fact remains that shark fishing is a legitimate fishery and its products are found in numerous places. Shark meat is available in restaurants and supermarkets under many names: fish strips, stockfish, rock salmon, in fish and chips, or in imitation crab meat. This is probably more than anybody ever wanted to know about sharks, but here it is. In the health sector, shark cartilage powder is marketed as a healthy food supplement. Shark liver oil is rich in vitamin A and is frequently an ingredient in every child's favorite food, cod liver oil. Some even market shark cartilage as an anti-cancer medicine, though evidence is still being sought in this regard. Shark products are found in dog food, fish meal, and even in fertilizers. And some of you may even have shark skin wallets or boots. Who knows? Collagen from shark cartilage is used in creams and other collagen preparations, and it's even considered kosher. The Convention on the International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, at its triennial conference in Bangkok, March 3rd to 14th of this year, took decisive action for the protection of a wide range of other plants and animals in order to improve the world's wildlife trade. At this meeting, Canada fully supported the decision to include protection for 5 commercially valuable shark species: the ocean whitetip, the scalloped hammerhead, and I'll refrain from any hammerhead jokes, the great hammerhead shark, the smooth hammerhead, and the porbeagle shark, which are harvested in significant numbers for their valuable fins. This decision means that they can only be traded with CITES permits, and evidence will have to be provided that they are harvested sustainably and legally. In fact, the only criteria for fisheries management should be the sustainability of the fisheries resource, not polls. The regulations governing the trade of these products will come into effect in 2014. These new listings join those for 3 species already under CITES protection: the great white shark, the whale shark, and the basking shark. I would like to quote the CITES Secretary General John E. Scanlon, who said, quote, "This is a big day for CITES and for the world's wildlife. It takes enormous effort to negotiate treaties and then make them work. The international community has today decided to make best use of this pragmatic and effective agreement to help it along the path to sustainability in our oceans and forests. Requiring CITES export permits will ensure that international markets are supplied by fish from sustainably managed fisheries. And again, sustainability should be the only criterion. I would note that Canada believes what has happened as well, given the CITES agreements, is that in China, one of the world's biggest markets for shark fins, we're already seeing the impacts of the World Campaign. Shark fin imports to China dropped off dramatically last year to 3,351 tons from 10,340 tons in 2011. Canada believes that working through regional fisheries management organizations to ensure strong management and enforcement practices globally is the most effective way to prevent unsustainable shark fishing practices. A complete trade ban would penalize responsible, legitimate fishing practices. Mr. Speaker, C3A80 can be seen as interference in the legitimate natural resource management policies of other countries. We must be very careful here. Canada has become a target of ill-thought-out and disgraceful campaigns by international activist organizations for what are very sustainable natural resource industries. We can look at the seal hunt, forestry, and of course the oil sands. This bill, C380, sets a very bad precedent, is overbroad, and could unfairly target sustainable fisheries around the world, just as many rural Canadian communities have been unfairly targeted even when science shows their resource use is sustainable and managed well. There is a role for Canada to promote responsible resource management in international waters and fisheries, but we must ensure that we follow the appropriate international channels and do not act unilaterally. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, actions have been taken domestically and internationally to end the practice of shark finning, and they are effective. The measures in C380 do not add anything further to our current efforts, and that is why we will not be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Excellent remark. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe to be really clear on this, the whole idea of shark finning is something in which we would argue is cruel, inhumane. It has a very strong negative impact on the shark population in our oceans around the world, and to the degree in which it puts some into the threat of extinction. Mr. Speaker, there is no justification whatsoever for shark finning, and at the end of the day, I believe this is an issue that has been there for a number of years. In fact, you could go back to 1994 when Jean Chrétien, former Prime Minister of Canada, introduced a ban here in Canada. And when we take a look at this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, if amended, it could have some potential to reinforce what we believe a good number of Canadians believe, Mr. Speaker, and that is, of course, as I've stated, that shark finning is in fact completely unacceptable in the circumstances where you have sharks being thrown back into our oceans, and it's just to take the fin as the consumable product and getting rid of the carcass. Mr. Speaker, most Canadians will have their experience by watching shows and news. You see the majestic shows or documentaries which clearly show the role sharks have played in our oceans around the world, not only today but for hundreds of thousands of years. Then you'll see the news broadcasts that show paint a very ugly picture in terms of just exactly what it is that shark finning that takes place on all of our oceans, Mr. Speaker, where you'll have a boat in the ocean hauling up a shark where it is quickly definned and then thrown back into the water, left to drown and ultimately die, and the body would then decompose. Mr. Speaker, these are the ads that we see, whether it's on YouTube, the documentaries, or the newscasts, that many Canadians have had the opportunity to see. And it has influenced their opinions on the issue. And I believe at the end of the day what you will find is that, generally speaking, when you talk about shark finning, and that it is seen in a very negative light. And as it should be, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that there's very few Canadians that would support the type of shark finning that we see where the carcass is disposed of. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I wanted to highlight the fact that this is, as an issue, has been there, and the Liberal Party has taken, I believe, a responsible approach with this issue. And we started that back in 1994 when we brought in the legislation to ban it outright here in terms of our own fisheries. And that has been talked about. Many other countries have followed what I would argue is Canada's lead in terms of banning fishing or shark finning. And we applaud those efforts, those countries that have seen the value in doing what Canada had done in terms of banning shark finning. But, Mr. Speaker, sadly, there are still many countries that do not see this for what it is, as an inhumane treatment of a shark, Mr. Speaker, and they continue to allow shark finning to occur. There are many businesses and entrepreneurs that are out there that continue to practice this disgusting measure, and we are right to do what we can to send the right messages, to pass the right laws in order to do what we can to prevent this illegal shark finning from taking place, Mr. Speaker. And to that extent, we do believe that in looking at this particular bill, to have it go to committee would be a positive thing, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that in committee it would be our intent to propose amendments to make the legislation more acceptable, Mr. Speaker, because as it stands today, it is not acceptable. We need to recognize that there is two types of shark finning that does occur. And what is so offensive is those that take the fin and dispose of the carcass. And Mr. Speaker, you will find that throughout the world, many countries, there is a legitimate harvesting of sharks that takes place, and where that occurs, those fins are in fact properly packed and ultimately end up here in Canada. And those are done completely legally, Mr. Speaker. There are many benefits for that to allow to continue. And ultimately, Mr. Speaker, one could argue that we need to be culturally sensitive because there are cultures here in Canada that put a great deal of value to shark fins. And because they assign value to shark fins, it does not justify the House of Commons ultimately putting into place an outright ban on shark fins. And that is, in essence, what this bill will do if it is not amended, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why, yes, we are offended by illegal shark finning that takes place worldwide, but we are also going to recognize both the economic and social benefits of allowing properly harvested shark fins to be able to continue to be and arrive here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important for us to distinguish that, Mr. Speaker. We have seen city councils in other jurisdictions, states, many states in the United States, but city councils here in Canada attempt to deal with this issue, Mr. Speaker, where they've seen bylaws passed. It was, I believe, in 2011 or in and around there, where Toronto attempted to ban shark finning. And there was a court ruling that overturned it, and I'm not sure exactly where Toronto is right now, but I believe that in most part, most politicians recognize the sensitivity of the issue and see the value of allowing properly harvested shark fins to be able to come into to Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm very much aware of how sometimes words can be twisted, and I would caution members, in particular those that might want to twist these words, because at the end of the day, I've had opportunity to talk to youth on the issue, of individuals of all ages on this issue, but in particular youth. It's very easy to go into a classroom and paint this picture of the brutality and inhumane manner in which sharks are being exploited for their fins and generate huge opposition to that. It appalls me, it appalls my constituents, it appalls Canadians when that occurs, Mr. Speaker. But that is in a humane fashion, Mr. Speaker, and then packaged accordingly. We have to be very careful in terms of not to lump all as one, Mr. Speaker, in this situation. I have suggested and recommended to my caucus colleagues, because it is a private member's bill, that we allow the bill, in fact, to go to committee so that we can hopefully achieve the amendments that would ultimately see what I believe a vast majority of the public want, and that is to target the illegal shark finning that's taking place worldwide, hit it hard as possible, Mr. Speaker, but not necessarily to penalize the social and economic considerations that need to be taken here in Canada and looking at the fishing as an industry as a whole. So I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to be able to address this issue. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues for that applause. It is indeed a pleasure for me today to offer support for Bill C-380. an act to amend the Fish Inspection Act and Fisheries Act by prohibiting the import of shark fins that are not attached to the rest of the shark and enshrine in legislation Canada's prohibition on finning. I would like to thank and I applaud my colleague from New Westminster Coquitlam for his courage in raising this important issue. As we all know, Mr. Speaker, the illegal trade of animal body parts exists in the world. Ivory and rhino horns from Africa, tiger parts from Siberia, bear parts from North America. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a hunter, but I understand full well the practice of killing animals for food, where it is done in a responsible way to feed people. In fact, you might say that shooting a deer in the wild could be considered even more humane than, putting animals through a slaughterhouse. However, as a meat eater, most of us are, and we accept all of these practices. On the other hand, killing animals for trophy or body parts, in my opinion, is totally reprehensible. That's why I don't support, for example, the hunting of grizzlies in my province or anywhere else for that matter. I have seen the documentary Shark Water and have watched how sharks are caught, their fins cut off and how they're thrown back in the water. This practice is repulsive and immoral and is largely driven by an underground market controlled by organized crime which exploits threatened and endangered species to maximize profits. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, nearly 100 million sharks are killed each year, primarily for their fins. This practice is underregulated, and it's virtually impossible to ensure that the fins have not been illegally harvested or don't come from threatened species, endangered species. Shark populations reproduce slowly and cannot support the current overfishing. Sharks are essential to the health of the marine ecosystem, and declines in their population might well perturb these ecosystems. In 2009, the International Union of Nature Conservancy reported that 1/3 of shark species were currently threatened with extinction because of this trade. Mr. Speaker, in just a few decades, the shark population in certain regions have dropped by 95% and continue to decline. According to some experts, up to 20 species of shark could disappear completely by 2017. In addition, it's impossible to know if the fins that have been imported come from a sustainable, respectful fishery. Mr. Speaker, a shark fin soup is sold today at between $8 and $100 a bowl. However, in Canada, like abroad, more and more people are refusing to serve or to eat this soup, and many Chinese restaurants have voluntarily withdrawn the soup from their menus. That is the case of the Flota restaurant in Vancouver, which is one of the largest Chinese restaurants in the country. There are also municipalities in the country that have adopted or will soon adopt regulations banning the sale of shark fins and their byproducts. In British Columbia, I'm referring to the municipalities of Coquitlam, Abbotsford, Duncan, Langley, the Canton of Langley, Maple Ridge, Nanaimo, New Westminster, North Vancouver, Port Moody, and White Rock. Bravo! I congratulate the municipal councils for having had the courage to adopt these regulations. Mr. Speaker, the Chinese government has demanded that shark fin soup no longer be served during state banquets, and several prestigious hotels have withdrawn the soup from their menus. Many countries, the Bahamas, Ecuador, and Fiji, territories, French Polynesia, Guam, the Northern Marianas, and states in the U.S., including California, Hawaii, Illinois, Oregon, and Washington, have also issued similar bans. As for the commerce, there are some saying that Bill C-380 will have an impact on international trade in this product. Based on our research, that isn't the case. We have studied the consequences of an import ban under WTO obligations, and we feel that this bill does comply with WTO regulations in Canada. My colleague for New Westminster is open to amendments at committee stage.
Committee to address any concerns that anyone has. Mr. Speaker, there's a number of myths out there about Canada's current shark fin import laws. Some elected members have suggested that Bill C-380 is unnecessary because Canada already has enough laws and that Canada bases the trade of shark products from species protected under the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Flora and Fauna, CITES, or on the Species at Risk Act. According to the Canadian branch of Humane Society International, this is false. Both CITES and SARA only protect 3 species of sharks: basking sharks, whale sharks, and great white sharks. In other words, out of 141 threatened or near threatened shark species, only 3 are protected by Canadian federal laws. Another myth we hear is that Canada bans or restricts the trade, possession, or sale of shark products that present human health or safety concerns. Well, this is also false. Shark fins, which continue to be legally imported into Canada, contain high concentrations of a potent neurotoxin, BMAA, which scientists have linked to neurodegenerative diseases in humans such as Alzheimer's and Lou Gehrig disease. This is not unlike, for example, the link between phenylbutazone in horse meat and aplastic anemia in children. The third myth states that working through regional fisheries management organizations to ensure strong global management and enforcement practices is the most effective way to prevent unsustainable shark finning practices such as finning. This is also false. As long as there is a demand for shark fins, there will be a local industry pressure on governments not to prohibit the practice. This demand will also perpetuate the poaching of sharks in the waters of countries which already prohibit finning. Canada has already been identified, for example, by CSIS as a destination country for poached shark fins from Australia, even though some Australian states have some of the world's strongest shark finning laws. So eliminating the demand removes the incentive for fishermen to continue finning and poaching sharks. So there you have it, Mr. Speaker. We have a chance here in this House to do something right together, to take a major step and end this disgusting practice. As a bare minimum, I strongly urge my colleagues who are here and others who will be here later on to support getting C-380 to committee, where there can be a detailed study with feedback from witnesses, as is the case in a democratic process. And I'd just like to add, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't hurt in any of these crucial issues to have some more insurance. If we think we have good laws, well, let's beef them up. Let's provide some more insurance to toughen them up. You can always ease back on a law after you've toughened it up, but it's really hard to try to enforce something when you don't have the legislative background to do it. For this reason, I urge once again my colleagues to support C-380, and I thank my colleague from New Westminster, Coquitlam, for having taken the initiative of bringing it forward. Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member, resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on the important issue of shark finning. As others have said, I am confident that the consensus among all parliamentarians is that shark finning is a barbaric practice. We all agree on this. The question is how to deal with the issue in an effective way, and Bill C-380 is not the way. And why is that? Because the bill calls for a ban on shark finning, and shark finning is already banned in Canada for Canadian licensed vessels fishing within and beyond our territorial waters. In fact, the practice has been banned in Canada since 1994 through license conditions under the Fisheries General Regulations. Import license requirements, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here before the House and report that our government is exploring options to identify a practical, effective, and expeditious resolution to this issue. Specifically, our government is exploring the option to add additional conditions to arrangements that would require that shark fin imports be sourced from jurisdictions that, like Canada, ban the practice of shark finning. That way, we would bolster our domestic ban on this abhorrent practice by putting more teeth, if you will, into our import protocols. The course of this action would both respect Canada's international trade obligations and address the issue of shark finning. And best of all, Mr. Speaker, once all the appropriate considerations are addressed, the new import requirements would be implemented more quickly than a regulatory change. So we have listened, and we are taking action to address the major concerns of this proposed bill. So what are the current regulations, Mr. Speaker? Recently, the issue of shark finning has received worldwide attention as a number of animal rights and environmental organizations have blamed it for the decline of shark populations worldwide. These groups claim that between 70 and 100 million sharks are caught worldwide, just for their fins, primarily for shark fin soup. The practice of shark finning can be lucrative, yielding as much as $700 a pound for shark fins. Thanks to our government's regulation, shark fishing in Canada is governed by sustainable management plans and strong enforcement. We have strong management and enforcement regimes in place to ensure that finning does not occur in Canadian fisheries. These apply to all shark species in Canadian waters. The shark fisheries are subject to dockside monitoring, at-sea observer coverage, quota monitoring systems, electronic vessel monitoring system, and hail requirements for both the at-sea observer program and dockside monitoring program. The Fisheries Act is the cornerstone of Canada's fisheries management policy, providing broad powers to the Minister for the management, conservation, and protection of fish resources. These powers include discretion to 1. Issue licenses for fisheries or fishing, 2. Allocate harvests among user groups, and 3. Protect fish habitat and prevent pollution. Section 22 of the regulations provide the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans the specific authority to set out targeted license conditions for the proper management and control of fisheries and the conservation and protection of fish, including sharks. These provisions provide the Minister with the authority to impose, as a license condition, measures to eliminate shark finning. So the regs already allow the Minister to impose, as a license condition, measures to eliminate shark finning. Therefore, the member's bill seeks to prevent something from happening in Canada that is already prohibited. Today, all license holders for Canadian shark fisheries and for fisheries where sharks are landed as a bycatch are subject to license conditions that prohibit them from engaging in shark finning. The ban is enforced through a number of different internationally accepted methods across Canada. One approach requires that the number of fins corresponds with the number of shark carcasses landed by shark fishing vessels. Under a second and more common approach, the number of fins on shark fishing vessels cannot exceed 5% of the overall weight of carcasses on board when it lands. Both methods are intended to ensure that sharks are not caught being solely for their fins. All licensed shark fishing vessels in Canada are subject to 100%, I repeat that, Mr. Speaker, 100% monitoring to ensure that this ratio is respected. Any violation of a license condition is an offence under the Fisheries Act. Penalties for those found to be in contravention of their conditions of license range from 1. Warnings to, 2. Prosecution to, 3. Request for court-imposed license suspensions and quota penalties, and 4. Loss of privilege of renewal of an exploratory license. These measures were put in place to ensure that Canada's shark fishing conforms to sustainable harvesting practices. It's a very practical approach, and it has worked well. I would add, Mr. Speaker, that Canada's approach is internationally accepted standard within regional fisheries management organizations. Additionally, Canada has worked with other countries to put an end to this practice. Our government will continue to work with our international partners to ensure sustainable management of sharks, including the prohibition of the practice of finning. Internationally, we promote the sustainable management and conservation of sharks through international organizations, including the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, and the regional fisheries management bodies, such as the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tuna. There are also a number of international agreements to which Canada is a party that govern the conservation, management, and trade of certain at-risk shark species. For instance, the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora protect the great white basking and whale sharks. And in early March in Bangkok, the convention voted at a global wildlife conference to regulate the trade of shark species that have been threatened because their fins are used to make expensive delicacies in Asia. Delegates proposed to put the oceanic white-tip, hammerhead, and port beagle sharks on a list of species whose trade is closely controlled. More than 24 species of sharks are officially endangered, and more than 100 others considered either vulnerable or near threatened. Imports of these shark species or any other parts into Canada is only permissible if accompanied by an export permit from a country of origin which certifies that the imported shark or products derived from it were caught in a scientifically proven sustainable fishery. Mr. Speaker, our government has taken action against the deplorable practice of illegal shark finning. We continue to support reasonable, legal shark harvesters and crack down on those who break the rules. Furthermore, to strengthen Canada's protection of sharks, we are exploring the option to add additional conditions for fish and seafood imports into Canada that would require that shark fin imports be sourced from jurisdictions that, like Canada, ban the practice of shark finning. We believe these measures in place, Private Member's Bill C-380, is not required, and we will oppose it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your warm welcome, colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to speak to Bill C-380, put forward by my colleague from New Westminster, Coquitlam. That member works very hard and has consulted broadly on this issue, and there appears to be a consensus around this bill, except, obviously, for the Conservatives. And we're used to that from them, opposing such a logical bill. So I'm going to try to convince them today, because I think there'll be a vote on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, and I hope we'll be able to gain the support of enough members here in the House to pass this bill and refer it to committee. So today we're at second reading of the bill, and it's important for me to take the floor to express my support, obviously, on behalf of my NDP colleagues. I know the Liberals, too, will be supporting this bill. And I hope that the Conservatives will come around as well, because this is a historic moment in the attempt to stop this major problem, worldwide problem, which is very harmful to our ecosystems. When I study a bill, it's my practice to read the text thoroughly, and this bill is quite straightforward. There are two major points to it: a change to the Fish Inspection Act that would ban the import of shark fins that are separated from the rest of the carcass. That's an important part of it. They separate the fin from the carcass, and I'll go into that in greater detail later. The second important point is that the bill would amend the Fisheries Act. It would ban finning. That as a practice, it would ban the practice of removing shark fins. So there are two provisions. It's very straightforward, it's very simple, and I support that. So now if we look at the Fish Inspection Act, this bill would amend Section 3 by adding Section 3.1, which would provide for a ban on finning, except with a permit, but that's essentially a ban with a minor exception. The second clause is an amendment to the Fisheries Act. It would add Section 32.1, saying that no person shall engage in the practice of shark finning, and then it proceeds to define shark finning. So those are the two specific amendments that this bill would bring about. And why is that important? Why has my colleague decided to present this bill? The reason's quite simple. There's a very serious problem right now in our oceans. We're losing whole species of sharks. About 1/3 of shark species are currently at risk of extinction. So it's an urgent problem we're trying to solve here today. If Canada makes an effort, obviously, this isn't going to change things overnight. The practice isn't going to disappear overnight, but at least Canada will have sent a very clear signal saying that here we're taking steps to try to reduce the practice as much as possible because we're aware of the problem it's causing. The situation is critical right now, and we have to take action to protect and conserve our marine ecosystems. And sharks are at the top of the food chain in our oceans. It's a very important fish to the survival of the ecosystem generally. And of course, this is important to us because if most sharks were to become extinct, well, that's a key part of the ecosystem. I'll give you some important figures that were mentioned. I think all members have basically mentioned that about 100 million sharks are killed every year for their fins. If this continues, up to 20 species could disappear by 2017. Another important figure, Canada imports a little over 100 tons of shark fins per year. And as other colleagues have said, and there was a report that said that test was done in BC to show how easy it was to get shark fins in Canada. 76% of shark fins came from species at risk of extinction. So what that means is that most of the shark fins that wind up in Canada come from endangered species of shark. Why do we find this practice so barbarous or abhorrent? It's inhumane what they're doing. They put out very long lines to try to catch sharks, but many other species are killed in the process. And at times the sharks are still alive when they're pulled aboard. Their fins are cut off and they're thrown back into the sea, discarded, still alive, to die a horrible life because they can no longer swim without their fins. So the practice is, it's hard to believe. When I saw the documentary recently, I was surprised and even I was quite disappointed to see that man was capable of such disrespect for nature. Torture, really. It's torture. Torture practiced on animals. So I think it's important that Canada send a very clear signal, as I mentioned before, and this bill gives us the opportunity to do just that. So we condemn the practice. And earlier I heard a colleague saying that this could be harmful to the economy. Well, we know that shark meat is not something that people eat a lot of. When shark is fished, it's usually just for their fin, because I think the meat has a lot of mercury in it. It's not very safe to eat. So that argument is a bit defective, suggesting that the shark fishery could be harmful to the economy, the ban could be harmful to the economy. I think that's a bit far-fetched. And this is, if you will, in keeping with the values of the communities that do eat shark fin. I have a colleague from Brossard-la-Prairie who spoke to that point. She said that most communities, the new generation, are in fact against this practice. Many countries have already banned shark fin imports, including the Chinese government even put limits on it. They didn't want to use shark fin at official banquets. So even the government of China has sent a signal saying that they're not fully in agreement with this practice, which is endangering our ecosystems. So I think, to wrap up, since I don't have much time left, I'd just like to once again thank my colleague and congratulate him, because he's taken it upon himself to send a message that we're not okay with this practice. We don't want to take part in that trade. So this sends a very clear signal to the international community that we take this seriously. We want to protect our ecosystems. We want the environment protected for future generations who will be here for years, and they'll have to live with the consequences if we don't immediately put an end to this. So on that point, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to encourage all parties and all my colleagues to support this bill, send it to committee, make changes if needed, because I know my colleague would also be open to reasonable amendments at committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before recognizing the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé on resuming debate, it's my duty to inform the member that there's only 3 minutes left for her speech, because in order to leave enough time for the right of reply. So 3 minutes, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the bill put forward by my colleague for New Westminster Coquitlam, Bill C-380. In brief, this bill would amend the Fish Inspection Act by banning shark fin imports when they're no longer attached to the rest of the shark. It would also amend the Fisheries Act by providing that Canada bans the practice of removing shark fins. As it's been mentioned a number of times, but it's worth repeating, up to 100 million sharks of all species, even endangered species, are victims of finning and overfishing. This number goes beyond the level that's biologically sustainable. Sharks are absolutely indispensable to the health of our oceans in the long term. Their disappearance would have unpredictable consequences for the ocean, for marine habitats, and for fishing areas. The trade in shark fins is a horrific practice. They cut the fins off the living sharks on fishing boats and then discard the still alive carcass into the ocean. It gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. So I support this bill wholeheartedly. A poll done by the Humane Society in 2013 showed that 81% of Canadians would support a ban on shark fin imports. I've studied this question from all angles, and I can see that there are good reasons for going forward with a ban on shark fin imports. We are elected to represent the interests of Canadians in the House of Commons. Statistics show clearly that the import of shark fins should be banned. The Mustel Group, their data is very similar to the Humane Society. And with the 2 minutes I have left, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from New Westminster, Coquitlam, for all his work on this issue. I think he's put together a very balanced bill. It's the product of extensive consultation. I congratulate him, and I'm anxious to see what's going to happen when we vote on this, because I think it's very important to protect our ecosystems. We need to make the world a better place for our children, so I'm really looking forward to seeing the result. I really hope his bill will be referred to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I now invite the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam for his 5-minute right of reply. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleagues for participating in this second hour of debate on my private member's bill C-380, which seeks to ban the importation of shark fins to Canada and enshrine in legislation Canada's current prohibition on shark finning. I'd like to conclude second reading debate on this bill by addressing a few key points. First of all, there's strong need for this ban. The first hour of debate, since the first hour of debate, an important new study has come out. Authored by a group of well-respected scientists, it found approximately 100 million sharks are killed each year, although they state this number could range as high as 273 million, which is far above sustainable fishing levels. And it concludes, quote, global total shark mortality needs to be reduced drastically in order to rebuild depleted populations and restore marine ecosystems with functional top predators, unquote. Its findings gained international media attention, for they provided further evidence that the global shark fin trade is driving the depletion and likely extinction of numerous shark species around the world. Canada can become a world leader in shark conservation and ocean stewardship by moving forward with a shark fin import ban, which will prevent over 100 tons of shark fins from being imported to Canada each year. The shark fin trade in Canada, which currently Canada participates, drives the horrific practice of shark finning, and many of my colleagues have spoken to that. It drives the illegal targeting of threatened and endangered species, some of which are supposed to be protected under CITES. Earlier this year, I sent each of my colleagues a DVD of the film Shark Water, which shows how, even in jurisdictions that have banned shark or finning, organized crime drives a hugely profitable black market. In Canada, recent DNA testing has proven that fins from endangered sharks are commonly imported into the country. In 2012, testing of 56 fins obtained in Vancouver and Richmond stores showed 76% came from threatened and endangered sharks. 76%, Mr. Speaker. Similar results were obtained from a 2010 study. Mr. Speaker, in Canada, we've seen numerous municipalities move forward with local bans on the sale and trade of shark fin. They are explicitly asking the federal government also to take action. There's no excuse for the government to drag its feet on this time-sensitive conservation crisis. Experts predict that if current trends continue, up to 20 shark species could become functionally extinct within this decade. And in a few decades, some regional shark populations may decline over 95%. Mr. Speaker, shark conservation is an issue that Canadians care deeply about. They recognize the grave threat posed to ocean health by the continued targeting of these important apex predators. Sharkwater filmmaker Rob Stewart, who wrote to MPs this week in support of my bill, stated, quote, the removal of sharks from marine ecosystems will gravely destabilize the balance of the oceans and may lead to the eventual disappearance of other populations, including commercially caught fish and shellfish species lower in the food chain. We need to take action in order to avoid a potential ecological crisis, unquote. I'd also like to draw my colleagues' attention to an editorial published in the Toronto Star yesterday. Authored by City Councillors Kristen Wantam of Toronto and Carrie Jiang of Vancouver, as well as Joanna Hui, founder of the Ethical Chinese Consumers Alliance. They state, quote, banning shark fins is not an attack on Chinese culture, unquote. All three are leaders in the Chinese-Canadian community. All three are leading efforts to halt the trade of shark fin. They also point out that Canada and around the world, Chinese leaders are the ones leading and supporting efforts to implement bans on the shark fin trade. A poll by Environics released last week indicated 81% of Canadians would support a federal importation ban on shark fins. The world has acted before to stop the targeting of elephants for their ivory, rhinos for their horns. Sharks are another example of demand for a single high-value animal part driving the unsustainable slaughter and waste of an entire animal. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that Canada take immediate action to halt our role in the destructive and often illegal shark fin trade. The health of our oceans is at risk, and as is the survival of sharks. I ask all colleagues to support my private member's bill. Let's get this important bill before committee so that it can be thoroughly studied. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Since it is 12:04, the period reserved for private members' business has expired. Therefore, the question is as follows.
I, Mr. Mai, move that Bill C-380, an act to amend the Fish Inspection Act and the Fisheries Act, importation of shark fins, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 27, 2013, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, reprise du débat de la motion de Boisé moyen numéro 15 sur la politique budgétaire du gouvernement et sur le sous-amendement de M. Bryson.
When the House last considered the motion, the honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU had 6.5 minutes remaining in time for his remarks. The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that on Friday we had been talking about statistics concerning First Nations education, and they are quite troubling. So it was to provide an overview of why it is so important to invest more in First Nations funding. It is not only good for young Aboriginals across the country, but also for the economy of Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Between 2004 and 2009, the rate of First Nation graduation at approximately 36%, compared to a rate of 72% for the general population. But none of those statistics should surprise the government, because those are the kind of results you get when you underfund First Nation schools by 30% compared to what provincial schools receive. That underfunding was not an accident, nor was it an oversight, Mr. Speaker. That has been deliberate policy from both Conservative and Liberal governments. During the Prime Minister's meeting with First Nations leaders in January, he did promise again to renew his government's approach to issues like these. But in this budget, there is no new money for First Nations schools. They will still face a 30% shortfall, and for another year, young children fighting for an education in communities like Ipamtong, El Sipaktak, Lac Simon, or Lac La Ronge will receive considerably less than other students in provincial schools. The members over in the government benches need to ask themselves this question, Mr. Speaker. How reasonable is it to expect children and youth to achieve in their educational pursuits when they are put in such a disadvantage every day? Unfortunately, for First Nations youth, Minister Flaherty was not done with his handiwork. No, he has decided to go a few steps further, Mr. Speaker, reach back in his dark days as Finance Minister of Ontario and reintroduce one of the biggest policy failures that the Harris government Conservatives brought to this country. In this budget, the Conservatives decided to introduce training funds for Aboriginal youth, but with one major caveat. Recipients, to qualify, First Nations communities have to agree that recipients of the Income Assistance Program undergo specific job training. This means that in order to get access to these funds, communities must agree that youth between ages of 18 and 24 cannot collect welfare without taking job training. This is a workfare scheme similar to the one that Mr. Flaherty brought, that the Minister of Finance,
Order. Just a reminder to the honourable member, we refer to ministers and other members in the House by their riding or their title in this case. The honourable member.
I apologize for that, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister brought to Ontario in the 1990s. It is deeply disturbing and disrespectful proposal. And it does nothing to deal with the underlying problems in First Nations education that I have mentioned Friday. This is the kind of blame the victim approach that we have seen in the past from the Conservatives, and it saddens me to see it again today. In a twist that seemingly only the Conservatives could make happen, of the $241 million budgeted for this vile workfare program, only $109 million will actually be used to fund the training. The remaining $132 million will go towards administrating their workfare scheme. Only the Conservatives would consider spending $132 million to administer a $109 million fund. Quality education and training opportunities, Mr. Speaker, are vital for Aboriginal youth to have better futures. But it is simply wrong to force any group of people to do any activity to receive simple benefits that everyone else receives for nothing. This approach smells of discrimination. It was not lost on me that the Conservatives decided to introduce this policy on the United Nations International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. I would ask the government to be ashamed of that, but I doubt that they are. This proposal in the budget will not help move Aboriginal youth forward, and in my opinion, is a slap in the face to those who hoped for some positive educational and training ideas from this government. It is mean-spirited and divisive policies like these that make it impossible to support this budget. With this budget, the Conservatives were given another chance to show that they are truly committed to make our country work and improving that they are truly improving the lives of all Canadians. But again, Mr. Speaker, and I will end on that, they have decided to ignore that chance and opted for the same failed approaches they have given us since 2006. I will do the right thing, Mr. Speaker, and vote against this budget. We will see what they will do this week. But again, I will be voting against this budget because it is a continuation of the wrong approach towards First Nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And just for the benefit of members, we're into now a 5-minute period for questions and comments. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires? La députée.
Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that my colleague's speech was an excellent one, and he analyzed the impact that this budget is going to have on First Nations communities and the impact that it will not have, because there are measures that are important in order to have a good relationship between the federal government and First Nations communities. Over the past year, we've heard a great deal about this, and not only is this budget virtually useless for the economic development of First Nations, but they're also actually harmful, including the one that introduces workfare. My colleague addressed that issue, but I'd like him to expand a little bit on the impact of that coercive measure imposed by the government on First Nations communities with regard to job training, which is actually a measure for the government to impose its own vision. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Baie-James, Nunavik AU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague and my immediate neighbour for his excellent question. I think that everyone in the First Nations communities were hoping for much more from this budget because the message delivered by the Prime Minister led us to believe that there might actually be something good for First Nations in the budget, but unfortunately that's not the case. And the example that I gave is simply one of many. You know, Mr. Speaker, I was raised where in a context where I always had to look on the bright side and trying to find good things proposed by my federal opponents. There's a regional perspective, a Quebec perspective, and I mean, forget that because they've abandoned the regions, but I just can't find anything good in this approach. And what is proposed by this workfare is such a clear attempt by the government to impose something that did not work in other provinces and territories. It was a work system that was proposed by Quebec in 1989, 1990. It was proposed by New Brunswick. It was tried in a number of American states. And the only place that it worked properly was in Massachusetts because it was a voluntary regime. The young people were not obliged to sign on to it. So, unfortunately, this is a very bad approach, as I said in my speech, Mr. Speaker, and that is why I won't be supporting this budget.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember workfare in during Michael Harris's reign in Ontario. A number of ministers on the Conservative side were members of that government as well, so it's no big surprise to see it here, and obviously it will involve First Nations in particular. Perhaps my colleague could explain exactly how this is going to harm our relationship, the relationship between the First Nations and the Government of Canada, because in my opinion, it is not really a relationship that was begun with respect, and there was no discussion before the decisions were made. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-James and Nunavik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. And it's an excellent question, Mr. Speaker, because we know that Aboriginal issues in this country are resonating across the country. Today there are going to be some 400 young people on Parliament Hill. They're going to come and protest. They're going to bring a message of hope. They're going to tell the government that to date its approach is not working and that it will have to change. So these are receiving unprecedented attention, and we have to respond to these calls, but unfortunately that's not what the government is doing. And we can look at this budget from all sides, but I can't find anything at all that is going to deliver hope to these young people who have come here to rally on Parliament Hill. 7 of those young people have walked 600 kilometers. They've used snowshoes from Hudson Bay. They've come down through James Bay and the Abitibi region to reach Ottawa today, and that is what they are calling for. They want a little bit of hope, but unfortunately they won't find any hope in this budget.
Continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to stand and address Budget 2013. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, I do want to let you know I will be sharing my time with the wonderful member for York Centre, the very hardworking member of our Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure today to speak to Budget 2013. I do at the outset want to outline for observers here some of the process that has occurred with respect to the preparation of budgets. As members of this place know, the Finance Committee, which I chair, starts its hearings going back even to the spring and summer prior to the presentation of the budget. We receive submissions. Typically, we cut off submission dates in the summer, prepare all those submissions for members. Members then hear from witnesses from across the country in the fall. Last year, we heard from about 800 submissions we received, and last year the committee tried online submissions for the first time in its history. We received those submissions. Member hears some oral testimony as well. We present our report to Parliament in December of each year, so we presented our pre-budget report in December. Then the budget's presented typically in February, March of the following year. And then, Mr. Speaker, we follow then with 2 budget implementation acts, one which we expect this spring and one which will occur in the fall, just to give people some context in terms of the actual budgetary process. And I do want to highlight that because there are a number of recommendations that our committee suggested in December that in fact are in the budget itself, and I'm going to refer to them as I go through the positive aspects of this budget. In terms of the overall budget plan, Mr. Speaker, the government follows along in the system of continuing its increase in transfers to the provinces for health care, education, social assistance. For health care at 6% increases until 2017, and then it will be based on nominal GDP after 2017. It increases support for provinces for education, social assistance at 3% per annum until 2017 as well. With respect to transfers to persons, those will increase. Obviously, more people are receiving seniors benefits each and every year. As well with family benefits, those will increase as well going forward. And in fact, there's an excellent graph and accompanying figures in the budget that reflect that. So in terms of transfers to provinces and transfers to persons, these transfers will continue to increase as they have increased since 2006. The area of the federal spending that the federal government more directly controls that does not affect these areas, as you know, Mr. Speaker, there was a program put in place, a deficit reduction action plan, which examined about $70 billion of federal government spending, and it realized about 7%, nearly 7% of savings to be realized from that. So that's about 2% of what the federal government spends over the course of the next few fiscal years. And that was very much based on a lot of the pre-budget recommendations we made. Recommendations number 2, number 3, number 4, all asked us to maintain transfers for provinces, for persons, to restrain spending within our own federal government spending, and also to balance the budget in the medium term, which was echoed by many business groups and other organizations before the committee. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce strongly recommended that we continue to move towards a balanced budget in the medium term, so I'm very pleased by that. But these organizations and other individuals before the committee also strongly recommended that there were certain areas that did require investments and that we ought to continue to make investments. And I will just relay some of the stories and challenges and issues from my own riding of Edmonton-Leduc, the southwest part of Edmonton, the city of Leduc, town of Devon, the industrial heartland of Nisku, south of Edmonton, the Edmonton International Airport. It's a very dynamic, very diverse riding. But we do have some very strong challenges. The number one challenge that business people in that area raise with me is with respect to access to labor, skilled, unskilled, all types of labor. Mr. Speaker, I've taken visiting members of Parliament through my riding, especially through areas like Nisku, and there are signs in Nisku where it says, if you are one of these 6 or 7 professions, please stop in because we need people. I recall taking Minister Kenney to a company in the riding. I should say the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Immigration into a company, Tenaris, in the riding, and one of their shifts was not working. And we said, why is this shift not up and running? And the plant manager simply said, we simply do not have enough people to operate that shift. If we had enough people, that shift would be operating, we'd be producing more, we'd be paying more tax, supporting more services, we'd be employing more Canadians. We simply cannot find enough people. That's on the skilled side. If you go to PCL, which is also has a huge center in Nisku, they will say we could use engineers, we could use welders, boilermakers, we could use all types of skilled trades. If you go to the hospitals, if you go to the hotels, you go to the restaurants, they will say skilled and unskilled, they need people. They are simply short-staffed. One small business owner from the area actually said to me, he owns a restaurant chain, they have a drive-through service. He said at certain times that he will actually close down the drive-through because what was happening was people were coming through, getting their lunch order, saying, how much do you make an hour? They'd get an answer, they'd give them their business card and say, give me a call tomorrow, we'd like to hire you. This is the labor situation, the labor challenges that we're finding in our area, which is why it's the number one issue raised with me, which is why I'm very pleased by things like the Canada Job Grant, the increased support for apprentices, acting on the disability report recommendations in this budget. And the Canada Job Grant, the reason why I'm such a big supporter of it is it actually engages employers and employees in a very direct level. A lot of the training done in the past by the provinces and the federal government, I think it's been valuable training, but this is unique, this is special in the sense of it engages employers and employees. It ensures that an employee is receiving training that will directly lead to a job. In fact, if they're working, say, in a company, they'll have a job at the end of that. It matches the employers and the employees very directly. One of the common phrases used to describe our labor challenge today is jobs without people and people without jobs. And that's a mismatch that we have to address, and that's exactly what the Canada Job Grant is trying to address. Now, the second area, and again, I'll just refer that to our pre-budget report, recommendations 8, 9, and 10 through 16, all deal with the need to address this labor challenge and ways in which to do it, and that's what this budget does. Next, dealing with infrastructure. And people often think, a province like Alberta, which has seen relatively strong growth, modest to strong growth over the last number of years, do you actually have a challenge with infrastructure? The reality is we do, because when communities in southwest Edmonton or West Leduc or South Devon grow by 5 to 7, 8% a year, the challenges that puts on infrastructure, or you look at the industrial center initiative, it puts a lot of challenges on our infrastructure. So we did, and the municipalities all asked for a long-term infrastructure plan. They worked with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, an excellent organization. The most current president, Karen Leibovici, a city councillor from Edmonton, did an excellent job in terms of negotiating with the government a 10-year plan in terms of addressing the infrastructure needs going forward. And obviously this will start when the Building Canada Fund expires in 2014. But things like renewing the P3 Canada Fund, a new Canada Building Fund, $14 billion over 10 years, the Community Improvement Fund, $32.2 billion over 10 years through the gas tax fund payments, and the GST rebate as well. And with respect to the gas tax, with respect to this funding, it's important because what municipalities say is this is funding that they can count on, that they know is a certainty. Then they can then make investments, take out loans against this funding because they know it will be there. So things like the light rail transit that was developed in our area in South Edmonton, they can actually use this fund to access the capital to do so. The P3 project, I'm very pleased that there was a recent announcement about a week and a half ago in Edmonton. The light rail expansion in southeast Edmonton, the member for Edmonton Millwoods Beaumont, it's in his constituency. This is a very large P3 project between, obviously, P3 Canada and the City of Edmonton, and both organizations should be applauded for their work in making this happen. Now, also with respect to housing, and again, based on the recommendations in our pre-budget report, number 52 and number 53, the housing investments over a long-term period were very good as well. Mr. Speaker, I'm quickly running out of time. I'll run through a few more of the areas. In terms of manufacturing, there's a lot of investments in manufacturing. I'm very pleased that we've continued the accelerated capital cost allowance for the manufacturing sector, something I'm very personally proud of, as this was in an industry committee report that we produced in February of 2007. The finance minister included it in the budget of March 2007, and it's continued since that time. I'm very pleased because of the investments in there. Also, the investments in post-secondary education based on pre-budget consultations number 28 and number 30, the support for the Federal Research Granting Councils for the Canada Foundation for Innovation, working with excellent organizations like the Association of Universities and Colleges of Canada, just an excellent organization in terms of putting forward their recommendations for the budget. And the last one I'll just finish up on, Mr. Speaker, is following up on some of the recommendations that we've been hearing at committee with respect to the charitable sector, with respect to encourage Canadians to give more, following up on the member for Kitchener-Waterloo and all of his initiatives, and also with respect to increasing the ability of the Canada Revenue Agency to deal with tax evasion, something we're studying currently before the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage all members of this House to support this budget, and I look forward to their questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Louis-Hibert.
The honourable member for Louis-Hibert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the budget, it says that it will attack tax evasion. However, the Canada Revenue Agency is seeing its staff cut. Cuts are being affected in the section that is responsible for that. So what's the magic recipe? How are you going to be dealing with tax evasion if there are cuts to those service members?
Duke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, et merci pour la This question of the Canada Revenue Agency of the Committee on our current study, and what they said is the auditors who are examining the tax evasion issue will not be affected. The number of auditors who are investigating tax evasion and tax havens will not be affected. In fact, the government's resources in that area will stay the same because there's a lot of resources to be gained, in fact, when we ensure that all Canadians do pay their fair share of taxes. So that's the answer we received at the committee, and that's obviously the answer presented by this budget as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member, my colleague from Edmonton-Leduc, for his terrific speech. My colleague touched base on the Canada Jobs Grant program, which I think personally is absolutely brilliant. There is no one better to drive the market or job creation than businesses who are actually seeking those types of employers. So I think this is a terrific idea that we have in our budget. But I'm just wondering if the member could speak to our support for internship programs. In Budget 2013, we're actually investing an additional $70 million to support an additional 5,000 paid internship programs. And I wonder if the member could speak how internship programs actually will help our young people graduating from universities to find well-paying jobs in their fields. Thank you.
Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
I thank the member for Scarborough very much for that question. It's an outstanding question. I should have highlighted in my speech as well with respect to internships. In fact, I can recall a conversation I had with the current Governor General when he was then president of the University of Waterloo. And I said, why is Waterloo so successful as an institution? And why is the surrounding community so successful as a community in terms of spurring innovation? And his one answer to me was internships, was facilitating a direct connection between students, between universities, between businesses, between that innovative culture and climate, giving students the experience. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, I mean, that's why I try to give as many opportunities to young people as I can, because people gave me an opportunity and mentored me in various ways and said, this is how you actually do this type of work. And young people are like sponges. They soak up, all sorts of advice and expertise from all over the place. That's why these internships are so important, not only internships in terms of the youth programs, but also internships and the partnerships with respect to the universities in this country and the international experience that our students will get overseas and that overseas students will get in Canada. One of the recommendations from the AUCC as well, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk about investment in infrastructure with the member opposite. Now, we've heard the Conservative government boast, saying that they're investing in infrastructure, but in reality what we're seeing is that instead of being an investment over 7 years, is over 10 years, and it represents the same amount. Some people are saying that it'll even represent $1 billion less in infrastructure in the end. Personally, I think it's important to set the record straight for Canadian citizens. Is it really what the best approach to, is this what was needed to kickstart the economy when we look at how this will all pan out in the end?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question on this very important topic. We should note the Building Canada plan in 2007 was a $33 billion plan, as he mentioned, over the 7-year period until 2014. This is a $53 billion plan. It's $70 billion if you include all the spending with respect to infrastructure spending on reserve and other type infrastructure initiatives. But this stable funding was very welcomed by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. It's very welcomed by the municipalities in my community. Obviously the gas tax fund, the long-term permanency of that fund, the indexing of that, ensuring that municipalities can borrow against that going into the future, the community component of that, the P3 Canada, as I mentioned, the project we just announced in Edmonton within the last 2 weeks with respect to the LRT development in southeast Edmonton. These are all massive investments over a long term that municipalities can count on going into the future. if the fiscal situation improves, obviously the governments in the future can look at increases to that. But this is very reasonable. It's within the budgetary plan in terms of moving towards a balanced budget over the medium term. Very long-term sustained investment in infrastructure, and this is why municipalities across this country have welcomed this budget.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to begin by thanking the member, my colleague from Edmonton-Leduc, one of the finest, most skilled chairs of the Finance Committee in the history of the House of Commons.
Here, here.
I want to begin by congratulating our Minister of Finance on tabling his 8th budget, and I have to tell you that this budget certainly reaffirms that our government is on the right track to balance the budget by 2015. It also shows that our government is focused on what matters most to Canadians, and that's jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity, and notwithstanding what the opposition would have us do, engage in reckless spending schemes and increase taxes to the tune of $56 billion just for starters. We on this side are determined to position Canada to be the great success of the 21st century in the global economy. Now, Economic Action Plan 2013 builds on the strong foundation that was first laid in 2006. Economic Action Plan 2013 bolsters the fundamental strengths and resilience of the Canadian economy. And this is very important. Our global reputation is strong. We have the best job creation record in the G7. 950,000 net new jobs have been created since July of 2009. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio of any country in the G8. We have the highest possible credit ratings from Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor's. We have the best financial sector in the world, rated by the World Economic Forum. And we are the best place to be doing business, according to Forbes magazine. John Chambers, the president of Cisco, has said that Canada is the best place to be doing business, and John Donohue, the president of the American Chamber of Commerce, has said Canada is not a miracle, but they are doing all the right things. Canada is a model of economic success, but let's us not forget that Canada is not an island. Therefore, Economic Action Plan 2013 strengthens this record, this stellar record in Canada, by the following measures. 1, connecting Canadians with available jobs. 2, helping manufacturers and business succeed in the global economy. 3, creating a new Build in Canada plan. 4, invest in world-class research and innovation. And 5, support for families and communities. Now let's drill down a little bit into the budget. My riding of York Centre is home to Bombardier Aerospace, one of the great Canadian success stories and one of the most prominent companies in the entire world. It is also home to Downsview Park, an area famous for its rich aerospace history. The aerospace industry in Canada is of utmost importance because it directly employs about 66,000 people. I am proud that in the 2013 Economic Action Plan, our government has committed to supporting Canada's aerospace industry so that it can remain competitive and relevant in the rapidly changing world. This new budget is investing almost $1 billion in strategic aerospace and the defence initiative to enhance the competitiveness of Canada's aerospace and defence industries. The budget also encourages new innovations in Canada's aerospace sector by creating the Aerospace Technology Demonstration Program. The government will invest $110 million over 5 years, beginning in 2014-15, and $55 million in each year thereafter. These new initiatives will be incredibly useful to thriving companies like Bombardier. Now, before the budget, I consulted with numerous businesses in my riding and from across the country. During one budget consultation I hosted in York Centre, I spoke with the Retail Council of Canada and over 20 big businesses ranging from Walmart to Costco to Cineplex to Kitchen Stuff Plus to Home Depot. And a common theme I heard in their suggestions was that the price disparity between Canadian and U.S. stores makes it difficult to compete. Our government listened and thoroughly studied the Canada-U.S. retail price gap. In response to our study, the Economic Action Plan 2013 will eliminate tariffs on babies' clothing, sporting goods, and athletic equipment. This will represent a total of $76 million in annual tariff relief for Canadian families and the goods they need. Now, our government expects wholesalers, distributors, and retailers to pass these savings on to consumers. This Conservative measure is completely opposite to the NDP's proposed $21 billion carbon tax that would raise the cost of everything from babies' clothing to food to gas. Our government has been consistent and effective in its approach to keeping taxes low. Since 2006, we have cut taxes over 150 times. The typical family of four will save over $3,200 in tax savings this year alone. Our government has cut the personal tax rate to 15%, and we've reduced GST from 7 to 6 to 5. This saves the average Canadian family approximately $1,000 a year. We've also reduced the small business tax rate from 12 to 11% and lowered the general business tax rate from 21 to 15%. Now, I'm the proud father of two young children, twins, so I have to buy everything twice. And I can tell you that these savings mean a lot to Canadian families. Did you know that overall, our government has removed over 1 million low-income Canadians from the tax rolls? And that isn't all our government has done to help low-income Canadians. Our government is going to be investing over $1.25 billion in affordable housing in Ontario and across Canada. This funding will go towards different initiatives, including new construction, renovation, home ownership assistance, rent supplements, shelter allowances, and accommodations for survivors of family violence. Between April 2011 and December 2012, there were over 136,000 households that benefited from our investments in affordable housing. The new budget also introduces a homeless partnering strategy and invests nearly $600 million in this strategy using a housing-first approach. The people of York Centre benefit greatly from the affordable housing initiatives. Just this past summer, in September, I was proud to represent our government at the official opening of a new housing project in York Centre at 485 Patricia Avenue. This brand-new building accommodates 237 residents, including low-income seniors and people with disabilities. I'm glad that the 2013 Economic Action Plan will allow affordable housing initiatives to further expand. In addition to affordable housing, our government is continuing to help Canadian seniors. We recommend that it is our senior citizens that have helped make our country the great place that it is today. Now is the time for us to give back to our seniors by ensuring a high standard of living and a healthy retirement. The 2013 Action Plan is going to expand tax relief for home care services. We're also going to work with banks and financial institutions to ensure that seniors are better protected when using financial services. Furthermore, we're going to support palliative care service by providing with $3 million over the next 3 years to support training for frontline health care providers. We are also assisting in the construction and renovation of accessible community facilities by investing $15 million per year in the Enabling Accessibility Fund. I am so proud to represent York Centre because it is one of the most diverse ridings in our country. There are so many different cultural, religious, and ethnic groups that make our society so much richer. It is these new Canadians that make our country famous around the world for being strong, pluralistic, and an ethnocultural mosaic. I was happy to see that Economic Action Plan 2013 introduced a number of new initiatives to support new Canadians. The new budget announces the government's intention to test new approaches to attracting immigrant investors to Canada through the Startup Visa pilot project to attract immigrant entrepreneurs. Canada is a land of opportunity. This new business immigration program will attract bright minds from around the world. Every year, over 1 million temporary residents come to Canada. This is why Economic Action Plan 2013 proposes the government will invest $42 million over 2 years to enhance the capacity of the temporary resident program. Now, one of my responsibilities, and I'll just close with this, one of my responsibilities, my favorite responsibility as a member of Parliament, is to go to citizenship swearing-in ceremonies. And these are very emotional times. I'm a first-generation Canadian. And there are people who are coming to Canada to get away from oppression, to get away from racism and their persecution, and they're coming to this country, many with young children, and they're coming for hope and opportunity, not so much for themselves, but for their kids. And we all know that there's talent all over the world. And we are lucky here in this great country of Canada that we are able to attract that talent, but they are coming here for opportunity and for hope. And this budget, Economic Action Plan 2013, reaffirms that commitment to our citizens, to Canadians, and to new immigrants who are coming to this great country of Canada. I hope all of you will support the great measures contained within Economic Action Plan 2013.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Alors, la députée de Rimouski-Neigette.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, who I sit with on the Finance Committee. I found it very interesting, not because of what he was saying, but because of what he neglected to refer to. I know that he likes the classics like Adam Smith, but there's a huge tax increase on imports through tariffs. The finance minister didn't mention that in the budget speech, and when my colleague was talking about an invisible, illusory, non-existent carbon tax, he neglected to mention the fact that this budget will increase tariffs on thousands of products from hundreds of countries over the past 5 years, and it will cost billions of dollars. So I'd like my colleague to comment on how he managed to neglect to mention that, and what about the reclassification of countries like Dominican Republic, Cuba, Venezuela, Jamaica, which will be considered developed for the purposes of the tariff? I'd like to hear what he has to say about that.
Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his soliloquy, and I think there was a question contained within there. But let me just say that the preferential tariff, which he was referring to, has not been revised since 1974. Let's compare this to the United States, which revises their preferential tariffs every 2 years. So what we are doing here in this budget is updating the preferential tariff, which were set in 1974, some 39 years ago, and they were focused at that time, and the reason for the preferential tariff is for countries, developing countries. We here in Canada subsidize the preferential tariff. Those countries are doing very well economically now, the BRIC countries, China. That is why we are updating the preferential tariff, because those countries are not developing countries anymore. They are fully developed economies.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from the GTA from the riding of York Centre for his wonderful speech. In his speech, he reaffirmed our position, our government's position, to return to balanced budgets. And he actually mentioned without raising taxes, and I'm glad that he did, because he did in his speech indicate 150 times we reduced taxes for the average family. And families in my riding of Scarborough Centre, the average family of 4 saves up to $3,220 each. So I'm very happy with that. But I'd like to speak, or ask the member to speak, with regards to our new tax break for the tax break for new manufacturing machinery and equipment that's in this budget. It's actually $562 million in tax relief, and as Conservatives we know that when you reduce taxes for businesses, they reinvest, innovate, and hire more people. So I'm wishing, I'd like to ask the member to speak on that specific measure. Thank you.
Member for York Centre.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. You know, we here on this side are committed to jobs growth and long-term prosperity, and we have done so since 2006. And our goal is to achieve a thriving economic recovery, not by raising taxes, on the contrary, by lowering taxes. And what we have found is that by lowering the corporate tax, for example, to 15%, is that our corporate tax revenues have increased. By lowering the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%, spending increased, and we had an increase in taxes. Speaker, we here on this side, unlike the other side, where their leader went down to Washington to trash Canada and argue against Canadian jobs and call for a $34 billion increase in taxes, which he said he will do when and if he assumes power. This is on top of the $20 billion carbon tax which he is proposing. We on this side of the House believe in lower taxes And we believe that people, consumers, are better arbiters and judges of how to spend their money than government is.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise to speak and to express my deep opposition to this budget from last week. This budget doesn't have much substance. It's more about branding or image for the government. There are a number of measures that are pointless or harmful to most Canadians. I know I only have 20 minutes to talk about it. The budget is rather lengthy. Unfortunately, a lot of these measures are superficial, but I'd like to explain why Budget 2013 of the Conservative government runs counter to Canadians' interests. And I'd start with a few things. Perhaps the most controversial in Quebec, because 90% of I'm talking about the phasing out of the labor-sponsored venture capital corporations tax credit. By 2017, this will be phased out completely. It's a 17% tax credit, and the government hopes to save some $355 million this way. There's all kinds of excuses for this. When the question was asked on Friday, the parliamentary secretary said it doesn't work. And they said they consulted the OECD, and the OECD told them that the labor-sponsored venture capital wasn't working, so they'd have to do something different. From our side, well, others have said that they're sufficiently capitalized now. So what is it? One or the other. Either it's not working or it's sufficiently capitalized. It's two different justifications, two different pretexts are being given, different answers from different people. The fact is that the fund does work. It's an economic model that has stood the test of time in Quebec. It's working and it will continue to work. And I'll refer to the FTQ's Solidarity Fund. It's been around for 30 years, and they've invested almost $10 billion in Quebec. That $10 billion was invested in either startups or companies that were struggling and needed an injection of capital to get back on track. The fund's been around since 1990. It has created or saved 500,000 jobs in Quebec. It's a model of success which the Conservatives are jeopardizing with the phasing out of the tax credit for labor-sponsored venture capital corporations. 60% rather, of the assets of the fund are invested in Quebec. There's no justification, no explanation for this, just a few paragraphs in the middle of the budget. There's no justification to explain this move. If you look at page 204 of the budget, in a section entitled Enhancing Canada's Venture Capital System, I'll read a passage. Recognizing the importance of the venture capital industry to Canada's future productivity growth, Economic Action Plan 2012 announced resources to support Canada's venture capital industry, including $400 million to help increase private sector investments in early-stage risk capital and to support the creation of large-scale venture capital funds led by the private sector. What does this mean? It means that the Conservative government is hoping to save $355 million by phasing out this tax credit, which was beneficial to all Canadians and Quebecers. They want to take this money and give it to the private sector to do the same thing. $250 million is set aside to create new large venture capital funds to be directed by the private sector, $100 million to recapitalize existing funds directed by the private sector, and $50 million will be invested in 3 to 5 existing venture capital high-yield funds in Canada. How can the Conservative government justify ending something that was extremely beneficial to improve the savings capacity of Quebecers and Canadians and they're taking that money and giving it to the private sector to do the same thing but less effectively, because the Solidarity Fund, the 15%, which was earmarked for tax credits, recognized the fact that the fund's yield was not as high as a privately run fund. And the reason for that is the Solidarity Fund, the FTQ's fund, invests very often in local economies, in industries and companies that are of no interest to the private sector. And because of the risk, they offer a lower return over a longer period. So tax credits are not just there to capitalize funds. It's there to recognize labor-sponsored things and to support local economies. So the Conservative government is off track here. And I'd like to quote Marcel Côté from SICOR, and he talks about the role of the fund. He said that the fund played a very important role in Quebec's economy and has fulfilled its mission. The fund has stimulated savings and helped people save for retirement. There's the Fraser Institute and the Montreal Economic Institute that criticize the fund for not being effective enough and so on. But 2 studies were done to see if those criticisms were warranted. And they also called on SICOR, commissioned SICOR, to do a study. And of course, there's no allegiance with the NDP there. And they wanted to know how much the federal and provincial government were getting in terms of a return on investment. So they wanted to know if there was any growth, corporate growth, as a result, or community growth, or increase in tax revenues. And the conclusion from SICOR was that for every dollar invested by the federal government, by the fund, every dollar in tax credit through this fund was fully recovered by the federal government within 3 years. So there's no loss there for the federal government. These are investments that pay off. And this government fails to recognize that. Another measure which I found unprecedented was the phasing out of the additional deduction for credit unions. So those are called Caisse Populaire in Quebec, but we're talking about credit unions. And so these are for credit unions with a taxable capital under $15 million. So we're talking about smaller credit unions, or Caisse Populaire. This is going to disappear by 2017. It's going to be phased out. Why? The government doesn't even say why. Once again, the answers vary depending on who you speak to in the government. But what we have to recognize is that, like the labor-sponsored venture capital, the reason for this fund was a recognition of the different mandate and mission of these smaller credit unions. So in Quebec, for example, we have credit unions in small communities, in rural communities. They don't act the same as banks. There are no banks in these smaller communities in rural Quebec, except for some very few exceptions. So credit unions or Caisse Populaire in small towns, so just like in the other provinces. So what the federal government is doing here is not putting everyone on a level playing field. They're putting credit unions at a disadvantage competitively compared to the major banks without any justification. I'd like to briefly talk about infrastructure. We're satisfied, although we would like to have seen more, but there's a longer period for the Building Canada Fund, for the Community Improvement Fund, for everything that's been announced. It's over a 10-year period now, and that's good. We would have preferred 15 or 20 years, but at least, and this is a reflection of what the Federation of Canadian Municipalities wanted, at least there's a foreseeable period, a 10-year period. When I talked about image and branding as opposed to content, well, the government neglected to mention that there'd be a decrease of $4.7 billion, new money, over the first 4 years. So less money over the first 4 years. And the municipalities are going to have to pick up the slack. Another thing that bowled me over was to see that the federal government's priority was to help with skills training for people looking for work. Obviously, that's a desirable objective to help people find work, to upgrade their skills. And there is a shortage of skilled labor in many parts of the country, which the government's aware of. But to come up with a new initiative and new funds, what they're really doing is taking money away from those who previously received it, the provinces, using their jurisdiction, which the federal government had delegated to them. They're taking that money back, they're taking it away and saying, no, we're going to run this through Ottawa now. And not only are we going to give more money than before, but we're going to give it to the private sector. And we're going to ask the provinces, without even negotiating or getting their consent in advance, they're going to reinvest dollar for dollar what the federal government used to invest. But that money was money that was previously given to the provinces for this program. So this money's being taken away, and the provinces are being required, if they want to take advantage of it, to match the investment. So it's transferring the burden of the current deficit to the provinces, and they're using the same recipe that previous governments have used in deficit fighting, them and the Liberals.
Is something else that I find absolutely unbelievable. This government claims to respect provincial areas of provincial jurisdiction, whereas we're looking at the Securities Commission here. It was clear that in the Supreme Court reference that the federal government was wrong to try and constitute a national securities regulator. That was very clear. The federal government may have a role to play, but that is a provincial area of jurisdiction. And you know that the provinces, with the exception of Ontario, had a single window to ensure that the problems of excessive decentralization of the security system could be compensated for. So instead of having an anti-constitutional approach where the federal government institutes a national regulator, yes, we have the commission like the Financial Markets Authority in Quebec that works with other provinces, and we hope that Ontario will come on board in order to eliminate all the obstacles to investors, both Canadian and foreign, in the absence of this commission. But what is the government doing? Well, despite the Supreme Court reference, it simply continues with this budget saying we need a national securities regulator. And, of course, it's interpreting the Supreme Court reference as they see fit, and it's continuing down that path. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that they're going to hit the same wall as they did with regard to the province's opinion as to not allowing the federal government to interfere. The ruling was very clear, so on this side of the House, we don't understand why the federal government is continuing down this path. It's a waste of time, whereas the federal government would gain much more by collaborating with all of the provinces on establishing this passport system, this voluntary single desk for securities across the country. Another thing, and this is why I asked this question of my colleague, we have a government that claims that it doesn't want to increase taxes. It accuses us of putting in place these hypothetical tax increases. All of it is false. I mean, we don't even form the government. They do right now. And the Minister of Finance did not boast about this. The member for York Centre did not boast about this either. But there is a tax increase, a massive tax increase, that is going to affect all Canadians, and that will take away $1.5 billion of taxpayers' money over the next few years. Now, this is a customs tariff. It just came out of the blue, where the federal government, beginning this fiscal year, will begin to increase customs tariffs on over 1,200 products from 72 different countries. Now, we're talking about an increase that represents some $350 million per year on different products. For example, table fans, umbrellas, cornstarch. All those types of products will be taxed. And it's not the federal government who will be paying, even though they have this topsy-turvy argument. They're talking about preferential tariffs, but it's all of Canadians who are going to have to pay more for these new things. And it is a government that claims that it doesn't raise taxes. And so I find that very hypocritical to find ourselves in this situation where they're going to tax Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, this tax increase, they've tried to divert the attention away from it, obviously, by eliminating these tariffs on some sports items. But this is going to represent 10 times more than what Canadians will save with these tiny little customs tax cuts. So this is a hypocritical measure on the part of this government that claims that it wants to open market. It actually closes markets. And in addition, we could justify it by saying, well, these are formerly developing countries and now they are industrialized. For example, Hong Kong, South Korea, and other countries like that. But what they're doing is putting in the same basket countries that are fully developed, like Jamaica, the Dominican Republic, Venezuela, Cuba, and Kazakhstan, a whole bunch of other countries that have nothing to do with economies such as South Korea or Hong Kong. They're putting all these countries in the same basket. So I do not understand this decision on the part of the government, whereas it pats itself on the back for being open to globalization and to free trade. To have put in place a measure like this, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's absurd. A last thing before my conclusion, Mr. Speaker, and because I did go through the economic indicators that are used by the federal government, and I think once again it shows a healthy dose of incompetence on their part. In the Minister of Finance, when he was talking about income forecasts, revenue forecasts, we were talking about 35%, but I think it's going to be the same thing for this coming years, Mr. Speaker, because if we look what was used by the Minister of Finance, we're talking about real projected growth over the next 2 years of 2.5 and 2.6%. And that is important because that leads to a jump in revenue that it can help us out budgetarily. But you know that economic growth was only 1.6%. So the government expects that for the next 2 years, growth is going to be some 50% higher of what it has been. Now, I understand that private sector economists, perhaps they made this recommendation, but they've been wrong over the past 2 years, and they've been considerably wrong. So if the Minister of Finance really wanted to be careful, be prudent with the Canadian economy, well, then he should take into consideration the fact that private sector economists have been wrong in the past and that their forecasts are much too rosy. And the impact that that is going to have on total revenue is that there's going to be a $4.7 billion in increase on income tax and $11.7 billion in revenue. So that's a marked impact on the government's objective of balancing the budget. Another interesting element here, which is a type of simulation to see what the impact of the budget is on, or rather austerity measures have on the budget. So the impact of a reduction of 1% of the real GDP means $13.7 billion over 3 years. That's what the parliamentary budget director said. That is the impact of the austerity measures adopted since 2012 by the federal government. So right now, We have a government that is clearly showing its incompetence with regard to economic management. It is showing the ideological links that blind it to a proper management of the economy in Canada. Conservatives do not manage the country for the interests of Canadians or their families. They're doing it so to respond to an ideology that wants to eliminate any positive role that the federal government might play on the economy and on services to the public. Seniors are attacked, poor people are attacked. This budget is a demonstration of incompetence. It's a triumph of image and branding over substance and content, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, we will be opposing this budget.
Commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the most significant, I believe, accomplishments that former Prime Minister Paul Martin had signed up on was the Healthcare Accord back in 2004, recognizing just how critically important healthcare is as an issue to all Canadians. That commitment back in 2004 gave a guarantee of annual increases to healthcare funding. That is going to be coming to an end in 2014. Knowing full well the importance of having that cash flow from Ottawa to the different provinces is critically important, especially for provinces that maybe do not have the same sort of resources that they can tap into. And at the end of the day, there is a fear that the government is not moving toward renewing that healthcare accord, and that could be at a great cost. One would have liked to have seen that incorporated in this particular budget, a commitment to renew a healthcare accord with the different provinces. And I'm wondering if my colleague would provide some sort of a comment in terms of the importance of having a healthcare accord which will ensure that there's ongoing cash transfers from Ottawa to the provinces, and Ottawa does remain to have a very strong, viable role in providing healthcare services, if not directly, indirectly, something in which Canadians truly believe in.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Libas. Thank you very much to my colleague from Winnipeg North for the question, because it's a very important question. I would like to underscore, though, that the Conservative government has already played its cards during the last budget, even before the last budget, because it had already announced that it was going to reduce the growth in transfers to the provinces, the healthcare transfers, and these would be reduced to 3%. So that is a growth reduction that is going to have major impacts on how provinces will be able to manage their healthcare systems. And as long as this revenue loss on the part of the provinces, it continues, well, the problem is that this was a unilateral decision. When you talk about an agreement between the federal government and the provinces, well, there has to be a negotiation. There have to be agreements. But no, the decision was made unilaterally by the Conservative government without negotiation or consent by the provinces, and that's the same thing that we're seeing with skills training right now. Ottawa knows better how to manage all these things, it thinks, and it makes decisions without the agreement of the provinces, and for us that is an example of dysfunctional federalism, and the government doesn't want to make it work. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone now knows that the budget ignores too many of Canadians' daily problems. For example, with a $35 million cut to health care, homelessness, housing, and an increase to the eligibility age for OAS. And even in 2013, the budget is attacking workers by eliminating by 2017 the tax credits for labor funds, and therefore it is directly attacking workers' pensions. And it is also it is even taxing hospital parking, as if people who go to hospitals are going there to engage in tourism. It is also cutting the tax credits for credit unions. So I would like to know from my colleague, who works very hard on the Finance Committee and who is very familiar with this file, I would like to know why this government, why this Conservative government, is once again attacking workers and instead of its cronies, the big banks and big business. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for the question. In fact, it's not just workers who the government is attacking, it's all Canadians. It's not the unions who benefit from the tax credits for labour funds. It's Canadians, it's taxpayers who invest in these funds because they want to be able to invest in the local economy, and it is they who will bear the brunt of these cuts. And in the case of these labour funds, they're taking back $350 million, which was allocated as tax credits for these labour funds. And they're giving $400 million to private sector companies who have the same mandate, but they're less effective and they don't focus on regional economies. So why are they taking $350 million in taxpayers' money and giving it to venture capital funds so that they will create new ones? It's nonsense. And in both cases, whereas the government says that it wants some kind of tax neutrality, whether it be for labour-sponsored investment funds or credit unions with regard to their private sector counterparts, now they have a disadvantage because they have different mandates, and the tax reality now means that the tax issue does not reflect this reality anymore.
For Malpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with a lot of the remarks the member made. In fact, I see this particular budget as quite a work of fiction, which gives us nothing to deal with really in numbers in the House of Commons. You can't compare department to department or anything at all. But my NDP colleague, they talk about in the budget economic developments and prospects, and I quote from the document, says, indeed, lower prices for Canadian crude oil as well as for natural gas relative to global benchmarks are reducing gross domestic product, GDP, by about $28 billion per year, translating into over $4 billion annually in potential federal government revenues. And I think that that statement is, I agree, Mr. Speaker, we probably put too much, or we become too dependent on energy and not looking after the manufacturing sector enough. But what worries me is in this particular statement is we really don't have an outlet for bitumen from the oil sands, and it is impacting our economy to the tune of $4 billion in revenues for the government and $28 billion per year in GDP. That's serious. And I wonder where this member stands on that relative to attempting to get the Keystone Pipeline opened up so that we can, in fact, move more product south.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Libas. I also agree with most of what my colleague has just said and with this question. When we depend too much on natural resources for revenues, then we may experience problems with planning future federal budgets. And we've also seen these problems with regard to the budgetary process. We've seen the problems that Alberta's been having. So it's a reality that means that when we depend on one single income, or rather revenue stream, many difficulties crop up, and we need to diversify our sources of revenue to eliminate these uncertainties. With regard to the question, I don't think that it's all that clear because we're talking about the budget 2013-2014. If we talk about our party's position, which is focusing on a west-to-east pipeline, well, we have no problem with that because the reality is that the impact of this measure will be very long-term. Right now we're looking at immediate measures that the government has announced in its budget, that the minister has announced, and just for that we could spend a lot more time in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the honourable member, I thank him for his speech, but we've lowered taxes over 150 times. There's something for everybody in this budget. We've got over $70 billion in infrastructure building. We're creating skills and addressing a market where it's in dire need of making sure that we have youth that engage in skills training. We're helping to do that through innovation and training. All of these things come together. They're not separate and apart. And yet the member and his party want to propose tax increases to the tune of $20 billion and, in fact, go overseas, go across the border and complain about the Keystone XL trying to take away jobs from Canada rather than 950,000 net new jobs that we have created. I'd like to know why the honourable member and his party can't be more supportive of Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Muscanejet and Misquotaribasque. I'm trying not to laugh, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I explained in my speech that it was a fictional budget. It was a hypothetical budget. But the reality is that the Conservatives is increasing taxes for Canadians. For example, the customs tariff to the tune of $2.5 billion, over $330 million per year, that are going to be taken away from Canadian taxpayers because of this customs tariff increase. So the government currently is applying massive tax hikes to Canadians, and Canadians will have to pay these. And the Minister of Finance and the member here didn't say anything about that.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be dividing my time with my friend, the Member of Parliament for Etobicoke Centre. Mr. Speaker, it's with great honour that I rise today to speak in this House on the budget delivered by the Minister of Finance last Thursday. Economic Action Plan 2013 builds upon the work from previous budgets and the government's impressive track record guiding Canada through the worst global economic slowdown. And now we're in a leadership position amongst countries of the G8. The focus of the 2013 budget is clearly upon jobs for Canadians, and I'll speak to that in my remarks, Mr. Speaker. It is about leveraging the jobs we have now in Canada through our leadership in financial services, resource development, and technological innovation. It is also about securing the jobs of the future and reorienting our skills training and lifelong learning programs to ensure we provide Canadians with the tools they need to maintain our strong position in the world. Finally, Economic Action Plan 2013 makes key investments in areas of priority for Canadians, families, seniors, veterans, and our First Nations. These investments are important and are being made in a budget premised upon two fundamental principles. First, this government's laser-like focus on getting Canada back to a balanced budget by 2015. This is to ensure we maintain our quality of life and maintain one of the strongest credit ratings in the world for the purposes of financing our debt. And second, the critical commitment we make to seniors and families across Canada to balance our budget without resorting to raising taxes. At a time when government revenues are somewhat flat, these two fundamental principles are not easy, Mr. Speaker. The opposition suggests billions in new spending on almost a weekly basis. The Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has suggested that the government should not stick to our timeline of balancing the budget. Mere days before the budget, he went to New York to tell the business press that he would raise taxes on Canadian employers if the NDP were in power. And following the release of the Economic Action Plan 2013, which was very careful to maintain core entitlement program spending and increase transfers to the provinces and territories, the NDP leader said, I quote, "You cannot austere your way out of a crisis," end quote. The NDP leader's cute turn of phrase and commitment to runaway spending and higher taxes reminds me of the Winston Churchill quote that compares a nation trying to tax its way into prosperity to a man standing in a bucket trying to lift himself up by pulling the handle. Mr. Speaker, the challenging global economy and shifting labour realities requires the type of strong leadership that our Prime Minister has shown from the doldrums of the global economic recession to the present day. Economic Action Plan 2013 is about setting priorities that will maintain a focus on jobs for Canadians and a plan to ensure our prosperity for decades to come. Mr. Speaker, our government is proud of its record of 950,000 net new jobs having been created since the depths of the recession in 2009. This leads the G8 nations and has helped maintain our quality of life when other areas of the world are in turmoil. Our government is, however, committed to a relentless pursuit of higher employment, particularly for young Canadians, Aboriginal Canadians, and areas of the country experiencing a higher than average rate of unemployment. Accordingly, I would like to speak on 3 key areas of Economic Action Plan 2013 premised upon securing jobs for Canadians. The first area is the government's innovative approach to filling the skills gap in Canada, while also helping transitional industries retrain and re-equip their workforce. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business, in their 2012 statistics, indicate that 34% of small to medium-sized businesses face a skilled labor shortage. This means that while some Canadians are having a hard time finding a job, some Canadian employers are having a hard time filling a job. Finding a solution to marry these 2 aspects of our economy should be the overarching public policy goal of any government, Mr. Speaker, and our government is making that the top priority. The Canada Job Grant will address the skills shortage in Canada by assisting up to 130,000 Canadians each year with short-duration training for the workforce. The $5,000 per person grant has the multiplier effect 2 times over, up to $15,000 with our provincial and employer partners. The Canada Job Grant will allow employers facing skill shortages or training facilitators in the industry to work with both the federal and provincial governments on a solution that will help them increase their productivity while also helping more Canadians find long-term employment. The skills deficit in the marketplace is the true determinant of where skills training investment needs to go, and this will allow the federal government to negotiate transformative labour market agreements with the provinces and territories. Our government recognizes that the largest skills shortage in Canada is in the skilled trades and in the engineering and mathematics fields across the country. Economic Action Plan 2013 will work towards reducing barriers on apprentice accreditation and support the use of apprentices in all areas of national procurement and investment. The government is also earmarking $19 million to promote engineering sciences and mathematics to young Canadians in an effort to help young people fill these critical roles in our economy. Outstanding schools, like the University of Ontario Institute of Technology, which serves my riding of Durham, have world-class programs in these core areas that will help our young men and women find engaging employment right out of school. Finally, the government is committing $241 million to ensure that young Aboriginal Canadians have access to skills training to assist in raising employment levels on reserve through realignment of the Income Assistance Program. I had the pleasure of joining 200 other Canadians on the Governor-General's Canadian Leadership Conference last summer, mere months before my election to Parliament. It was an excellent opportunity to see some of the policy challenges facing our country. I was part of a group of 17 Canadians that toured the province of Alberta, meeting with business, political, social, and Aboriginal leaders. Every community we visited and almost every leader we spoke to described the labour shortage in Alberta as one of the most pressing issues facing the province. Indeed, it was placed as one of our key findings in our Governor-General's Canadian Leadership Conference group. The economic opportunity in Alberta is a tremendous benefit to all Canadians, and meeting the challenges this opportunity poses must engage all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the second key area I would like to highlight from Economic Action Plan 2013 is the Building Canada Plan. I think nothing underscores the ability for this government to set priorities to secure our long-term prosperity better than this element of the budget. In fact, I'd recommend page 171 of the budget to my colleagues to see this impressive plan represented visually. The Building Canada Plan is an ambitious $53 billion 10-year plan to secure and enhance our nation's critical infrastructure and establish predictable, long-term partnerships with the provincial and municipal governments across Canada. The Building Canada Fund will inject $14 billion into our economy in priority infrastructure projects with a national, provincial, or local significance. First Nation infrastructure is part of the Building Canada plan and will see $155 million directed towards critical energy, road and bridge, and civic infrastructure, alongside investment in broadband connectivity to complement economic development efforts on reserve. Once again, the relentless focus on jobs and supporting skilled trades in Canada is built right into the Building Canada plan. As part of its consultation and planning with other levels of government, the federal government will directly encourage the use of apprentices in projects receiving federal funding. The third area I want to touch briefly in Economic Action Plan 2013 provides for small business in the manufacturing sector in Ontario. On the same day that our finance minister delivered the budget, the Scugog Chamber of Commerce in my riding celebrated their Business of the Year awards. Small businesses are often the foundation of our local economies and have been an important focus of our government. We have kept taxes low for these businesses for many years, and we have assisted with the difficult challenge of whether to hire one more person or not through the Small Business Hiring Credit. This budget expands this hiring credit by providing up to $1,000 against the rise in EI premiums as a result of hiring a new person. We are also increasing the lifetime capital gains exemption to $800,000, which will also directly benefit small business owners. While our government has shown its support for small businesses in Canada, I'd like to take this occasion, Mr. Speaker, to salute Kenna Kozak from the Scugog Chamber of Commerce, Sheila Hall from the Clarington Board of Trade, and Angela Horn from the Uxbridge Chamber of Commerce. These organizations in Durham and others like them across the country are the lifeblood of the small business community. They not only raise important policy issues to our government, they also serve to connect small businesses in a way to one another. Finally, Mr. Speaker, manufacturers also benefit in Southern Ontario with our government's $1.4 billion towards an accelerated capital cost allowance extension.
Order. Order. I think we've reached the end of the time allowed for the honourable member's comments. We're going to go then to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The honourable member from Montmorency Charlebourg au Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2006, the Conservative government has increased the debt by $167 billion. Is that good financial and fiscal management?
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for identifying exactly the balance our government is trying to set. It would be much easier for a government to impose cuts in the way the Liberal Party did in the mid-90s, Mr. Speaker, by simply slashing national defence and slashing transfers to our provincial partners. The government has tried to stay on a pragmatic course, and I direct the honourable member to this course, which set 2015 as a goal for balanced budgets, but also along the way made strategic investments in infrastructure, in skills training, as a way of softening the impact of the global economic downturn on Canada. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, the results speak for themselves with Canada's leadership of the G8.
Questions and comments.
For Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting when the Government of Canada tries to give the impression that they really understand deficits, Mr. Speaker, and deficit projections. In reality, when the Conservative government formed government a few years back, they were actually handed a surplus, millions of dollars of surplus, and then they turned that into a deficit even pre-recession times, according to the Prime Minister. We weren't even in a recession, yet they turned that surplus into a deficit. And then since then, we've had the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister contradict each other in terms of whether or not they're going to be able to have a surplus or a balanced budget and so forth. The question I have for the member is, why should Canadians give any credibility whatsoever to this government claiming that it's going to be able to have a balanced budget in 2015, which happens to be an election year, I must say, Mr. Speaker. There is a credibility issue here, and I'm wondering if the member might provide comment on that.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my friend for the question, particularly since he is from the Liberal caucus that I highlighted earlier. Their government's approach to balancing the federal government was essentially through passing along the challenges of a changing economy to provincial partners. A massive reduction in transfer to the provinces, Mr. Speaker, that left provincial premiers, whether NDP in Saskatchewan or Progressive Conservative in Ontario, Mr. Speaker, to be the real people cutting for the federal government. At the same time, the honourable member would know that the government of the day also took advantage of an EI surplus that had grown to help them in a way that really wasn't a revenue stream that they should have been taking. And one of the key things our government recognized, Mr. Speaker, when we came to office was the fact that Canadians, particularly seniors and families, were overtaxed. And so the Prime Minister made it his objective to lower those taxes, both through a reduction of the GST and reductions across the board, and I think Canadians have appreciated that, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the great speech he gave in terms of highlighting some of the great initiatives of this budget. One of the things he commented on, Mr. Speaker, was the Building Canada Fund. And over the weekend, I had the opportunity to visit my riding, as many of us did, and spoke to a number of municipal politicians and bureaucrats there. And to a person, they were thrilled with the investment that our government is making in infrastructure. And I think the thing that primarily excites them is the fact that not only has the gas tax been made permanent a number of years back, but this year we're committed to indexing those gas tax dollars. In addition to that, large dollars for major infrastructure programs within their municipalities and across Canada. And I'm wondering if my colleague would care to comment on the kind of feedback he must be getting from his riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Durham, short response, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for highlighting, unfortunately, one of the portions of the Building Canada plan that I didn't have time to speak upon in particular, which is really partnering with the municipalities. Instead of the previous government's penchant for multiple announcements and no action, this has truly been a partnership with the municipal level of government across the country, not only in a sharing of the gas tax, and as my learned colleague has just recognized, that will be indexed going forward, but also an important GST rebate, Mr. Speaker, that will actually help municipalities, large and small, in all regions of this country, finance and be a strong partner in our economic action plan, in particular on the Building Canada plan and infrastructure.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Durham for his speech. We're both veterans together, and I'm delighted to be serving with him in the House now. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to our government's Economic Action Plan 2013, and I would especially like to thank our Minister of Finance for all of his hard work to present his 8th budget. Since 2006, he has presented budgets that have laid the foundation for creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for hard-working Canadian families. And, Mr. Speaker, he is truly the best and most respected finance minister in the world. When the global recession hit in 2009, our government acted quickly and took decisive steps to ensure our economic recovery, and as a result, Canada created over 950,000 net new jobs since July 2009, which is the strongest job creation record in the entire G7. Both the Independent International Monetary Fund and Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development are projecting that Canada will have among the strongest growth in the G7 in years ahead. Canada has even the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7. And for the 5th straight year, the World Economic Forum has ranked Canada's banking system the soundest of the world. All the major credit rating agencies have affirmed Canada's rock-solid AAA rating as well. Mr. Speaker, Canada's unemployment rate is at its lowest level in 4 years, and it's significantly lower than that of the U.S., a phenomenon that has not been seen in nearly 3 decades. And what a testament that is to this economic stewardship of this minister and this government. Mr. Speaker, these past 7 years have indeed belonged to Canada. Economic Action Plan 2013 benefits all parts of the country, but I'd like to highlight what this budget has in store for my riding of Etobicoke Centre. Experts have continually pointed out that Canada faces a skills shortage. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce has identified the skills shortage as the #1 obstacle to the success of its members, and our government has acted decisively by taking bold, innovative action and introduced the Canada Job Grant. Now, the Canada Job Grant will transform skills training by providing up to $15,000 per person to help them get the skills they need for in-demand jobs, and $15,000 will be funded from the federal government, up to $5,000, with matching funds from the provinces and the employers making the job offer. Once fully implemented, this grant will help, Mr. Speaker, nearly 130,000 Canadians access training at eligible institutions like community colleges and trade union training centres each year. The Association of Canadian Community Colleges had only praised for this initiative, and I quote, "Federal commitments in Budget 2013 will encourage a reduction in barriers to Canada's economic success while maximizing the talents and advanced skills of Canadians. ACCC congratulates the government for making investments designed to address Canada's skills gap. Budget 2013 acknowledges the role colleges and institutes play in ensuring that Canadian industry is prepared with technology and skilled employees necessary to compete in the global economy." End quote. For the first time, the Canada Job Grant will take skills training choices out of the hands of the government and put them where they belong, Mr. Speaker, in the hands of employees with unfilled jobs and Canadians who want to work. The new grant will result in one essential thing for unemployed or underemployed Canadians: a new and a better job. Another initiative included in the budget that will create jobs is creating opportunities for apprentices. This will support the use of apprentices in federal construction and maintenance contracts in Ontario. Construction season will soon be upon us, Mr. Speaker, and in its full force, and it's encouraging to see that our government has a plan to have apprentices get more hands-on experience. Another component of getting hands-on experience is internships, and supporting more internships for recent post-secondary graduates will invest $70 million, Mr. Speaker, and an additional 5,000 paid internships for recent post-secondary graduates in Ontario and across Canada. Recent graduates have spoken to me, Mr. Speaker, in my riding about this, and our government has listened. Our finance minister has also consulted with high school students. These kids will all be graduates in the next 5 to 6 years, and we are helping to shape the job environment for them today, Mr. Speaker. We're not waiting. In order to fill the skill gap in our country that we face, we need students to undertake education in high-demand fields, including the skilled trades, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The Promoting Education in High-Demand Fields aims to do just that. I'm working hard to help people in my riding look for these opportunities for their future careers. And while it's important to get unemployed Canadians into the workforce, it's just as important to ensure that we support our seniors. They are the ones that help build and make our country great. Mr. Speaker, our seniors have laid the foundations that we all tread upon today. Strong and lasting foundations, Mr. Speaker, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. Since 2006, over $2.7 billion in annual tax relief has been provided to seniors and pensioners, including introducing pension income splitting, increasing the age credit amount by $2,000, doubling the pension income credit to $2,000, increasing GIS recipients can earn through employment without any reduction to their benefits from $500 to $3,500. So a single pensioner, for example, earning $3,500 or more will now be able to keep up to an additional $1,500 in annual benefits. Increasing the age limit for RSP to RIF from 71 to 69. Established the landmark tax-free savings account, which is particularly beneficial for seniors, and introducing largest GIS increase over 25 years, which gave eligible low-income seniors additional benefits of up to $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples, helping more than 680,000 seniors across Canada, and, of course, Mr. Speaker, removing 380,000 seniors from the tax rolls. Mr. Speaker, this government values our seniors, and Etobicoke Centre has one of the highest populations of seniors in Canada. So that's why Economic Action Plan 2013 introduces new measures to improve the quality of life for Canadian seniors. And that includes, Mr. Speaker, expanding tax relief for home care services to include personal care services for those who, due to age, infirmity, or disability, require assistance at home. Better protecting seniors using financial services by working with banks and other financial institutions to ensure that they develop and distribute clear information about powers of attorney and bank services targeted to seniors' needs. And supporting palliative care services by providing the Pallium Foundation of Canada with $3 million over the next 3 years to support training for frontline health care providers, and encouraging the timely implementation of pooled registered pension plan by working with the provinces to expand their availability across Canada. And, of course, assisting in the construction and renovation of accessible community facilities by investing $15 million a year, Mr. Speaker, in Enabling Accessibility Fund. This action builds on our government's strong record of supporting Canada's seniors since taking office in 2006, and I believe that's an enviable record. Economic Action Plan 2013 takes care of our veterans as well, Mr. Seniors. These brave men and women have served our country valiantly and fought to defend the freedoms and the values that we as Canadians believe in. They deserve to be properly recognized, and it pleases me greatly to see that this budget will enhance the funeral and burial program by simplifying it and more than doubling the current funeral services reimbursement rate from $3,600 to $7,376, Mr. Speaker. This will go a long way in helping ease the burden of funeral costs for families of veterans. We have heard these veterans, Mr. Speaker, including those of us in the House with previous service, and I am delighted that this issue has been addressed by our government. This government honors our veterans, Mr. Speaker. I would like to also bring to the attention of this House that Economic Action Plan 2013 includes $8 million in funding for Massey Hall, Venerable Massey Hall, to help support its restoration and revitalization. This is an important cultural institution in the heart of Toronto. Yes, Mr. Speaker. It's an exciting time for Toronto as it gears up to host the Pan Am and Parapan Games in July 2015, and our government has already invested significantly in these games, including renovations in the Etobicoke Olympium in my riding. And I hope to see many youth be inspired by the athletes that attend those games. Our government is making it easier for kids to get active and healthy, and Economic Action Plan 2013 will eliminate tariffs on sporting goods and athletic equipment. By taking this action, Mr. Speaker, our government fully expects the wholesalers and distributors and retailers to pass these savings on to our consumers. I'll just sum up. The $33 billion Building Canada plan launched by our government, Mr. Speaker, supported over 12,000 infrastructure projects across Canada. Economic Action Plan 2013 continues to deliver with new Building Canada plan. This will provide over $53 billion in predictable infrastructure funding for the next 10 years. This is the largest and longest federal investment job in creating infrastructure in Canadian history. I hope that the opposition will support creating jobs, support funding for infrastructure, support our seniors, support our veterans, and support our students and apprentices getting practical hands-on experience. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to balancing the budget in 2015, and I call on the members of the opposite side to support Economic Action Plan 2013. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll take
questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La député de Louis Hébert.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. One thing in the budget is the phasing out of the tax credit for labor-sponsored venture capital corporations. A study shows that the government is giving with one hand through the tax credit and taking back that same money over the next 3 years. So in the fourth year, it's profitable for the government to do this. So I'd like to know from my colleague why he opposes something that creates jobs, economic growth, and prosperity. Why doesn't the government support this?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd almost think that the honourable member crossed over to our side. We, of course, support growth. We support promoting jobs. Okay, on this side. We support promoting jobs. We created over 950,000 jobs in Canada. We've lowered taxes over 150 times, Mr. Speaker. We're lowering the tariffs on the sports equipment and other consumer goods I just talked about. This government is fully committed to jobs and growth in Canada, and we fully support it. And we hope that that members opposite, Mr. Speaker, will listen to us and listen to this budget and embrace it and support the budget and support Canada and its growth.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was interested in my honourable colleague's comments, particularly when he talked about the recession having started in 2009. I think if he were to actually check the history of this, he would find it was the fall of 2008 that the recession actually started, which is, of course, of interest, since if he looks, he can find articles from July the 25th of 2008 by Reuters and CBC talking about the fact that the country was in deficit, that the Conservative government, which inherited a huge surplus, put us in deficit by April of 2008. So that's well before the recession began, even way before, according to his numbers, but it was certainly before the fall of 2008. Now, secondly, he talks about some job creation numbers from July of 2009. If he goes online, he can also find articles from the summer of 2009, even December of 2009, when municipalities were complaining about how slow the government was, the federal government was, to get money out for infrastructure under the stimulus plan, which of course was the budget was announced at the end of January of 2009, but it was the budget for 2009-10. It was the budget for the year that started April the 1st. So that money didn't get started rolling out, it seems, until at least the fall or after that. So how can he claim credit for job numbers in 2009? And what does he think about the $2 billion increase in EI premiums on businesses in this country, on employers?
Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I thank him for listening very, very carefully. He's correct. I meant to say 2008, not 2009. It's a typo in my speech. And Mr. Speaker, this government, since it took office in 2006, has managed this economy brilliantly. All the major leading institutions in the world will tell you that. We are the greatest nation and greatest economy in the G7 right now. The British, I just read in the paper today, are in fact lowering taxes to their small businesses for just that reason, to encourage job growth and to encourage stimulus in their economy. And when we took over, Mr. Speaker, and the recession hit back in 2008, this government took prudent steps to be able to stimulate the economy, keep people at work, and thus we've ended up in the position we're in today as the greatest nation, the greatest economy in the G7, Mr. Speaker.
Time for one short question and response. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, I'd like to return the kind words to the member from Etobicoke Centre about our veterans. And since he spoke, I was able to look around. The member from Pickering, Scarborough East, Glengarry, Prescott, Russell, Winnipeg North, Westmount, Ville-Marie, and BC Southern Ontario have all served, would share our combined passion for the fact that this budget focuses on skilled trades and apprentices, and specifically the Helmets to Hard Hats program, and how these skilled trades can take in our veterans and be targeted on the Building Canada plan. I'd ask the member to speak a little bit about that coordination the government's been doing.
Member for Etobicoke Centre, a short response, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, as he is also a co-founder of the True Patriot Love Foundation, has now raised over $13 million for veterans, and he's well positioned to ask that question, because the Helmets to Hard Hats program is a vital program for our veterans as a transition out of military service to take up skilled trades in a very needed sector in Canada in terms of the skilled trades, and the program that offers this opportunity will help our veterans not only transition but to live good, solid, decent economic lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debates. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This latest Conservative budget is not a good one for Newfoundland and Labrador. From yet more cuts to the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans, at this point, Mr. Speaker, they're amputating bone. There is no more meat within DFO to cut. I'll come back to that in a moment. To charging tax on hospital parking. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are already vicious with the fact they're being charged to park outside hospitals, charged to see their doctors, in other words, Mr. Speaker, to increasing the age of eligibility for old age security to 67 from 65. This budget is not a good one for Newfoundland and Labrador. It's not good for the fisheries. It's not good for the sick. It's not good for their families. It's not good for seniors. It's not good for First Nations, Mr. Speaker. Workfare is to be introduced in this budget whereby Aboriginal youth will be forced to work for their benefits. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, post-secondary funding for Aboriginal youth doesn't come close. It doesn't come close to meeting the need. This budget is also not good for the unemployed. The Conservatives are following through on their EI changes that punish workers by forcing them to take lower-paying jobs or jobs outside of their communities, outside of their outports. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is not good for the vast majority of students. There's nothing in the budget to tackle crippling student debt. The average federal student debt load stands at $28,000. There's a problem in this country, Mr. Speaker, with accessibility and affordability of post-secondary education from one province to the next, and there's nothing in this budget to address that. This budget is not good for the vast majority of young Canadians. There are 240,000 more young Canadians unemployed today than before the recession. And all this budget does for youth job creation is re-announce $70 million in funding over 3 years for 5,000 internships. That's a start, Mr. Speaker. But again, it skims the surface of the actual need. Closer to home, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing in the Conservative budget to offset the 4% increase to Marine Atlantic fares that's due to come into effect on April the 1st. If that doesn't amount to a tax increase for all of Newfoundland and Labrador, I don't know what does, Mr. Speaker. Newsflash for the Conservatives. Newfoundland is an island, and when you increase the ferry rates, the cost of everything, Mr. Speaker, eventually goes up. There's barely a mention of Labrador in the budget, Mr. Speaker. And the one mention was for an old jobs program. For Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, and I said this last week during question period, Labrador is just a place to pull puppet strings. If Labrador can't get a decent mention in a federal budget that's released just before a federal by-election, on the eve of a federal by-election in Labrador, well, Labrador will never get anything. Conservatives seem more preoccupied with winning the Labrador seat than actually doing something concrete for Labrador. And you know what they're saying back home, Mr. Speaker. I also mentioned this the other day, last week. You either do it the right way, Mr. Speaker, you either do it the right way or the panache way. Conservatives choose to cheat Labradorians out of fair representation. That's the panache way, and they defend it at every turn. Mr. Speaker, the Atlantic Caucus of the New Democratic Party was in Labrador West this past fall. One of the chief concerns we heard on the ground in Labrador West was the desperate need for affordable housing. The mining industry, iron ore specifically, is doing very well, but the vacancy rate is practically zero. The local college offers a mining course that practically guarantees employment, but classes aren't full because there's no place for students to live. We heard stories about how women remain in abusive relationships, Mr. Speaker, because there's nowhere else for them to go. There's nothing in the Conservative budget that tackles the national housing crisis in any real way. The Conservative government is investing $253 million in affordable housing, but that does nothing to address the lack of affordable housing in Canada through a national housing strategy. Throwing money at the provinces without, in the absence of, a national plan is irresponsible. It makes no sense. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to say now, I should have said this from the start, but I'll be sharing my time with the member for, with another member for St. How do you pronounce that?
Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Saint-Bagot. Did I have that right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still working on my French, Mr. Speaker. I stood on my feet in February to address the need for a national housing strategy, to talk about the needs for Labrador, to talk about the housing needs on the northeast Avalon in Newfoundland. And then what did every last Conservative member, including Peter Panashaway, do? They voted against a national housing strategy. There's nothing, Mr. Speaker, in this budget for the people of Labrador. Let me reiterate. If Labrador can't get anything substantive from a federal budget that's released on the eve of a federal by-election in Labrador, from what we can be seen, an election budget for Labrador, that's what this amounts to, Mr. Speaker, an election budget for Labrador. If Labrador can't get anything now, Labrador will never, ever get anything from this Conservative government. Newfoundland and Labrador MPs are supposed to represent Newfoundland and Labrador in Ottawa. They're not supposed to represent Ottawa in Newfoundland and Labrador. Again, Mr. Speaker, that's the panache way. That's not the right way. It's not the New Democratic way. I mentioned DFO earlier in my speech, Mr. Speaker. Newfoundland and Labrador may not be the great fishing epicenter that it once was, that we once were. The Grand Banks of Newfoundland may not be what they once were, but that doesn't mean the Government of Canada should walk away from a responsibility for our fisheries that it took over when Newfoundland joined Confederation in 1949. But that's what's happening, Mr. Speaker. The latest cut has the Conservative government slashing the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans budget by $108 million over 6 years. $108 million over 6 years. There's talk that regional headquarters, like the one in St. John's, Newfoundland, could close. I have a direct quote, Mr. Speaker, from the budget. Quote, to complement these savings, Fisheries and Oceans Canada will also improve regional program efficiencies by reducing management overhead and consolidating decision-making authorities. Now, does that say directly that regional offices will close, Mr. Speaker? No, the wording never does, Mr. Speaker, but the writing most definitely appears on the wall. I also mentioned hospital parking earlier in my speech, Mr. Speaker. This budget requires that GST, HST be paid on all hospital parking. Currently, public sector bodies are exempt. So, the change will make parking spaces or facilities operated by a municipality or hospital taxable. Canadians, Newfoundlanders and Labradorians see the parking fees that are most definitely destined to increase as a financial barrier to health care, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government is charging people to see their doctors. That's what this amounts to. Charging people, Mr. Speaker, for medical treatment. That's what this amounts to again. So let me sum up. Let me sum up all the people that this Conservative government is leaving behind or so arrogantly neglecting in this budget. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians first. Labrador, or the Big Land in particular. Seniors, students, young people, First Nations, Canadian youth, low-income Canadians, fishermen. Labradorians are lucky in a way, Mr. Speaker. They're lucky in a way. As I mentioned, a by-election will be called there soon. A by-election in which the people of Labrador will have an opportunity to send a message to the Conservative government that their way of governing, dictating from Ottawa without a moral compass, is unacceptable. All Canadians, Mr. Speaker, all Canadians should be so lucky to have that opportunity, to have that voting opportunity here and now, because the Conservatives would find themselves out of office, Mr. Speaker. They would find themselves out of office here and now, and we would not have to wait 2 more long years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John's South Mount Pearl will have 5 minutes remaining for questions and comments when the House next returns to the motion. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible efforts of emergency first responders and civilians in my constituency of Edmonton-Leduc following the massive multi-vehicle crash that occurred on the Queen Elizabeth Highway last Thursday. Following a fast-moving and violent storm in our region, approximately 100 vehicles were involved in the accident that caused the highway to be closed down in both directions. It is with pride that I note how quickly and effectively the City of Leduc set up an emergency operations centre to ensure that efforts were well coordinated to support first responder and motorist needs. Hospitals, emergency crews and police from throughout the capital region collaborated to treat those who suffered injuries from the accident. Buses were also brought in to serve as multi-casualty centres, as well as to shelter individuals from the inclement weather. Additionally, the Leduc Recreation Centre set up a reception centre to provide a place of refuge for those who were involved in the accident south of the city. Fortunately, there was no loss of life following what was one of the largest motor vehicle accidents in Alberta's history. I would like to thank all of those who stepped up to respond to this accident. It reiterates just how selfless and willing to serve our emergency responders are. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our communities are filled with unsung heroes that make our communities great. One such group of heroes in my riding were 18 World War II veterans who for over 20 years devoted their time to reading and telling stories to kids at Courcelette Public School. It is with great sadness that I rise today to acknowledge the passing of the last member of this group, Mr. Alex Napier. Beyond reading to the kids every Monday, the 98-year-old Mr. Napier became part of the lives of many generations of students at the school. This group of veterans valiantly rose to defend Canada in our time of need. Their service did not end with the war. It continued right up to the passing of Mr. Napier and continues today in the lives and memories of the kids of Courcelette. I'm truly humbled and thankful for the lifetime of public service and dedication of this extraordinary group of veterans. Mr. Napier was a legend to the staff and students at Courcelette Public School, and we in Scarborough Southwest will truly miss him. On behalf of a grateful community in Canada, thank you.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize and congratulate Global Vision's Junior Team Canada ambassadors that are in Ottawa today. These youth represent Canadian communities from coast to coast to coast and have worked together to develop innovative ways to actively involve their peers in civic engagement, economic development, and Arctic sovereignty. As ambassadors, they have led the first ever domestic trade mission to Nunavut to foster North-South dialogue as youth leaders. Throughout their work as Junior Team Canada ambassadors, they've demonstrated true attachment to Canada, helping to build stronger, more viable communities. This would not have been possible without the valuable partnership of Canadian Heritage, First Air, TD Bank, and Canadian Commercial Corporation, and the universities across Canada, providing youth the unique opportunity to understand Canada beyond their back door. I encourage them to continue to get involved, take action, and be engaged as the leaders of today.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I was truly moved to be at Victoria Island today to welcome the group of young people who finished their 1,600-kilometre journey to Ottawa in support of the Idle No More movement. The initial 6 young people left their James Bay Cree community of Wamagustui in January on their journey of Nishiu, which means Journey of the People in Cree. Ce groupe d'individus marche.
This group of individuals who walked on snow using snowshoes welcomed hundreds more people who joined them along the way during this journey.
People have inspired us all with their message of hope and their plea that the government change its unilateral and paternalistic approach to Aboriginal people in Canada. The Liberal Party of Canada wholeheartedly supports these young people and their inspiring message. We must now honour their courage by working with Aboriginal peoples to close the unacceptable gaps in outcomes in terms of health, education, housing, water, and their participation in the economy.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, the sport of wrestling has been with us for much of human history. Wrestling was part of the original Olympic Games dating back to 708 BC, and it was a major competition when the modern games began in 1896. The appeal of these sports spans tens of hundreds of years. Wrestling represents the very best of competition as it pits 2 opponents in a struggle to prove their agility, strength, and tenacity. Yet, the recent trend of the Olympics has been to encourage sports where a winner is chosen by judges who assign points based on an opaque system of preferences. Audience members can agree with the judges' decisions or be confused by their choices. Not so with wrestling. Everybody understands that once you pin the other wrestler on the mat, you're the indisputable winner. It is why there are wrestling clubs throughout my riding, province, and our nation. I'm proud of this tradition which dates back to ancient Greece. So I'm disappointed in the International Olympic Committee's decision to take wrestling out of the Games. To eliminate wrestling from the Olympics is trendy, snobbish, and it is wrong. This decision should be reversed.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to underscore the 40th anniversary of an important establishment in my riding, the Saint-Pierre Centre. Founded in 1973 as a response to the social transformation of the Centre-South neighbourhood of Montreal, the Centre Saint-Pierre is now a veritable institution. Every year, over 150,000 people come to civically engage towards a more fair, democratic society that is more sensitive to the well-being of individuals. This centre is a popular education centre and offers training, accompaniment, and community intervention. It is a true multi-resource hub and also a forum for the social movement and a people center for conferences held by organizations and associations of all backgrounds. It is therefore with a great deal of pride that I would like to underline the 40 years of existence of this centre and the relevance of its mission, as well as the strength of the values that underpin it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
As spring arrives in Canada, Mr. Speaker, Nowruz, the Persian New Year, is being celebrated across our country. In 2009, this House unanimously proclaimed Nowruz officially to acknowledge its importance. As government liaison to the Persian and Iranian community, I'm eager to congratulate people of Iranian background on the legacy left by Persian pioneers of democracy such as Cyrus and Mossadegh. Persians love their poets. To honor Iranian Canadians, I've written a poem called Persian Spring. Close your eyes and think back to the dwindling snow on the slopes of a land 3 millennia ago. With the waning of winter, we welcome Nowruz, the Eshka of springtime, long sought-after news. Dream with me, sing with me, candles alight. Think castles, oases, and sweet-smelling night. Think freedom, azadi. Think rule of law. Think everything noble the great Cyrus saw. Keep the faith, brothers and sisters and friends. Our strength is our faith, and our faith never ends. Remembering history, we're on the right track. Persia's best and her brightest are soon coming back. Happy Nowruz, Nowruz Mubarak, Nowruz Piruz.
The honourable member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, today I call on this House to join me in celebrating an outstanding Canadian from Brantford, a young Algonquin College basketball star and a Good Samaritan, Holly Ryerson. Last summer, late at night, Holly witnessed 3 young offenders robbing and senselessly attacking a helpless stranger right here in Ottawa. As 3 attackers brutally kicked and slammed the victim's head to the pavement, Holly intervened to protect the stranger without regard for her own safety, and then she called the police. Holly suffered a concussion, emotional trauma, hand and back injuries, but likely saved that stranger's life. Mr. Speaker, what is so remarkable about Holly is not just her heroism, but her selflessness. She is an outstanding citizen who did what she knew was right, never asking for recognition or anything else in return. To Holly, we say thank you for standing up and doing what is right. Your courage, integrity, and constant optimism is a blessing to all of us. You are a true hero.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Veteran Affairs Review and Appeal Board is out of touch with the needs of our country's veterans. Mr. Speaker, too many veterans are left without adequate financial support. Veterans like Gordon Fergus, a 71-year-old pensioner who has served with the Reserve Forces and militia for more than 2 decades. He has been decorated with numerous awards. However, his service to Canada was not without sacrifice. Mr. Fergus sustained several injuries that have led to long-term disability. His disability application has been a struggle with the board since 2001. After many years of service to his country, Mr. Fergus is unable to keep up with the cost of medication. What does this say about our price we place on freedom and democracy? To me, Mr. Speaker, this is no way to treat Canadians like Mr. Fergus, who has served our country so bravely. It is time the Conservatives make the welfare and health of our veterans a priority.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate James Pond, one of the last surviving head taxpayers who passed away last Friday at the age of 95. James Pond lived a truly accomplished life. He studied engineering and business and even won a Governor General's Award for his innovation that aided Canada's aircraft industry in World War II. He advocated tirelessly for an official apology for the unjust head tax and to have the Chinese railway workers recognized for their profound contributions. James Pond helped educate Canadians and founded numerous community-based initiatives. He was one of 6 head taxpayers present in this House, Mr. Speaker, when our Prime Minister delivered a historic apology in June of 2006. Mr. Speaker, I ask my honourable colleagues to join me in recognizing the amazing contributions James Pond, a truly outstanding Canadian, made to Canada, and to offer our condolences to the Pond family for their loss.
Honourable member for Abitibi Bay James and VKU.
Today it is with great pride that I rise to welcome the walkers of the journey of Nishiu to Parliament Hill. The journey The journey began in Wamakch during the depths of winter with 7 youth and their guide. Today they arrived here on Parliament Hill after walking 1,600 kilometers and growing to over 400 youth joining along the way. With the message of unity, the journey of Nishiyu has captured the imagination of people from all across Canada, from all walks of life, and has inspired the Aboriginal youth from across the country to think big and take pride in who they are. I especially want to acknowledge the original 7 walkers who started it all: Stanley George Jr., Johnny Abraham, David Coapit, Raymond Coapit, Jordan Masty, Gordy Rupert, Travis George, and guide Isaac Coapit. It was your vision and your dedication that made this journey a success. On behalf of my people of the riding, and on behalf of all Canadians for that matter, thank you for your inspiration. Thank you for inspiring young and old. Thank you for that extended hand of reconciliation.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, the final debate before Liberal members, supporters, and Facebook friends decide who will lead the third party, there was a new focus on keeping Canadians safe and standing up for victims. On this side of the House, we welcome any reversal of the Liberal soft-on-crime position, which goes back to Pierre Trudeau-era Solicitor General Jean-Pierre Goyer, who said, "It's time to take the focus off public safety and put it on the rights of convicted criminals." Mr. Speaker, it's important to remind Canadians it was the Liberal Party that opposed enshrining the law of rights of victims to receive information about their attacker. They opposed giving victims the right to participate fully in parole hearings, and they opposed funding for the National Crime Prevention Centre, including the Youth Gang Prevention Fund. That is on top of their continued opposition to tougher sentences for serious and violent criminals. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know they can always count on the Liberal Party to put the rights of convicted criminals before the rights of victims.
The honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, it has been said that the ripest peach is highest on the tree, and if I can expand on that metaphor, York West is a tall tree with a unique harvest. Promoting Education and Community Health, also known as PEACH, is a local, non-profit, charitable agency that has been rooted in the Jane Finch community since 1993. Their mandate includes working with marginalized youth in a resiliency promoting framework, and in my experience, they are exceptional at what they do. For 20 years, PEACH has helped young people become productive members of our society. They empower marginalized youth to reimagine their future, allowing them to overcome setbacks, reconnect to education, experience strong support, improve their skills, and become engaged in the community activities, express themselves, and feel connected. In short, PEACH is another word for hope to many who had forgotten the meaning of that word, and for that we are all very thankful. Thank you to PEACH and everybody and volunteers who work with them.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for the NDP leader, it has been a year to forget. Since winning his party's leadership, the NDP leader has advocated for a $20 billion carbon tax that would increase the cost of everything, shamefully attack Canadian interests and jobs on the world stage, called the growth of our resource sector a disease, called Canada's premiers messengers, advocated for over $56 billion in youth spending, met with a convicted cop shooter and advocated for him to immigrate to Canada, lost 3 MPs, including 1 to the separatist Bloc Québécois, placed a higher priority on placating separatists and defending Canadian unity, and was forced to repay the illegal donations he took from his union bosses. I think I speak for all members on this side of the House when I wish the NDP leader many more years to come.
The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
The votes are in, and I'm proud to report that Labrador New Democrats have chosen Harry Borlase to represent them in the upcoming by-election. Harry was raised in Goose Bay. He's an expert in polar law. Best of all, Mr. Speaker, he's never had to resign due to massive election law violations. New Democrats believe it's up to Labradorians to exercise their democratic choice, but we also believe in letting the rule of law run its course. That's why Peter Panashwe, after resigning in disgrace, should bow out of this campaign until Elections Canada and possibly the RCMP complete their investigations into the dozens of illegal campaign donations he accepted. While the Conservatives field a self-admitted lawbreaker and a divided Liberal Party squabbles over their candidate, New Democrats are proud to offer a positive alternative who Labradorians can trust and a candidate who will put Labrador first.
The honourable member from Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, last week our government introduced Economic Action Plan 2013, our Conservative government's plan to continue to keep taxes low for families, seniors and businesses.
Brilliant plan.
Our government's record is second to none. We have reduced taxes over 150 times, and thanks to our Conservative government, the average family of four pays over $3,000 less in federal taxes each year.
Indeed.
While our government is standing up for Canadian families and businesses by keeping the taxes low, the NDP leader has a different plan in mind.
Shame on him.
The NDP leader's plan includes over $56 billion in new spending, which means he's going to need to find a way to pay for it. That's where the NDP leader's $20 billion carbon tax comes in. The new tax on everything would raise the price of everything, including gas, groceries, and electricity. Canadians know that our Conservative record on the economy is one that protects their interests and is helping the Canadian economy grow. We will vigorously oppose the NDP leader's plan to impose a job-killing $20 billion carbon tax on Canadians.
Oral questions, orale. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for 3 months now, 6 young Cree from northern Quebec have traveled 1,600 kilometers over ice and snow to reach Ottawa with the hope of new relations between Canada and the First Nations. Now, spring has arrived, and there are hundreds of them. But the problem is that instead of giving them hope, the new Conservative budget crushes them with paternalistic programs. The Prime Minister promised equality in education. How is it then that Canada is still putting 30% less in education for young Aboriginals than for other Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Budget 2013 is jobs, economic growth and long-term prosperity for all Canadians. We brought forward a number of concrete measures to help First Nations communities. These include significant investments in First Nations infrastructure, First Nations policing program, the Aboriginal Justice Strategy, enhancing health and mental health services for First Nations and Inuit. The question is, Mr. Speaker, will the Leader of the NDP do the right thing and stand up and support all these meaningful investments for our First Nations?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
To his talking points, he didn't listen to the question. Why do we pay 30% less for education for First Nations youth than for other Canadians? Their budget is a shell game. There's $1 billion less for infrastructure next year. 10 years frozen, 10 years of darkness for the communities, 10 years of crumbling infrastructure. Does he understand, or generally, Mr. Speaker, do they not understand that the cost of government programs have to be adjusted for inflation? Is it incompetence or just dishonesty?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP want more taxes, higher deficits and more government spending. On this side of the House, we want to ensure that every single dollar of the taxpayers' money is spent wisely and well, and that we get real value. That's exactly what we're doing. We're focused on economic growth. We're focused on job creation. Measures like the Canada Jobs Grant. We want to know, will the NDP stand up and do the right thing and support the Canada Jobs Grant, something that will help create many, many jobs right across our country?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When you hear malarkey like that, you know why they want to destroy the PBO. This weekend, outgoing Parliamentary Budget Officer Kevin Page said Conservatives are trying to, quote, unwind the PBO. Page slammed Conservatives for refusing to come clean about the details of $14 billion in cuts included in this budget. Without a full-time budget watchdog, Canadians are being kept in the dark. Why are the Conservatives continuing to hide the truth from Canadian taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, Let me tell you about someone who is trying to hide the truth. The leader of the NDP went to Washington, said he was not going to talk about Keystone, was not going to take a position, and then behind closed doors with top American congressional leaders, he trash-talked the Canadian economy. He lobbied against the Canadian project, one that would create literally thousands and thousands of jobs. Will the leader of the NDP do the right thing, stand in his place, and apologize for stop trash-talking Canada?
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans stated, and I quote, "Grace, you're an excellent cook. You're going to make a wonderful wife for somebody." Will the Minister confirm these remarks held during an event to promote the budget?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the member opposite is following the newscast in our talk about the federal budget. It was indeed a great day to promote our budget on Friday, and it was we had significant interest in it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Wow. Leave it to the Conservatives to encourage young women to get married as part of their economic action plan. Well, his comments were disrespectful. Come on, yes, Grace, you're a great cook. You're going to make a wonderful wife for somebody. In other words, there. Stop planning for your future. So is this the kind of response that women can expect from Conservatives with their economic action plan?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the opposition has little to find in fault in our budget, Mr. Speaker, if this is the only type of question it can ask in this House. Thank you.
Order. The Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are spending hundreds of millions of dollars on wasteful advertising while depriving Canadians of the services they pay for and need. They are standing behind disgraced cheater Peter Panashaway in Labrador, who stood for wasteful Conservative advertising but stood against protecting search and rescue. His indifference to Labrador and his failure to stand up for search and rescue had tragic results with 14-year-old Burton Winters. Why are the Conservatives willing to spend millions on self-promotion while failing to fund search and rescue in Labrador?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Peter Panashaway was a great representative for Labrador, a strong voice for economic development and job creation.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs has the floor now.
He was instrumental in getting support for the Muskrat Falls development, something that will transform the economy of Labrador. He fought to get increased internet speed in Labrador. He fought against the wasteful long gun registry. This is something, all three of these things are something that could never be done by the third party, and he delivered for the good people of Labrador.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
The Conservatives are spending hundreds of millions of dollars on wasteful advertising while starving Canadians of the services they need. The Prime Minister is standing behind electoral fraudster Peter Panashaway in Labrador because he stood for wasteful Conservative advertising and stood against extending an extra 5 weeks of EI for the people of Labrador who face seasonal employment. Instead of standing up for seasonal workers in Labrador, Peter Panashaway stood up for Conservative propaganda. Why are the Conservatives willing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on self-promotion while failing to support the people of Labrador?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Let me tell you what this individual did. He worked hard for job creation, for economic growth. He was part of a team that saw the Canadian economy create hundreds of thousands of jobs since the bottom of the economic recession. Someone who was working to transform the economy of Labrador, to make it one of the economic engines of this country. We need strong leadership. We need people who can get the job done like this individual did over the past 2 years.
The Honourable Member for Humber, St. Barbe, Bay Verte.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have absolutely no problem spending hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money on partisan propaganda while they cut funding the fisheries. With Peter Panashaway looking on as part of that team the minister refers to, Newfoundland and Labrador's cabinet observers saw fisheries science being cut to the bone, the EI left without marketing support, crumbling infrastructure, slashes to EI, fisheries EI, and inadequate habitat and conservation protection. With Peter Panashwe looking on with his team aboard, government said to fishermen, you got what you had coming to you. Now, what are they...
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
You know, Mr. Speaker, there has long been a tradition that we present a comprehensive budget, economic action plan, that it would get the focus of attention of this House. All the Liberals are doing or following scandals. We can look at the advertising spending of this government. This government, Mr. Speaker, spends $20 million less on advertising than the Liberal government did. We're focused on what the priority of Canadians is, 950,000 net new jobs, more hope and more opportunity for the people of Labrador and all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are just playing a shell game when it comes to infrastructure spending. They're renaming some programs, they're cutting others, but the net result is clear. Over $1 billion taken out of infrastructure spending in each of the next 2 years. With crumbling bridges, gridlocked roads, and transit being starved, it's a shell game that will cost our cities dearly. So why the deception? Why are they claiming their budget increases infrastructure when their own budget numbers contradict them?
And the Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, let me quote the FCM President, Karen Leibovici. The budget delivers significant gains for Canada's cities and communities. We applaud the government for choosing to continue moving our communities forward, even as it meets its immediate fiscal challenges.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, like the vast majority across the country, have congratulated our government for our infrastructure plan. It's just the opposition that doesn't get it, Mr. Speaker.
Well, let's deal with some facts here, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister himself admitted that there was a decrease in funding, not an increase in infrastructure funding. Mr. Speaker, the government leaks the contents of the budget when it suits them. They let out information about HoC equipment, tariffs, but hidden away deep in the budget was a $300 million hike on other tariffs. They used deceptive leaks to cover up massive tax hikes. So why aren't they just being honest with Canadians about the real impact of their budget?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be honest with Canadians. I don't think the opposition even understand what they were referring to, general preferential tariffs. I'm sure that's what the honourable member was trying to spit out. This is actually a foreign aid program, Mr. Speaker, that was created back in the 1970s to give special treatment to countries that are developing, Mr. Speaker. And I would suggest that the 72 countries that we took off of that list have actually developed. And, Mr. Speaker, this gives some benefits, this gives some hope to the actual least developed countries that are trying to compete with those, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, abolishing tax credits for Labour-sponsored funds is such an idiotic decision that now, once again, the Conservatives are squabbling amongst themselves. For the second time in a week, the Minister of Tourism and Small Businesses contradicted one of his colleagues. At a press conference last Friday, he explained that Labour-sponsored funds the tax credit had been cancelled because there was unfair competition with others. At the same time, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance stated in the House that the tax credit had been cut because it wasn't working. Why is there so much division in the Conservative caucus? Is it because simply abolishing this tax credit is simply impossible to justify? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised by my colleague opposite's remarks because the NDP, as it usually does, takes comments by national union leaders in Quebec and repeats them. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that the tax credits have not fulfilled the purpose they were designed for. The funds are overcapitalized as we speak, Mr. Speaker, and only 11% of the funds are really invested in developing small businesses in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the decision, this stupid decision, represents nothing less than an attack on investment. It doesn't do anything to create jobs in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the Vice President of the Fonds de Solidarité was clear, and he stated it makes no sense for the Conservative government to eliminate this important incentive to saving. The CEO of Fonds d'Action, Léopold Beaulieu, said for many people who have low incomes, modest incomes, one of these funds is the only way they can save for their retirement. Mr. Speaker, 60% of these funds are used to start up businesses in the regions. Why do the Conservatives want to attack Quebec's jobs and small and medium-sized businesses? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, misinformation from my colleague opposite. It's not 60% of funds that are invested in startups for small businesses in Quebec, but 11% of the funds, Mr. Speaker. The FDQ fund is sufficient for responding to that and to increase the funding for small and medium-sized businesses, Mr. Speaker, in Quebec. It could be used. So what I could tell the honourable member opposite is that we have a budget that respects what Quebecers want. No tax increases, a return to fiscal balance, and it's unfortunate that the members opposite always call for more tax. The honourable member for Rimouski-Niget-Témiscouata-les-Basques. $10 billion over 10 years in the FDQ funds. Jobs created. That's an economic success, Mr. Speaker, in the province. The government's decision to re-centralize manpower training makes no sense. The results obtained, it doesn't take into account the results obtained by the provinces in the region. The Quebec report from Quebec has shown that 140,000 people have found a job after using a training program. Last year, training efforts in Quebec saved $220 million in EI payments. Why change a winning formula like that, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Jobs Grant will help people who are unemployed or people to improve their standing. Listen to what the Accountants Association of Canada has said. By creating this kind of a solution, the federal government has shown leadership to make up for the shortfall of skilled labourers. I would encourage the provinces to support it. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Niget-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, that's the Conservative way. They don't negotiate with the province. They take away $2 billion and then they say they have to invest one for it to work, Mr. Speaker. But let's talk about another economic model that works that the Conservatives want to repair. Credit unions are institutions that have played a crucial and determinate role in business community, building a dynamic business community in Quebec, creating jobs in the regions. Despite this economic success, Conservatives have decided once again to attack credit unions and caisses populaires by increasing their taxes without even having the decency to warn them ahead of time. Why are the Conservatives attacking credit unions and caisses populaires that way? The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Speaker, the NDP are showing us their economic expertise. They actually don't understand that credit unions still have access to the lowest small business tax rate out there, and that has actually not changed. We're simply eliminating an outdated tax subsidy that was set in place back in the 1970s when tax systems were very much different. We've actually reduced taxes in many other ways, Mr. Speaker. No other business, I would remind honourable members, receives this special tax subsidy that the credit unions were receiving.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, when the Quebec government changed its tax arrangements with credit unions, it talked to them first. This Conservative change came out of nowhere. Millions of Canadians are members of credit unions. By increasing the tax on the profits of credit unions, Conservatives are taking away the shared benefits that credit union members get every year. Mr. Speaker, why the backdoor attack on people's pocketbooks, and why no consultation?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we do respect the fact that credit unions have actually helped many, many Canadians, and they continue to do that. Mr. Speaker, they're becoming very large operations, and they still, and I would repeat, they still have access to the lowest small business tax rate, Mr. Speaker. As referenced in the question, Quebec actually did eliminate this comparable subsidy back in 2003, and we continue to be a strong supporter of credit unions, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, their attack on credit unions will take $205 million out of the pockets of Canadians over the next 5 years. The Conservatives are also adding GST to hospital parking in this budget. The Canadian Medical Association Journal noted in 2011 that high fees are a barrier to health care. But instead of giving Canadians a break, the Conservatives are raising taxes on people who visit their loved ones in hospital. Why the attack on sick Canadians and their families?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, I certainly reject the premise of that question, Mr. Speaker. We are simply, and I know the NDP don't understand anything about tax fairness, but perhaps if they stop screaming and actually listen to the answer to the question, we are actually ensuring that commercially paid parking is treated the same under the tax system everywhere across this country, Mr. Speaker. We've actually lowered the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%, and it's providing all Canadians important tax relief, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans once again finds itself on the chopping block. The budget revealed this department is facing over $100 million in cuts. Conservatives already gutted the Fisheries Act and offloaded responsibilities to NGOs, first the Kitsilano Coast Guard Station, now DFO. Why are they refusing to consult with those affected, ignoring coastal communities and ramming these blind cuts through?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan 2013 contains a number of significant investments to support the development of Canadian fisheries. This includes support for First Nations fishing enterprises, improving the conservation of fisheries, enhancing regulatory clarity for the agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker. Economic Action Plan 2013 also proposes to dedicate all funds collected through the sale of the Salmon Conservation Stamp to the Pacific Salmon Foundation.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, the government could spend waste less on propaganda and keep open the Quebec Search and Rescue Centre. The minister has been told by Halifax and others that they won't be able to respond in French, and I'm quoting a report dated back to February, written in English.
This area, further language training is required, and management of the schedule is an absolute must to avoid the worst-case scenario when it comes to language. Is it clear enough, Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, of course, before we make any changes in the Quebec office, we'll ensure that the language capability, the language requirements are there to provide a bilingual service. Mr. Speaker, we never put anybody's lives in danger over in this kind of situation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member Bill Marie.
Mr. Speaker, last fall, the government cancelled an EI pilot project which gave an additional 5 weeks in benefits to Canadians in regions that were hard hit by unemployment. Renewing the program would have cost $77 million this year. However, the government will spend $68 million on pre-budget advertising, partisan advertising. Why, Mr. Speaker, is the government wasting money on pre-election propaganda instead of using that money to fund Canadians, programs that will help Canadians who are unemployed? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the pilot project referenced in the question did not provide the results achieved. That's why we're providing other means and able to help people to find jobs, Mr. Speaker, so that they can work to feed their families. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we have presented the Canada Jobs Grant to help people obtain the skills they required in industry.
Mr. Speaker, in 2011, Natalie Rogas, a mother on parental leave battling cancer, won her appeal against the Minister of Human Resources for access to sickness benefits. The judge made it clear that the law already provided for this benefit. Now we find the minister ignored the ruling and continues to deny sick women benefits they were legally entitled to. Why did the minister not respect the 2011 ruling, and how many sick parents has she cheated out of their benefits since?
That's it. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I reject the premise of that question for sure. Because, Mr. Speaker, our government passed the Helping Families in Need Act to provide parents who fall ill while receiving parental benefits to access employment insurance, sickness benefits. Mr. Speaker, this case relates to the previous Liberal government's rules, which we have since greatly improved.
Not having updated.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, more money is going to be spent on administering the workfare program for First Nations youth on reserve than there is money available for the actual training. Unfortunately, the paternalistic Conservative attitude in Budget 2013 is nothing new. Funding for education for young Aboriginals on reserve is already 30% lower than provincial funding off reserve. Why aren't the Conservatives investing enough in education, and why aren't they treating First Nations peoples as equal partners? The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs. First of all, Mr. Speaker, what the Minister is saying is completely false. Funding for education in First Nations, it compares favorably to provincial funding, if not better. First Nations have been consulted all across the country on educational funding. New resources were found in the latest budget to create loans and bursaries. And unlike the NDP, this year they should support what we're doing.
In 2008, the Conservatives promised reconciliation. Today, hundreds of young Indigenous walkers are on Parliament Hill to remind us of that promise. But instead of welcoming them, the Prime Minister chose to greet two pandas that were FedExed from China. And instead of listening, the Conservative budget showed more of this...
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Churchill has the floor. Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Just shows their priorities, Mr. Speaker. Instead of listening, this government showed more paternalistic attitudes towards First Nations youth, imposing a punitive workfare program. What is needed is effective skills training and an investment in education. Mr. Speaker, what will it take? How many more kilometers need to be walked before this Conservative government listens to First Nations people?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me say that we recognize and acknowledge the determination of these young Aboriginal walkers, and we commend them for their commitment to addressing First Nation issues. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the Honourable Member seems to indicate, I shall be meeting later today with these walkers and discuss with these Aboriginal youth about the challenge, but also how we can best continue to improve the situation for all Aboriginal.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
While we try to get answers and insight, our young people who have walked over 1,600 kilometers through the harshest months of winter to be here today. Over the course of their journey from Wamextu, they've been joined by hundreds and inspired thousands others with their call for unity, their call for respect, and their call for change. Will this minister heed their call and start showing Canada's Aboriginal peoples the respect they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
You ought to listen. I just said, Mr. Speaker, that indeed, that we were recognizing the determination of these young Aboriginal youth. As a matter of fact, I will be meeting them later on today in order to discuss their concern and in order to discuss the possible solutions that we can envisage in the future. We are building opportunities and jobs and creating economic opportunities throughout First Nation all across Canada. I just come from Western Canada where, progress is being accomplished and we shall continue in that vein.
Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, Ayu. Talk about paternalism, Mr. Speaker. The First Nations need something concrete. If the Conservatives had done enough for young Aboriginal people, these young people wouldn't have had to march 1,600 kilometers on snowshoe. With these words, I've thanked these young people for their courage and determination, but the Conservatives don't appear to have learned the lesson. It's too late for broken promises and paternalism. When will the Conservatives treat these issues seriously, including environmental issues? The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs. Despite the member's words, if you look at the potential of First Nations, it's going to require mining and forestry. It's going to require skills that we want to invest in. These young First Nations members want to participate in the economy. When you try to do this, the NDP goes to Washington to say that mines and forests are a scourge. If they really want to improve the situation in the economy for First Nations, they should come around to what we're doing to make progress.
The honourable member for Brant.
While the Socialist NDP would punish small businesses with new carbon and business tax hikes, our government recognizes the vital role small businesses play in the economy. Since 2006, our government has taken significant steps to support the growth of small businesses, such as reducing the small business tax rate from 12 to 11%, increasing the small business limit to $500,000, and much more. Can the Minister of State please tell this House how Economic Action Plan 2013 builds on our record of helping small businesses?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Brant for that question as well. I am, though, very disappointed in hearing that the NDP is actually going to vote against small business. Vote against the measures to help small business in Budget 2013. Measures such as extending and expanding the hiring credit for small businesses. Also, they're going to vote against increasing the capital gains tax from $750,000, that's the lifetime capital gains tax for small business, up to $800,000, and then we're going to index it. They're going to vote against that too, Mr. Speaker. Since
the honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, last week's budget all but ignores Northern Ontario. The facts are in the Finance Department's own numbers. While the Southern Ontario Development Agency got some new funding, Northern Ontario once again got snubbed by these Conservatives. When will this government stop playing favourites, recognize the distinct economic challenges faced by our communities, and ensure equitable funding and fair treatment for Northern Ontario? Mr. Speaker, why are they abandoning our region?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member should know if he'd read the budget specifically announced $4.4 million to help capacity building in and around the Ring of Fire mining project that will help First Nations groups, that will help communities prepare for this bonanza of economic opportunity in Northern Ontario. What does his leader do? He goes to Washington and talks down the Canadian economy. Shame on all of them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
That's right, Mr. Speaker. No new money, 10% cut. Oui, la demande du NPD pour que...
Yes, the NDP's request for FedNor has finally been answered, but the money is not there. Mr. Speaker, there's a significant infrastructure deficit in northern communities. Floods caused major damage in Wawa. Roads and water mains need repairs in many municipalities, and there are no cellular antennas and access to high speed throughout. The budget provides no solution for our rural communities. Why are the Conservatives ignoring the needs of the communities of Northern Ontario? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Proven track record investing in Northern Ontario communities, whether it comes to internet broadband, whether it comes to new jobs, new opportunity for our young people, whether it comes to tourism, whether it comes to, of course, as I mentioned, resource development. That track record has been before this House. Every single time, Mr. Speaker, this party on the other side of the House has voted against that and voted against the interests of Northern Ontario.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
We'll always vote against Conservative budgets that don't get the job done for Northern Ontario. We have a shortage of workers in the mining sector to the tune of 100,000, yet they have no plan for reversing this trend. They're actually making it harder for mining sectors to survive by killing the accelerated capital cost allowance, despite extending this allowance to the manufacturing sector. Why are they excluding Northern Ontario from their economic recovery plan?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, 20% of Canadians rely on natural resources from the economy. Hundreds of billions of dollars or investment are going to be committed to natural resources over the next 10 years. We hear about $650 billion. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the NDP can see no good in any of this. They don't support resource workers. They don't support resource families. They don't support resource communities. What is it going to take for the NDP to get up and to actually defend those communities instead of stand here in the House and pretend that they do when they're actually more interested in going to Washington and speaking against them?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, looks like in these austere times the New Democrats will have to pitch in and buy the Conservatives a map of Northern Ontario, because the only allusion to our region in the budget was in a section called Helping Southern Ontario Prosper. They closed the experimental lakes. They abandoned their promise.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay has the floor. Order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
I'll give them a map to show them where Northern Ontario is, because they obviously need some help. They abandoned the experimental lakes. They walked on the James Bay Port Authority. They've left a NAN police without the support they need. And, Mr. Speaker, what's with the Conservative backbenchers from Northern Ontario? Why have they been missing in action? Do they need a map as well?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I'll put our Northern Ontario caucus against their Northern Ontario caucus. Any day of the week, Mr. Speaker. We're there for Northern Ontarians. We're there for more jobs and opportunity. We're there for more natural resource development. We're there to help our First Nations. We're there to help our young people. We've been there since day one. Their leader goes to Washington, talks down the Canadian economy, talks down our resource sector. That's their record, Mr. Speaker, and they will pay for it.
The honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
More than half of Canadians surveyed have reacted negatively to the government's non-stop economic action plan advertising, calling the ads in turn, quote, political, quote, a waste of taxpayers' money, and even, quote, junk. When will the government free Canadians from its wasteful campaign of self-promotion and instead use the money, for example, to appoint a Deputy Corrections Commissioner for Aboriginal inmates, as recommended by the correctional investigator Howard Sapers? When will the government stop channeling public funds into Conservative propaganda and instead use this money to make our communities safer?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, of course, our advertising budget has declined by 46% since 2009. 2010, Mr. Speaker, we are being responsible with taxpayer money, despite the fact that we have an obligation to communicate with Canadians. The last full year of the Liberal government had an advertising budget more than $20 million higher than our budget, Mr. Speaker, for the same purpose, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member should think before he asks those kinds of questions.
The honourable member for St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, today I was honoured to be on Victoria Island to welcome the Cree youth who have walked here from their James Bay community with a message of hope and unity and respect. On Victoria Island, people from all over Canada were asking one question: why did the Prime Minister choose to meet two panda on a pampered flight instead of meet with these courageous young people who've walked 1,600 miles to be heard by their Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier to the House and to the honourable members, I will be meeting with these Aboriginal youth later on today. Of course, we acknowledge the courage they have indicated into crossing this long march. What is important, Mr. Speaker, and I will discuss this with these youth later on today, is how we can continue improving the situation among First Nation youth across Canada, and this we are intent to do.
The honourable member for Squamish-Wanufuka.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to public safety, we all know the Conservatives have an aversion to the facts, but the Parliamentary Budget Officer was very clear. Their agenda has had no effect on Canada's declining crime rate. Worse, when it comes time to enforce their agenda, they walk away from those doing the heavy lifting. Instead of supporting jurisdictions that want to hire more frontline police officers, Conservatives are abandoning them and sticking the provinces with the bill. Why is the minister still refusing to renew the police officer recruitment fund?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased to announce not too long ago a 5-year stable plan for funding for First Nations policing. I had the opportunity to meet with these individuals, and we gave them that 5-year funding so that we can ensure that we can get the policing issue right in First Nations community. We're continuing to work with the provinces in respect of the various laws that they are responsible for enforcing. They have worked with us. Unfortunately, that member, his party, has opposed every single measure that we've taken in terms of toughening up our criminal justice system.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellant. Their law and order agenda is all talk, no action, and they stick the provinces with the bill. Mr. Speaker, by abolishing the police officer recruitment fund, they're abandoning Quebec in its fight against street gangs and drug trafficking. Even the crackdown on crime, even things that have worked because they're run by the provinces, cannot withstand the conservative austerity measures. Why is the minister turning his back on the provinces instead of finding solutions for long-term funding for police officer recruitment? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, as you are aware, policing is a provincial responsibility, and we in fact have contributed to the policing through initiatives like the First Nations policing program. I think that has been met with some great enthusiasm by First Nations community by providing them with a 5-year plan. But that is a party that has opposed tougher sentences for sexual assault. It has opposed ending house arrest for serious crimes. It opposes tougher penalties for those who sell drugs to our children. That's the record of
the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, last week the government introduced the Canada Job Grant as part of Economic Action Plan 2013. Last fall, nearly 250,000 jobs were left unfilled in Canada. Employers are all too aware that there are too many jobs being unfilled as they can't find workers with the right skills. Will the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development please update the House on the feedback that she's been receiving about this new initiative? Thank you.
Excellent question. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
I thank the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore for the question. Indeed, last fall there were nearly 250,000 unfilled jobs. Mr. Speaker, when commenting on this year's Economic Action Plan 2013, let's hear what different organizations had to say. The Certified General Accountants Association of Canada said, and I quote, "In creating the Job Grant Fund, the federal government has shown leadership in addressing the growing skills gap. We encourage provinces to support it." And the Canadian Chamber of Commerce said, and I quote, "The measures are a significant step toward the federal government's attack on the skills shortages."
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Vanier.
Speaker, the reason why credit unions and Caisse Populaire were given a tax break was to create a level playing field by facilitating their capitalization. They provide competition for Canada's big banks and often are the only financial institution available to people in small-town Canada where too often bank branches don't exist. In January, the Conservatives said they understood capitalization as a significant issue for co-op businesses. Why the change 2 months later? Why neglect small-town Canada? Why turn their backs on credit unions and Caisse Populaire? Why increase their tax rate by 36%? Why kill the level playing field?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, we do continue to support credit unions. They do a great job supporting local communities. In fact, in the last budget that the NDP voted against, by the way, we actually allowed them the opportunity, the option for credit unions to help grow their business nationally. They can become under federal regulation, Mr. Speaker. The changes that are being made to the credit unions across this country, Mr. Speaker, are eliminating an outdated tax subsidy. They still have access to the lower small business rate.
For Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, by moving the National Capital Commission's events to Heritage Canada, our public celebrations are now in the hands of a Conservative minister. That's right, events like Canada Day are a chance for Canadians.
Order. Once again, I'll remind members to hold off on their applause till the member for Ottawa Centre is finished asking the question, then they can applaud away. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, that means events like Canada Day will be under the
oversight of ministers in the Conservative government, not as an arm's-length institution like the NCC. So this is about actually celebrating Canada, not branding the Conservative government. And have they even costed this, Mr. Speaker? The real question here, as a result of this decision, how much exactly will be cut from the NCC's budget?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in the member's question, he said that now Canada Day celebrations will be under the auspices of the Department of Canadian Heritage. The Department of Canadian Heritage has managed Canada Day celebrations for over 50 years. There's nothing new about that. I'm surprised the Member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre doesn't know anything about the largest public event in his own riding that happens every day on Canada Day. There's nothing new here. So perhaps the Member for Ottawa Centre can learn a little bit more about Ottawa Centre, then he can actually ask some accurate questions in the House.
Order. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, no government has done more to create opportunities for Aboriginal Canadians to participate in our economy. This includes expanding the First Nations land management regime, which is just one way that we are empowering First Nations with the tools they need to take greater control over their lands, resources, and economic futures. This regime has a proven track record. Jobs, investments, and greater self-sufficiency are attained by those First Nations who participate. Can the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development please update this House on today's announcement?
Mr. Speaker, that member is right all along on every point. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was pleased this morning to welcome and approve 8 new entrants into the First Nations land management regime. And in addition to thanking the Government of Canada for a further investment of $9 million into the program, Chief Robert Louis said, among other things, great things, said this. He said, this means that projects can move forward at the speed of business, increase revenue for First Nations, provide significant employment opportunities, and he was right.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are taking a mother with cancer to court. Yet another example of this government targeting out-of-work Canadians and restricting the EI benefits that they have paid into for years. For Jane Kittmer, it gets worse. Not only is she battling cancer, now she has to battle the Conservatives too. Will the government commit now to dropping this insensitive and unethical attack?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Speaker, our government passed the Helping Families in Need Act to provide parents who fall ill while collecting EI parental leave with access to employment insurance sickness benefits. Now, the case to which the member refers actually was under the previous Liberal government's rules, and we've made tremendous improvements to that system since then.
Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives accuse everyone else of wanting to raise taxes, but they're the ones in Budget 2013 who are directly attacking small-time savers in Quebec. In addition to axing the tax credit for worker-owned funds, which enable those saving for retirement to save taxes while supporting local businesses, the Conservatives are now going to increase taxes on the Desjardins Caisse Populaire, or credit unions. All credit union members will be penalized and will have to say goodbye to some of their returns. How can the Finance Minister claim to be keeping taxes low when he's raising taxes on Quebecers who are merely trying to save? The Honourable Minister of Small Business. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer that question by reminding my colleague that the Federation of Independent Business, based in Montreal, said that the budget deserved a B because there wasn't, it got a B because we're listening to small business. We're not raising the tax burden on savers. We're aware that entrepreneurs are the ones who are going to drive future economic growth. So this is pro-business. The Bloc Québécois has no other arguments to use.
For Senate's Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I was outside as the young people of Nishiyu flooded onto Parliament Hill. A bald eagle circled overhead. And what I want to do is sacrifice my once-a-week question, and rather than be partisan, I want to give these young people who've walked all this way, these beautiful Cree and First Nations youth, and ask all of my colleagues to do something unique. Let's just give them a huge round of applause so they know that when they go back home to their families, that all of us honor them, salute them, and find them an inspiration.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, as I indicated earlier, we'll do better than just applaud them later on. We will meet with them and listen to them.
Well, that concludes question period for today. I would like to draw the attention of honourable members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Andrew Swan, Minister of Justice and Attorney General for the province of Manitoba. The Chair has notice of a point of order from the Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Tamasket-Les-Basques.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I sent to the Commissioner of the GRC a very important letter. At the end of my intervention, I want unanimous consent to table it. This letter concerns a very troublesome question, Mr. Speaker. As you know, the government's budget must remain secret until it is tabled in this House to ensure that certain individuals who have received privileged information can not receive any personal benefits. Unfortunately, this seems to be what happened with the last budget. The letter I sent to the RCMP concerns a leak of information on March 20th concerning a reduction of customs tariffs on hockey equipment.
Information is a very serious offence and also a grave breach of the integrity of the House of Commons. This is why I wish today to table this letter for your benefit and for the benefit of all parliamentarians who I'm sure are as preoccupied as I am with upholding the integrity of our democratic institutions.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to table this? No. There's no consent. Does the honourable member for Malpeque have a point of order as well?
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Human Resource Development gave serious misinformation to this House twice during question period. She was ordered by the judge to pay out the...
Period is over for today. If the honourable member has a follow-up question, he may try to ask a question at a later date, but not after question period's over. So we'll move on to tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Parliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the following reports of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The 44th report in relation to the report of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for the province of New Brunswick, and the 45th report, the Standing Committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 9112, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider items added to the order of precedence between February 27th and March 18th, and recommended that the items listed herein, which has been deemed should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, Transfer Approval. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to put forward this bill to amend the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. This bill amends Section 85 of the Act, requiring that now all lease transfers must be approved by the Minister, a 60-day period of public comment before the Minister makes his decision on these transfers, and that all public comments must be available through the Department's website, and the Minister's decision must be made public through a notification in a local newspaper. Mr. Speaker, under the current law, when an oil company transfers an oil gas lease, especially in the offshore areas, they're only required to notify the minister. The minister has no ability to say yes or no to those transfers, even though the minister, when approving transfers, has the ability to say yes or no to them. Or when the minister approves the leases, he has the ability to say yes or no to them. So what we're doing here is putting these transfer opportunities back in the hands of the ministers. Canadians have been rightly concerned about the disposition of their natural resources through the sale of Nexon, through other things that have happened where foreign companies have taken over vast quantities of our Canadian natural resources. With the great interest there is now in the Arctic, there's need for more protection. There's need for more understanding of the transfer potential of leases that are given in the Arctic. This bill will give that protection to Canadians and to the future of our natural resources industries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Bevington,
Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed.
When should the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to present another petition on behalf of the Canadian veterans who fought in the Korean War, the Royal Canadian Legion 606 and 43, and constituents from my riding of Pickering Scarborough East. The petitioners are calling on the Canadian government to take the necessary steps in order for the Republic of Korea Service Medal to be recognized as a War Medal of Honor and awarded to Korean War veterans. The Korean War Service Medal was authorized in 1954 by the South Korean government to all United Nations troops who fought in Korea between June 25, 1950 to July 27, 1953.
Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have another few hundred signatures, this time from Ontario, in support of my Bill C-322, which basically states that because horses are ordinarily kept and treated as sport and companion animals and are not raised primarily as food-producing animals and are commonly administered drugs that are strictly prohibited from being used in the food chain, petitioners call upon us here in the House of Commons to bring and adopt into legislation Bill C-322, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act and Meat Inspection Act, thus prohibiting the importation or exportation of horses for slaughter for human consumption, as well as horse meat products for human consumption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis.
I have 23 petitions here signed by Canadians who are appalled and puzzled by the government's decision to close down the experimental lakes area, the greatest freshwater laboratory in the world. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the signatories of this petition do not understand why the government would close the doors of the largest freshwater research laboratory in the world. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present the third petition of hundreds of signatures that I have in the past that the House condemn discrimination against females occurring through sex-selective pregnancy terminations, and that all the undersigned ask all the members of Parliament to support motion M408 to condemn sex selection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I would like to table a petition today to call for the repeal of all the definitions that were put in the EI files. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Present a petition from residents of my own riding, Guelph, who wish to draw attention to the Northern Gateway Pipeline. Given the substantial environmental risks associated with the pipeline, petitioners request that the Government of Canada assume a neutral position and remove its support for the development of the pipeline, which will then allow for a fuller, fair, and impartial assessment of the pipeline by the National Energy Board and the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency, so that the proper, evidence-based decision can be made at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of many people from Edmonton and area who are raising concerns with the Canadian government with respect to the treatment of Falun Gong practitioners in China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to present two petitions today. The first is some folks who actually came down to my office and they're concerned about the phasing out of personal and designated production licenses for medical marijuana, and so they're asking that Health Canada leave the current provisions as is, in addition to the creation of licensed production facilities and patient-led co-ops. And then the second petition I have, it's some folks who realize that the water levels of Lake Huron have dropped tremendously over the past decade, and it's causing serious economic and safety concerns to communities in that area. They depend on tourism and cottaging and boating. And so they're asking that natural resources, environment, fisheries, and transport increase their efforts to significantly halt and reverse the ongoing loss of water from the Great Lakes Basin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to table a petition from residents of Winnipeg expressing concerns in regards to the cutbacks to the Canada Experimental Lakes area. They're calling upon the government to reverse the decision to close the ELA research station, Mr. Speaker, in recognition of the fine work that they do that is virtually world-renowned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions. One, petitioners calling on a shark fin import ban. They say measures must be taken to stop the global practice of shark finning and ensure the responsible conservation and management of shark fins. And therefore, the undersigned call on the Government of Canada to immediately legislate a ban on the importation of shark fin to Canada. I also would like to submit a petition to save the Coast Guard station of Kitsilano. The petitioners say, whereas the recent decision by the federal government to close the Kitsilano Coast Guard station is a grave mistake that will undoubtedly cost the lives of those and put in peril in shores and waters near Vancouver Harbour, and they call on the Government of Canada to rescind the decision to and reinstate full funding to maintain the Kitsilano Coast Guard station. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to table today. First, there's a Mexican family in my riding who were deported, and these are people who want them to come back. And I also I tabled a bill, C-400, which was voted upon concerning a national housing strategy. The government voted against it, but I have here citizens who still want a national housing strategy. Thank you.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition from a number of Canadians who are very concerned about the changes to old age security and the increase of eligibility to age 67. They believe that this is a direct attack on the poorest of seniors. And so the petitioners support the NDP motion of February 2012, call on the government to make the necessary measures and changes that will eliminate poverty among seniors and increase the guaranteed income supplement so that we can indeed lift every senior out of poverty.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have four petitions. I'll present them efficiently. The first is from petitioners primarily in the Ottawa area calling for the end of the practice of importing, sale, and distribution of shark fins. I note that we all will be voting on the private member's bill, C-380, later this week. I certainly hope it will pass. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, petitions from people in Tofino calling for the Ministers of Natural Resources and Environment and the Prime Minister to cease supporting the Northern Gateway project, to adopt a neutral stance and to weigh it on its merits. Third petition, Mr. Speaker, is actually two groups of them from Ottawa and as well as from Montreal, calling for the Prime Minister and the Cabinet to refuse to ratify the Canada-China Investment Treaty as currently drafted. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, from residents of the Vernon, British Columbia, a petition calling on the government to enter into plans and develop a national energy program to deal with all the various conflicting and very important issues that are before this country for which we lack a program or plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by a number of residents of Dartmouth Cole Harbour. It's people that live on Shore Road and adjacent to Shore Road, which is next to the harbour and next to a CN rail line. They are suffering as a result of excessive noise and vibrations
caused by CN trains switching along that area, the residential street shore road. And they are urging members of this House to support Bill C-393, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, which they believe properly addresses railway noise and vibration in ways laid out in this petition, and I therefore move.
L'honorable député Pierre Fondelard.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Fondelard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table today a petition signed by dynamic seniors who are very much involved in the community.
Members of the DDO Seniors Club are calling upon the government to employ measures at his disposal in order to prohibit charging of consumers for receiving a monthly bill or statement in the mail. Ces aînés sont dégoûtés.
These seniors are fed up with the fact that they have to pay an additional amount when they receive a bill in paper copy and are calling on the government to take action. Maybe they'll listen to them.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Here, here. Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour. Oh, sorry. Had it in my hand, even. The Chair would like to take a moment to provide some information to the House regarding the management of private members' business. Comme les députés le savent,
as members know, after the order of precedence is replenished, the Chair reviews the new items so as to alert the House to bills which, at first glance, appear to infringe on the financial prerogative of the Crown. This allows members the opportunity to intervene in a timely fashion to present their views about the need for those bills to be accompanied by a royal recommendation.
Accordingly, following the February 27, 2013 replenishment of the order of precedence with 15 new items, I wish to inform the House that there are two bills that give the Chair some concern as to the spending provisions they contemplate. These are the Projet de loi C-476.
Bill C-476, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Budget Officer, standing in the name of the member for Outremont.
C-480.
And Bill C-480, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, funeral arrangements, standing in the name of the member for Laval-les-Îles.
I encourage honourable members who would like to make arguments regarding the need for a royal recommendation to accompany these bills or any of the other bills now on the order of precedence to do so at an early opportunity. I thank honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders.
Ways and Means motion number 15 on budgetary policy and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Bryson.
There are 5 minutes left for questions and comments for the honourable member for St. John South, Mount Pearl. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not wanting to put a pass on an opportunity to highlight what I believe is a lost opportunity of the government to try to deal with an issue that they really messed up last year, and that is looking at the issue of our seniors. I've had the opportunity to provide to the House numerous petitions dealing with the government's decision last year to be able where they've indicated they're going to increase the age of retirement from 65 to 67, believing, Mr. Speaker, that the government's finances do allow for us to be able to continue the retirement at age 65. And the government has lost that opportunity in this particular budget to be able to say that, yes, we messed up last year, we made a mistake, and individuals that are looking towards retirement at age 65 have nothing to fear. And I think that it would have been well received by Canadians as a whole if, in fact, the government would have fessed up to their mistake, because it's the only party that's actually said that there is a crisis when we know full well that there is no crisis. My question to the member is, would he join me and members of the Liberal caucus in acknowledging that, in fact, we should be allowing individuals to continue to retire at age 65?
The honourable member for St. John South, Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the good question. In terms of the number one issues in my riding of St. John South Mount Pearl, the number one issue is seniors and how seniors on fixed incomes deal with the rising prices of rents, the rising cost of living, when again they're on fixed incomes. Seniors are worried, and people who are nearing the retirement age are worried about about raising the age of the OAS, the eligibility for OAS to 67 from 65. They're worried about that. They're worried about how they're going to pay the bills. They're going to pay their rents once they retire. That is a real concern, and I think New Democrats also, we share the same thought that OAS should not be raised to 67 from 65. We see that that is actually included in this budget, and it's not something that seniors want to see. It's not something that we want to see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Monsieur le Président, I appreciate my colleagues' comments from across the way, although I found them to be quite mystifying in another number of respects, and it seems like he's almost in an alternate universe, particularly when he talks about ferry operators suffering under this bill. I wonder if he has read that the Canadian Ferry Operators Association has said that it welcomes the 2013 federal budget. The government continues to demonstrate its commitment to transportation infrastructure. But more than that, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business has said overall this is a good budget for small business. Minister Flaherty has done a solid job by remaining on course to eliminate the deficit while announcing some important measures for Canada's entrepreneurs. The member says that no one's going to benefit in his riding from this budget. Are there no entrepreneurs in his riding?
Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. His first part of his question was whether or not I live in an alternate universe. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, my feet are firmly planted in Newfoundland and Labrador. Even when I'm here, I'm still there. So when he talks about, he mentioned a couple of groups that support a ferry increase, and I have to say, the honourable member, I don't know what universe you're in, sir, but you're not in this universe. The price of the Marine Atlantic Ferry is going to increase on April the 1st by 4%. By 4%. So all goods and services, all people, when they come across in that ferry service, they will have to pay more. When you pay more for goods and service for transportation, that cost is eventually passed on to the consumer. So everybody will pay more. Everybody will have a tax increase. That's something that was not addressed in the Conservative budget. The fact that the prices are going to increase. We live on an island.
I'll take this opportunity to maybe remind both members. Over the past few weeks, I've heard a lot of the use of the second person. And sometimes members try to do it by saying, through you, Mr. Speaker, but then they go back to the second person, and that is not in order. We must keep our remarks through the chair. And also, the member for Kitchener Centre, while he was quoting, did use the proper name of our finance minister, and that, even though it is a quote, we don't do that either. We don't do indirectly what we can't do directly. So if members could keep that in mind as we go forward, the chair and other chair occupants would greatly appreciate that. Now we will resume debate. Please du débat. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the message that you have just sent us, I will be very cautious in my speech. If I have to say the government is incompetent, I'll send that through you to them. Now what I remember and what I draw from this budget is something that I can't say in this House would be deemed unparliamentary. But what we're seeing here is that the average citizen seeing their quality of life decline. Let's see. Well, passing the buck to the provinces, federal interference in areas of provincial jurisdiction. The government has a big problem with that. It's becoming more and more common. Let's see. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the government here had an opportunity to put forth something good with respect to EI reforms. There were a number of public outcries, groups in Quebec and the Maritimes who spoke out against the reforms, and the government could have used the budget to back down and to announce new investments. It would have proven that the government is indeed listening to the people of this country, but I can see that's not the case. I traveled throughout my riding in order to hold discussions with entrepreneurs who are affected by EI reforms, and they all said that it was very problematic for them, for their companies, and for industries, Mr. Speaker. When you look at seasonal industries, horticulture, fishing in the Maritimes and the Atlantic region, agriculture. Another area where the government could have taken a step back and announced good investments is on pensions. Last year, the government announced suddenly that people who've worked hard throughout their life, oftentimes physically, will have to wait an additional 2 years before they can retire. And there again, there was a great public outcry from workers, employers who denounced the situation, Mr. Speaker. But nothing. The government is not listening to the people. That's what I see. Earlier I mentioned the quality of life that's on the decline for the middle class. Now, the tax credit for the FTQ and the CSN is being phased out. Do you know what that means, Mr. Speaker? That people who are, may not be in a position to save anymore won't be able to save because that's a tax credit that helped them. So we're going to be seeing people who don't have money to invest for their retirement, and they won't be in a position to save. And simply they'll require government assistance. The government simply won't be there to help them. We're at a bit of a dead end here, Mr. Speaker, and on that subject, I would say that on the weekend, I received scores of emails from people in my riding who fundamentally disagreed with the cuts to that tax credit. One of the chambers of commerce that contacted me to talk about how problematic it was because those funds are reinvested in the community. So I don't see why the government doesn't want to see communities that are healthy, where companies are flourishing. I don't see what the government's problem is in this regard. They seem to be thinking that, well, in fact, all this measure does is hurt companies, the industry, people who are saving, and the province of Quebec. And the elimination of the credit for the additional deduction for credit unions for the Caisse Populaire, I don't understand that either. When we look at the situation for credit unions, there's a lot of history behind them. Lots of companies that were started up in Quebec thanks to the credit union that believed in them. People who couldn't borrow money. The Cirque du Soleil is one example. It's thanks to the Caisse Desjardins, the Desjardins Credit Union, that they were able to develop their company, and now it's a global company. And they put Quebec on the map thanks to what they do. But no longer important for the government to invest in that type of way. Now we could talk about services to citizens. Earlier I talked about reforms to EI, the quality of life for the middle class. The Canada Revenue Agency will be reviewing its practices to be more efficient. But the government is saying that there won't be any impact on people. But they said the same thing about Service Canada when there were cuts. And people had to wait and wait. They didn't know where to turn, who to call. There was no one on the line to help them. Are they going to be facing the same type of situation with the Revenue Agency? I bet we will. They can't make cuts and expect that with fewer employees, that people are going to have the same level of service. We don't have a magic formula for that. Now, I can't speak to the budget without talking about agriculture. My riding is 90% rural. In Montérégie East, it's considered the breadbasket of Quebec. But this budget, this big budget here, there's absolutely nothing that covers agriculture. It does the budget doesn't even include the word agriculture anywhere in it. We're talking about our food sovereignty. Last year, there were cuts to agriculture. They're being felt again this year. This year, there's cuts of the order of 158 million to agriculture, especially when we know that it's thanks to agriculture that we can feed people, that farmers need assistance. They need a bit of help to be able to feed Canadians, and our food sovereignty is being jeopardized by this government. There's no mention whatsoever of the central component of our economy, of this country, a country like Canada that needs to maintain its food sovereignty. There are 34 million people here who need to be fed, but there's no mention of it whatsoever in the budget. I just don't get it. I'm infuriated. Now let's talk about infrastructure. Maybe that would be a more interesting topic. Now, the government put all kinds of good things in the budget, $70 million in infrastructure. Wow, bravo, good job. But when we look at it, when you look at it carefully and you actually crunch the numbers, Mr. Speaker, you can see that investments are much lower than they were last year, except 70 billion seems to be like a heck of a lot of money, Mr. Speaker, but that's over 10 years. And bear in mind that infrastructure is in very poor condition in Canada, and we all agree on that. The Pont Champlain, the Champlain Bridge, is dangerous. I cross it every week in Montreal. It's crumbling. One of these days, something is going to happen there. We need funding for infrastructure. Municipalities are fed up. The provinces also need assistance. So I don't see how the government can consider itself a hero, because it's investing $70 billion in infrastructure over 10 years. Now, a little earlier, I talked about the middle class. Now I'd like to talk about people who are even more needy, some people who don't have any income. Let's talk about homeless people for a moment, Mr. Speaker. There was a program that was renewed, but the amount is much lower. And once again, the federal government is interfering in these programs. Now, that type of program, Mr. Speaker, is the kind of program that requires regional input. The regions need to determine the requirements. Under housing, now we see $250 million. That's clearly not enough, Mr. Speaker. And again, there's still no national housing strategy. Now, I could go on at length. I could easily devote another 20 minutes addressing the flaws contained in this budget, but I will stop now, Mr. Speaker, because my time is up. I'm now prepared to take any questions from colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the member spoke a bit disparagingly about the budget, but the agricultural portions are on page 137 to 139. And with respect to the national housing strategy that, if I'm not mistaken, this member has been putting forward, the budget invests over $1.25 billion to support investments in affordable housing and nearly $600 million to support the homelessness partnering strategy. And in addition to that, it deals with items of removing tariff or limiting tariffs on baby clothing and sports and athletic equipment of various kinds, and to promote basically physical fitness. Does the member at least support those 2 or 3 initiatives? And if she supports those initiatives, might she consider supporting the budget as opposed to opposing the budget for the sake of opposing it, when it has a lot of good elements in there that even the NDP should find they can support?
General Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I find that particularly funny, accusing me of opposing the budget for the pleasure of opposing it. I don't agree with that, Mr. Speaker. I'm a person who works hard in my riding, And when something like a budget like this one that doesn't meet the needs of my constituents, it's clear that I'll vote against it, period. My colleague said they invested in homelessness and housing and so on. That's all well and good, congratulations, but it's not enough. We're talking about 253 million that's going to be invested in housing, but in order to maintain the existing housing stock, you'd need $1 billion. So we're really not talking the same number. Same thing for homelessness. They announced 153,000 for. If nothing's done for the homeless, we've got a problem as a society if we don't do anything about it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, within this budget, the government is taking action that's going to really penalize our credit unions. And I want to highlight this because if you take a look at the riding of Winnipeg North, in which I represent, you will find that we've seen a number of banks that have actually closed down. The only real expansion has been the Assiniboine Credit Union. And banking services or financial services are something in which all Canadians, in fact, need. And my question to the member is just to ask for her to provide her perspective in terms of the government now penalizing credit unions in terms of the tax break over the next number of years, which could have a fairly significant impact on the number of credit unions potentially opening into the future.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's funny, my colleague's asking a question that I already answered in my speech, but I'll be pleased to answer for the second time. So yes, the government in its budget is attacking credit unions, and in my view, yes, that's a big problem. It's going to have a long-term and medium-term, even short-term impact. I think it'll be felt right away, because as I was saying, credit unions, when they got started, they gave loans to companies that weren't able to get loans before, and that's how progress is made, and Quebec was able to make progress. So initially these started in Quebec, but now you see them all across the country, so that's proof that this model works. So why attack it? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to just make a comment about what the Conservative member just said. There's not much in this budget when you consider what is being done and all that isn't being done. So he shouldn't be surprised that we're not supporting it. I'd like to ask my colleague a question. Since 2008, this government that's supposed to be such a great administrator has been lacking since 2008. When you look at each budget, you see that the budget could have been balanced, but it hasn't been. Is this a strategy running up to the next election? They say they're the best, that they balance budgets, but when you look at it, there's a deficit of $175 billion. Honourable Member. Yeah, that's right. The current government is responsible for a record deficit, if I'm not wrong. It's the biggest deficit ever in Canadian history. The finance minister says we're going to reach balanced budgets in 2015 without increasing taxes. I'm a bit skeptical. I'm more than skeptical, in fact. I think the government thinks we're easily fooled, but I think they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and do a more sensible budget, and then we can discuss it. We can see whether there's things we support in it, but until then, I think I'm out of time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member from Peterborough. This budget 2013 is all about jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. In order for there to be long-term prosperity, Mr. Speaker, we must balance our budget, as we said we would by 2015. We must keep our taxes low and control spending. These are conditions for success. And I know the Honourable Member has talked about being skeptical about whether or not taxes would be raised. Well, since we've taken office, Mr. Speaker, we have reduced taxes 150 times, and today an average family of four is able to keep over $3,200 that otherwise would go to taxes of one kind or another. So there will be no increase in taxes. It's important for this and to control our spending. Continued cuts in department spending, reduced travel costs, closing tax loopholes, improving CRA compliance programs, and providing for a better and a more efficient administration are positive steps to ensure our budget is balanced by 2015, and it will be balanced, Mr. Speaker. Now, in addition to getting this right, we need to make sure that business continues to grow by providing the human resources they need and the infrastructure they rely on. And those are two fundamentals that are required for growth. Now, third parties have said, with respect to the budget, and I quote the C.D. Howe Institute, Alexander Lauren, the Associate Director of Research, had this to say in the Globe and Mail on March 21, 2013, the 2013 budget should be well received by markets. Budgetary balance is projected based on reasonable assumptions and within the previously announced timeframes. So these are assumptions that are well-founded. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business, in their news release, said, overall, this is a good budget for small business. The minister has done a solid job by remaining on course to eliminate the deficit while announcing some important measures for Canadian entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, no matter where we travel as a Human Resource Committee in Canada, whether it's Vancouver, Whitehorse, Fort McMurray, St. John's, my home province of Saskatchewan, and Montreal, we heard of skilled worker shortages in specific segments of the economy, with warnings that the situation would be getting worse, especially in the mining, the construction, and the oil and gas extraction industry. Now, to be fair, we've made significant improvements in many areas, a temporary foreign worker program. I know many people in the fast food and hospitality industry have mentioned to us time and time again that they rely quite heavily on these workers, especially when Canadian workers are drawn to those high-demand jobs, higher-paying jobs. In fact, one owner had indicated that he would spend well into the night trying to look after his business, and many times would fall asleep while he was there. And he said this was important for him to be able to grow his business and to meet the demands that were out there. That's one way to do it. Another way is through immigration, by ensuring that the movement of our workers between provinces can take place. And I know many have touted the Red Seal program and the fact that we should make it as easy as possible for people to go from province to province where the work is. And the budget addresses the apprenticeship program and interprovincial mobility. And also, when you look at our high schools, our community colleges, our First Nations youth, and underrepresented groups. And these all have been looked at in the budget. Now, with respect, the provinces have been able to rely on the provincial nominee program. I know in Saskatchewan they have embraced that program. In fact, the Premier has asked for the numbers to be increased, but in fairness, Saskatchewan has increased those numbers by a number of thousands. I know our immigration minister has been transforming the immigration system on a federal level to attract talented newcomers with the skills and experiences that our economy requires. In the coming year, the Federal Skilled Worker Program will have an updated points system to take into account language proficiency and youth. Going forward, a new and innovative expression of interest immigration management system will allow for Canadian employers, provinces and territories to select immigrants from a pool of applicants that best meet Canada's economic needs. Significant steps have been taken, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that foreign credentials are recognized. We have a select group of occupations that will have that assessment done within a year. And I had the pleasure of announcing in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, that bridge financing would be provided to those that wish to use the financing to upgrade themselves in any area that was a shortfall. In fact, many foreign credentials are recognized before people come into the country, and agreements have been signed with countries that would recognize credentials that are recognized in a particular country. All of these steps, Mr. Speaker, are like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that, when put in place, help employers to grow our economy. And it really is about jobs, about growth to the economy, and about long-term prosperity. All of that said, there's still a great desire for skilled workers in the trades and occupations to come from within Canada and from underrepresented groups. Now, the budget itself directly addresses this by creating the Canadian Job Grant, which provides $15,000 or more per person, including maximum federal contribution of $5,000, matched by provincial, territorial, and employer funding to help Canadians get the skills they need for in-demand jobs. Mr. Speaker, this budget sets the groundwork for continued prosperity, continued economic activity. Now, the Certified General Accountants Association of Canada said, the government delivered a responsible budget for uncertain times. We welcome this skills training initiative. In creating the Job Grant Fund, the federal government has shown leadership in addressing the growing skills gap. We encourage provinces to support it. We all should benefit, employers, workers, and governments. And just recently, Licia Corbella in the Calgary Herald on March 23rd said, in quoting Christopher Smiley, the Senior Government Relations Advisor for the Canadian Building Trades of the AFL-CIO, and she quoted him as stating the following: "It means that the people will be trained for specific jobs, which is a good thing. By attaching the money to an employer, it means the worker will be trained for a job that actually exists. It's about time this kind of common sense approach was implemented." The Canadian Taxpayers Federation had this to say in their March 21 news release: CTF applauds the government's plans to overhaul job training and keep a lid on spending. It's good to see Ottawa getting training money directly in the hands of young workers so they can land a good-paying job. Mr. Speaker, these are all important aspects in providing the human resources that business need. In addition to providing the human resources, we need to provide the infrastructure they need and rely on in order to carry on their businesses. Again, as a committee, whether we heard from northern or remote areas or from cities or municipalities, the one common theme was you need to have the infrastructure if you want to expand the economy. You need roads, you need bridges, you need electrical, the provision of electrical services, you need the facility to transport and ship products to market, to alleviate traffic in the downtown communities, to improve municipal infrastructure, to provide the foundation and the fundamentals that will ensure the continued expansion and growth of our economy. And that is why the budget provides for long-term infrastructure programs with provinces and municipalities worth over $53 billion over 10 years. Municipalities were looking for long-term, sustainable, and predictable funding, and the budget goes a long way towards that goal. It includes $32.2 billion over 10 years for the Community Improvement Fund, consisting of an indexed tax fund, gas tax fund, and that's important. They've been asking for that. It also includes $14 billion for a new Building Canada fund to support major economic projects of national, regional, and local significance, and $6 billion under current infrastructure programs. And all of these are long-term, predictable funding. Mr. Speaker, all in all, it is a good budget that will ensure continued economic prosperity, not only in the short term, but for future generations as well. As the Minister of Finance said, we'll remain focused on what matters to Canadians, jobs and economic growth, and ensuring Canada's economic advantage today will translate into long-term prosperity for tomorrow. And then the budget had a number of very specific items that help small business, that help farmers, that ensured that we set the foundation and a framework for a successful operation of the economy, for the increase and expansion of our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Montmorency, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Conservative government likes to boast, but they follow a lot of Liberal examples when it comes to health, old age security, EI, public safety, infrastructure. What all that means is that the provinces end up footing the bill, ultimately. And in addition, they can't balance the budget. So my question is this government able to run a country? Yeah.
For Sewer Moose Mountain.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one thing we won't do is increase taxes, and we won't do what the NDP might do if they ever got into government, and that's not likely to happen, and that's basically to increase spending by $56+ billion and impose a job-killing carbon tax of $21 billion. We won't do that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we have reduced taxes and we have increased the transfers, the social transfers to the provinces, my home province is included, his province included. It's good management, Mr. Speaker, and this good management is what the public was looking for, what the public is interested for, and what they will reward in 2015, Mr. Speaker. It is good management, and not only that, Mr. Speaker, we'll bring this to a balanced budget situation in 2015 without raising taxes and without imposing on the provinces and social programs, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Westmount-Ville-Marie.
The honourable member for Westmount-Ville-Marie.
Are increasing taxes every year, the payroll taxes on EI. But my question for the honourable member is the following. I remember way back in 2011, this was at the last election, the Conservatives promising that once they balanced the budget, which looks like maybe 2015 according to their prediction, they were going to double the TFSA, the tax-free savings allowance, from $5,000 to $10,000. They were also going to do some family income splitting with respect to the income tax. Those are going to obviously cost money, and yet there are projections of surpluses starting in 2015. I was wondering if the honourable member would tell us how much it's going to cost to double the TFSA and how much it's going to cost to do that income splitting for families on income tax, because that will play into these surpluses that they promised, of course, back in 2011. I'd like to know that, please.
The honourable member for Sewer Moose Mountain.
When the budget is balanced, family income splitting is not a bad idea that we certainly should look at. But here's what we won't do, Mr. Speaker. Here's what we won't do, Mr. Speaker. We won't balance the budget on the backs of provinces and social programs and educational programs and the social transfer like the Liberal government did when they balanced the budget. Not only did they balance it on the backs of those that were most vulnerable, they took about $50 billion from the EI fund, $50 billion from the EI fund to attempt to balance the budget. Anybody can balance the budget by doing those kinds of tactics. We won't do that, Mr. Speaker. We'll do it through efficient, good management and ensure the government operates as it should. Where spending is reined under control, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member presented some excellent information from the budget, and I know he's done outstanding work as the chairman of the Human Resources Committee here in the House of Commons. I know that he's travelled across the country and also has heard about the concerns with respect to labour shortages in his local riding in Saskatchewan, and particularly in his hometown. I was wondering if the member could please comment on how this budget will address those pressing needs in his local community and how his work as chairman on the Human Resources Committee has contributed so much to this budget.
The honourable member for Sewer Moose Mountain.
Well, I'm not so sure about the letter, but I know the budget itself certainly addresses the fact of skill shortages. If you come into a community like Estevan, Saskatchewan, southeast part of the province, they will tell you what's stopping them from expanding as they should. What's stopping them from becoming what they can be is the fact that there's a shortage of human resources, that there's a shortage of specific skills that can't be filled. They're trying everything they can, and of course, housing is another issue. You need to have homes for people to move into, and this budget provides for that. It provides for some direct input by cash directly to support people to get trained, to get matched up to the jobs that actually exist. And so the budget does that. It also does a number of specific initiatives that would help small business, small and medium-type enterprises to continue to expand the economy, to continue to ensure that we go forward and upward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to rise and speak to this budget. I want to thank my colleague from Saskatchewan for being so gracious to share his time with me so that I can stand and speak on behalf of the great citizens of the riding of Peterborough. The Electric City region, Mr. Speaker, a place where innovation is a big part of our past and a big part of our future. And I think this is a budget that's really about innovation. You know, immediately after the budget, I was delighted to read the comments of so many that spoke in favor of this budget, in favor of this economic action plan. Third-party praise was coming in fast and furious for this budget, Mr. Speaker. It must have really disappointed the opposition to see so many leaders from across this country stepping up and speaking in such glowing terms of this economic action plan 2013. I think once again the member from Whitby, Oshawa, the Honourable Finance Minister, has once again demonstrated that he doesn't just lead, he listens, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we saw in Economic Action Plan 2013. I mentioned some of the feedback that came back. I want to particularly note off the top the comments of my local mayor, His Worship Darrell Bennett, Mayor of the City of Peterborough, who indicated a couple of things, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the indexing of the gas tax and the long-term infrastructure dollars that have been set up to support municipalities, to support infrastructure right across this country in public transit. His Worship Darrell Bennett said specifically that he appreciated that not only that we've indexed the gas tax fund, but also that we've provided that long-term window for planning, because municipalities need that long-term window for planning. But he also said something else that was critically important. As a person with experience in business, he spoke about how important it is and how much he appreciates that this is a government that is fiscally responsible, that is headed back to a balanced fiscal situation, back to balanced budgets. The Mayor of the City of Peterborough stood foursquare behind this economic action plan, and I want to extend my thanks for his input into our federal budgeting process. I talked a little bit about Peterborough, about the Electric City region, Mr. Speaker. Nicknamed the Electric City because it's the first city in North America where electric streetlights went on. We are, in fact, a home of innovation, the home of General Electric Canada, the home of Quaker Oats, the home of so many companies like Rolls-Royce, for example. Rolls-Royce, which has invested so much into Canada's nuclear industry. Mr. Speaker, these industries are so important, critical to Canada's financial success. Manufacturers, Mr. Speaker. Manufacturers that employ so many Canadians, but also lead with innovative products. You know, when I look at our past as a manufacturing hub in the city of Peterborough, and I look at our entire region, and I see the creativity, and I see what they've built, what they've created, I think this budget is exactly the right budget for the time, because it's going to encourage and, in fact, foster that very kind of innovation, the next step of that innovation, growth in manufacturing, and we are seeing that. We are seeing that in my region, Mr. Speaker, with investments that we've made in the last number of years, and I believe we will continue to see it moving forward. The budget does a number of things. Now, I should say that my education is in business. I spent a lot of time studying accounting and finance, economics, Mr. Speaker, and one of the things that I've specifically done over the last couple of years is challenge the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants. I've had many meetings with them, and I've talked to them specifically about the issue of depreciation of assets. Because one of the things that the budget does, once again, is extend, and quite importantly, extends accelerated capital cost allowances for manufacturers, for investment in capital equipment. Now, for a lot of people at home, they think, well, why does this matter? What does this mean for me? Why does this benefit companies? But I believe that there's been a big change, Mr. Speaker. Certainly since the generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP, were thought up, we looked at depreciation of assets, and we said, well, an asset should be set to depreciate over its useful life. It should depreciate kind of in a straight line, so much depreciation per year until that asset is written off for tax purposes. Now, one of the things I went to the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants about was, I said, if we're going to improve Canada's productivity, if we're going to lead in innovation, if we're going to be a country that, in fact, encourages investment into next-generation manufacturing, then we can no longer talk about useful life of an asset. We have to talk about the antiquated life of an asset. And this is critically important, Mr. Speaker, because a machine can still work fine. It can still produce. In fact, I have a laptop computer on my desk here. I think it's 5 years old. It still works, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you that this is not current technology. It's not current. If you want to keep up with the best in the world, and you want to actually produce products, and you want to be as productive as you can possibly be, that's where our manufacturers are faced with. They must have that equipment. They must have that new equipment. They must be able to write it off in such a way that they can make a business case for making the investment in the first place, because that's what the banks will come and say to them when they're seeking to borrow dollars. They'll say, well, what is the payback on this new machine? What do you expect to earn? That's why accelerated capital cost allowance matters. That's why the budget has once again made that specific measure. $1.4 billion in tax relief for manufacturers so that they can invest and create jobs, Mr. Speaker. And we're seeing it help. You know, Pascal McCloskey, the owner of McCloskey International, came to me prior to the last election. He said, you know, without the measures that your government has taken to reduce corporate taxes, to reduce business taxes, there is no way I would have been able to expand this company here on the east side of Peterborough, now employing over 400 people. There is no way that we could have expanded this manufacturing facility here because we couldn't compete on price globally. This is a company that ships machines around the world from my riding, innovative machines. They couldn't do it without the tax breaks that we put in place. And I note today, Mr. Speaker, an article produced by the CBC, fine journalism on behalf of the CBC. They point out a study that's just been completed by the accounting firm PwC, the World Bank, and the International Finance Corporation. What did that study find? The best country in the G8 for business taxes, the best, is Canada. Canada, Mr. Speaker. We've improved from 28th position overall of over 150 nations. We were 28th in 2010. We're 8th this year, and we're the best in the G8. The best in the G8 by a wide margin. What are the effective tax rates on business in the G8 nations? Well, Canada, 26.9% of profits. United Kingdom, 35.5%. France, 65.7%, Mr. Speaker. The United States, 46.7%. Germany, 46.8%. We've got almost a 20% advantage over the United States, Mr. Speaker. And why does that matter? Why does that matter for manufacturers in Canada? Why does that matter for job creators? Why does that matter in terms of attracting international investment? It matters because in some other ways, Mr. Speaker, we've become a little bit of a high-cost jurisdiction. Wage rates in Canada tend to be higher than they are in a lot of countries that we compete with. Our productivity rates, that's why we're putting these incentives in. Accelerated capital costs. That's why we eliminated import tariffs on manufacturing equipment, Mr. Speaker. We put these measures in place so that our manufacturers can compete globally, keep their costs low, so they can continue to create jobs, Mr. Speaker. So they can continue to create jobs. And each and every manufacturing job created in Canada supports about 8 other jobs in the economy, Mr. Speaker. So we know how important that is. I wanted to talk a little bit about a couple of measures specifically for Southern Ontario that the government has invested into, programs that are in fact delivering big time dividends for the people of Peterborough, the people of southwestern Ontario, the people of central Ontario, the people of eastern Ontario. These are important investments. The Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, 5 years in renewed funding, $920 million, a 5-year commitment for the Eastern Ontario Development Program, Mr. Speaker. That is important funding that's helped small businesses create jobs in my riding. Of course, I talked about the important investments and commitments that the government has made with respect to infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. These are critical investments to move the country forward, to build a stronger economy, a stronger Canada, a stronger Peterborough. Mr. Speaker, I'll stand 4 square behind this budget. It's too bad the opposition won't.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Bath. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Peterborough for his speech. There's something that he didn't really mention concerning Via Rail, and I know that member has a particular interest in trains. Despite the announcement of an investment of $54 million, Via Rail's budget is going to drop by $287 million. So that's more than 50%, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to know whether my colleague thinks that they are building a future with this kind of budgetary measure.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank this member for his interest in Via Rail and, in fact, in passenger rail in this country. The railway industry is obviously a critical one for Canada. This government has invested $1 billion in just the last couple of years into Via Rail for its future. New locomotives, rebuilt locomotives, rebuilt rolling stock, new tracks right across the country, new stations, Mr. Speaker. These stations are of course, accessible now for the physically disabled. This is so important, Mr. Speaker. But what I can say is I have, since the budget, had the opportunity to speak with a number of the Board of Governors of Via Rail. They've told me that this budget delivers on exactly what they've asked the government for. This will support Via's operations. This will support Via's mandate, and I think Canadians can be very pleased with that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague talked about lowering business taxes. I just want to ask him, does he know whether businesses, I'm talking about corporations that have had their taxes lowered to 15%, whether they're actually spending that windfall of money that they are receiving?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'd point to a couple of examples, Mr. Speaker. For example, Tim Hortons that moved its corporate head offices back to Canada after moving to the United States. They came back because of tax advantages here in Canada. I know this is a member that advocates for job creation, and I think there's a number of things that we actually would agree on. Tax rates might be something that we may differ on, but what I can say, Mr. Speaker, is tax rates very much go into the calculus of companies when they're seeking to invest, especially global or international companies. They'll look at those tax rates, they'll look at the cost of doing business in any number of countries. And if you can produce an economy like ours that has an ease of doing business, an ease in the tax system like we have, at competitive tax rates, I can guarantee you, you'll create jobs, you'll attract investments, you'll build a stronger Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his comments. And I just wanted to ask him a question about the infrastructure. He commented about one of the positive aspects was the indexation of the gas tax. But I also wanted to comment one of the other things that is going to be happening here, and it's referenced on page 173, is the list of existing eligible investment categories will be expanded to include highways, local regional airports, short-line rail, short-sea shipping, disaster mitigation, broadband connectivity, brownfield development. And I know many of the municipalities in my riding have done a lot of work on their water and wastewater and now moved beyond that to other projects. Can you talk about the importance of the flexibility of this for municipalities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Etobicoke-Mactaquac for the question. I'd simply point out that this is a member, Mr. Speaker, that when we were looking at the gas tax fund, he was advocating on behalf of making that permanent, and I know he was advocating on behalf of indexation for his communities. And he's absolutely right, Mr. Speaker, when he says that by broadening the categories for the gas tax transfer, we're providing more flexibility. When we first became government, we inherited an infrastructure across this country that was really falling apart, Mr. Speaker. But as municipalities have been able to go about correcting some of the most glaring deficits that they had in terms of infrastructure, they've now came to us and said, we have other areas of priority. Can we use the gas tax fund for other applications? In my community, it was for walkways and sidewalks and improved support for pedestrians and transit, including all around the lakeshore in Peterborough, Mr. Speaker. But now we've said to the municipalities, we know you have other priorities. We want to work with you. We want to partner with you. We're going to support you with those priorities, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38. Standing Order 38 is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles on employment insurance.
Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands on public safety. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for York West.
Therefore, I wanted to cover a number of topics.
First is the one I raised during question period today, the decision, the surprise decision by the government to eliminate an advantage, a competitive advantage that was given to the credit unions and the Caisse Populaire in the 70s to allow them to compete with the banks on a level playing field. I also wish to touch on the federal public service, the matter of R&D, and finally, a local, very important local institution, the National Capital Commission. Alors, je vais commencer par les co-ops, Monsieur le Président.
So I'll begin by the credit unions.
Co-ops and credit unions and Caisse Populaire have this reduced tax rate that is being taken away. They're getting a tax increase, actually, of about 36%. They're going from 11 to 15%. But the reason the tax rate had been given was that so that they could capitalize, because even the banks recognized that they needed that. I'll quote a gentleman from an analyst from the National Bank, National Bank Financial. He was saying, and I quote, "The credit unions serve a different market, run higher costs, partially as a result, and do not have access to capital other than retained earnings and preferred share instruments issued to members." His name is Peter Rutledge. He's an analyst at National Bank Financial, and I totally agree with him. And the reason that the government had agreed to give and maintain this credit is so that these credit unions could compete with the banks and offer financial services in small-town Canada, Mr. Speaker, where many banks have withdrawn their les branches qu'ils avaient là,
branches they had there.
Situation here where all of a sudden, without any consultation, boom, in the budget on Thursday, credit unions and the Caisse Populaire learn about this and wonder where it comes from. And also, one wonders how the government justifies its comments a few pages before that decision is made, and these comments that contradict what they've just said, what they've just decided. And I'll quote the budget book at page 147. Quote, "The government will review the regulatory framework, including the process for approval of new financial institutions, to ensure that it promotes the entry and growth of smaller institutions while preserving the safety and soundness of the sector." Well, for the safety and soundness of the sector, credit unions and Caisse Populaire have demonstrated their soundness, Mr. Speaker. But how can the government say on one hand it wants us to encourage entry and growth of smaller institutions and tax them, the credit unions that were essentially small and growing credit institutions offering services where the banks, the big six, are not, and then taxes them? It just goes. I was reading this on the weekend with my contradictory detector, and it was the alarm sounded, Mr. Speaker. Now, let me remind you, where is this coming from? That's why I asked the government, and I didn't get a real answer. And why change this 2 months after the government acknowledged in a written response to the Special Committee on Co-ops that was set up by this chamber unanimously last May and reported to the government in September with a response on January 28th, and the government said essentially that it recognized and understood that capitalization was still a challenge for cooperative businesses. Yet 2 months later, boom. So one can suspect that the governments might have been lobbied, Mr. Speaker, and that's a suspicion that I have, because the same gentleman that I quoted makes another quote what's rather astounding. And this is in the Globe on Thursday. He said credit unions benefit mightily from CMHC mortgage insurance, so no one could look as that as the federal government's. So one could look as that as the federal government subsidy that they now have to pay a little more via the tax code. Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, CMHC insures mortgages, but it does for the banks as well. And I want to point out, in 2008, you may recall, there was a year of some financial difficulties around the world, including in Canada. The government put $125 billion on the table to ensure the banks, the credited banks, wouldn't dry up, and via the CMHC. And 69 billion of that was taken up by banks, Mr. Speaker. Hardly any was taken up by credit unions. So before the banks start saying that the credit unions are getting a subsidy advantage from CMHC, and forgetting that they are too, I think that's really, Mr. Speaker, something that we should be very careful of. And if we're going to look at banks, Mr. Speaker, and I want to on two items. When people invest on bank shares and they profit from those, they get a 50% capital gains deduction. They don't have to pay tax on the first 50%. Perhaps if the government had said in their budget on Thursday that maybe that ought to be reduced somewhat, say by a few percentage points, or by 36%, say the equivalent of what they've taken away from the credit unions today, I'm pretty sure that the phones would not have stopped ringing in the government offices if they even dared to consider such an item, Mr. Speaker. I'm not suggesting that we do that, but that's a basis of a comparison, because the members of co-ops and credit unions and Caisse Populaire are essentially their shareholders. And now they're being dinged by 36% tax increase, Mr. Speaker, whereas the shareholders of banks, that's not moving. So, but even worse, Mr. Speaker, I asked a number of people over the last few months if they were aware of the amount of bonuses that is paid to bank executives and the higher echelons in the banks in Canada, just the Canadian banks. No one I've talked to knew the amount. So, Mr. Speaker, that has to become a known fact. Last year, it was $10.3 billion, Mr. Speaker. $10.3 billion paid to Canadian banks executives. The year before, $9.2 billion. In 2008, Mr. Speaker, when we had the fairly serious financial difficulties, and the banks were offered a loan of $125 billion, about $7 billion was paid to banks executives of that year. So before we start, taxing credit unions more, maybe we ought to consider putting a cap on the bonuses that the banks can pay to themselves, as is being considered now in some European countries, Germany among them. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just wanting to make sure that we realize the importance in the financial system of credit unions and Caisse Populaire, and that before the government goes doing more things, it should have had the decency first of talking to them and not announcing them just like that, these decisions. And I would hope even would want to reconsider, Mr. Speaker, given the importance of credit unions in small-town Canada, where there are no other financial institutions. Alors, je vais laisser de côté ce dossier pour l'instant.
I'll set that matter aside and I'll move on to the public service, Mr. Speaker. Now, the unpleasant relationship that the government has with officials, we would have expected or hoped that it would have improved, Mr. Speaker. But it hasn't. We'll recall that in the last budget, Mr. Speaker, it would be cutting 19,000 positions. Most of the unions representing public servants agree that it's much more, in fact, if we consider the positions that had already been eliminated. But it's the way in which they are proceeding for each position to be eliminated. They are getting 5 other public servants involved. So there are some 20,000 who will be eliminated. There are 4 others advised that their positions may be eliminated. So we're talking about 100,000 people. If people receive a letter telling them that their position may be at stake, well, imagine what happens, Mr. Speaker. At that point, they become afraid. It has an impact on their families, on the economies, on the communities where people live, on their productivity as well. Mr. Speaker, if you've got a Damocles sword swinging over your head, and someone may at any point in time cut the string, well, that's a problem.
I have no problems with the notion of investing in the applied part of that science, Mr. Speaker, but I'm really worried that we've been neglecting basic and pure research. The 12 Canadian scientists who won Nobel Prizes did not win them for applied research, Mr. Speaker. They won them for basic and pure research. So I would hope that the government would take notice of some concerns that are now becoming more forceful of not abandoning basic research. You know, the DNA was basic research, and that's having major impact down the road. And there's a number of these examples, Mr. Speaker, and if we neglect those, down the road, we will suffer. We'll pay for that. So let's make sure we keep an equilibrium. And as far as the NCC is concerned, quite simply, if the government is serious about keeping the NCC, then the government has one thing to do it fast, that is appoint a CEO, because that position has been vacant since last summer. And if you're going to have an institution that has a mandate, then somebody has to exercise that, and they need a CEO. Alors, que le ministre responsable nomme.
So the minister responsible needs to appoint a CEO ASAP. if they're very serious about this matter, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charleville, Haute-Côte-Nord. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we see that in this budget that they're running a deficit. They've broken records in terms of the size of the deficit. And we often hear the Conservatives say, well, we brought taxes down by this, for this and that. But there are a number of hidden taxes. Does the Liberal Party agree with me that taking money out of the EI fund to eliminate deficits elsewhere is a hidden tax? The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, that's a debate that's been ongoing here for a long time. When the government needs to maintain a fund, a central fund, and if there's a deficit, well, it comes from the central fund to eliminate it, and so we can't unduly increase premiums. That's what the government's doing at present. We're talking about a $600 million increase in premiums. Now, if I were in the government's place, I would say something about it, because that is a direct tax on employees and employers, Mr. Speaker. If it's not necessary, then why do it? That's the way the government will step around it. What we did when we were in power, we took the benefits and we reduced them and we cut them so that we established a balance, Mr. Speaker. So that's the answer that I would have to offer to my colleague.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide comment in regards to the Minister of Finance's comments on the issue of deficit. He's been saying to Canadians through this budget now that the government intends to have a balanced budget for the fiscal year of 2015/16. My question, quite simply, is as a member, do you believe the Minister of Finance, and if not, why not?
That's quite a question, Mr. Speaker. I have some doubts, because the prognostics upon which the minister bases his numbers are rather optimistic. The prognostics of increased income that he has are also quite optimistic. I'm not sure that we'll be able to gather all the income he thinks can be found while they're cutting the source that he hopes will find these incomes, that is Revenue Canada. So there are many people out there who are rather skeptical about the ability of the minister to balance the budget as he's projecting to do so. And also there's a matter of the habit that they've had of using the unspent amount at the end of the year and applying that for the following year. Well, it's good if you have a fairly even level of spending, but because of the spike in spending on the action plan, Mr. Speaker, and of course the inability to spend that money in the first year, they have this margin that they've created, this artificial margin that they're trying to apply, and that's not going to work. So they're going to have serious problems. And the reality is that this minister will have accumulated during his term as Minister of Finance the largest amount of debt that any Minister of Finance has accumulated in the history of our country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Honourable Member towards the end of his speech made reference, and he had to do it at the end because there are a lot of things to talk about and not a lot of time. Mostly a lot of things to talk about that aren't in the budget. What he referenced was the commercialization of education and research. And we looked at the overall budget, and it's 10-to-1 references to commercialization of research versus environmental. I spoke to the internationally renowned Dr. Schindler, and he advised that he has not received a single cent from this federal government for his very important research on addressing the environmental impacts of the oil sands. Dr. Schindler, of course, was the first scientist at Experimental Lakes, and the work there led to, he discovered the problem with phosphates, and that led to research by manufacturers to a cleaner, safer soap. The research Experimental Lakes led to the identity of mercury coming from coal-fired power plants, which then spurred a discussion I was part of to remove the mercury from coal-fired power plants. So I wonder if you could speak to this problem with this unilateral look at commercialization, value, and science.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the important thing there is that we keep things in equilibrium, in balance. There is need for money to be spent in the application of knowledge, and that's the D of R&D, if you will. But we have to keep things in balance. And the trend in the last few years has been to more on the, and almost, not exclusively, but much more on the application, the applied nature of the D side of R&D, and less on the R side. And I think we got to be careful there because, for instance, in 2009, there's a scientist in Canada who won a Nobel Prize for the discovery of telomerase at the end of DNAs. Mr. Speaker, that deals with longevity. And the implications of that research down the road is absolutely astounding, Mr. Speaker. And if we, as a country, don't have the capacity to understand and make use of that, then we're going to pay the price. So keep, and I think all scientists would probably agree there. Yes, you need applied research, but you also need pure and basic research in a sort of equilibrium, and that will serve our country and its population much better.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague on his comments. He's worked very hard on many of those issues, knows them well, and he, as myself and others in the House and out of the House, are clearly very disappointed in the so-called budget 2013. I have to say, you know, I look at this and I don't think it's worth the paper it's written on, and it's just too bad that we didn't have the money that went into putting out all of this books that they've done and all of the ads that we know will come. If they could have taken those that money and put it back into helping Canadians, I think it would have gone a lot farther than produce another advertising document, which is what this one is all about. And it seems like, you know, Canadians coast to coast to coast are sending us emails and tweets and the rest of it about their concerns and their disappointment that there's very little in that budget other than recycling a bunch of things. Andrew Coyne, who writes very critical of the government and of the opposition, so he's no friend of anyone in particular except Canadians, said that the budget is bloated, cynical, and incoherent. So much of what is wrong with this budget, he said, simply amounts to extending previous programs or implementing past initiatives that they had already committed to do. Even the Prime Minister's favourite friend, Doug Horner, who's the finance minister for Alberta, said we don't have any new money for the types of programs that the Prime Minister has put in this budget. So clearly, there aren't going to be these new programs because the provinces don't have the money to match them. I was also struck by the commentary by the National Citizens Coalition, a group that the Prime Minister served as president of. Mr. Peter Coleman, current president, said this budget plan seeks to grab headlines for relatively minor initiatives. It's also discouraging that the government was not willing to commit to more far-reaching tariff reform. There's also an article on the front page of the business section of the Globe about what touching those tariffs that were adjusted in this budget will have a significant impact on many other avenues of resources and things that come in that have a tariff on them, to the point where it will seriously hamper many of the retailers here in Canada. So it seems that the government missed the mark again. But now I want to be fair. There are the few items, as I mentioned earlier, about the reduction of the tariffs on baby clothes and hockey equipment. But they needed to look at much more thorough. All they do is the government does is touch those little things that will get them a little bit of positive publicity. And the ones that really needed to be touched and looked at and examined, that would be Canada be better off, they didn't touch them at all. Canadian families now owe a record of $1.67 in debt for every dollar of income. And Budget 213 is not going to help middle-class families that are struggling. And rather than have the minister go and try and effect the changes to the interest rates, that would clearly affect a lot of Canadians out there that have huge mortgages and credit card debt. And it was that 40-year mortgage commitment that the government made, even for a short period of time, that certainly helped drive the amount of debt that many Canadians are feeling. But one of the issues that's we often talk about here is the employment issue in and amongst our youth. We're facing the worst youth job market in a generation. That means for many of our young people getting out of school, there aren't going to be the jobs out there. And what does the government, and we've been talking about this for at least 2 years now, and what does the government suggest? Well, they're going to invest $19 million in an advertising campaign, but they will not be creating any new jobs or any new skills for youth. So, of course, we know how much the government likes to advertise their partisan ideas on the public dime, so I'm sure we're going to be hearing lots more of that. By 2015, the government will have spent almost $1 billion to advance their economic inaction plan during events like the Super Bowl. So much for accountability and transparency that we supposedly are talking about. Everywhere you go, you cannot go 50 feet without seeing another one of these economic action plan ads. And for most of the people that I talk to, they know it's their own money, that instead of investing it in people, they're doing more of the partisan propaganda. They should be ashamed of themselves every time they see those signs. But youth employment is being ignored almost as much as the job market in general. Canadians want a real plan to grow the economy and create Canadian jobs. Instead, the Conservatives are repackaging existing programs, taking more money out of the economy and calling it another action plan. Well, in this budget, the Conservatives have prioritized spending cuts ahead of strengthening the economy and creating new jobs. We all know that the job market is still rebounding from the recession that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance promised would never happen. You know, we were never going to run into a debt, and we were never going to get into a recession. 2 months later, the recession's here, and they'd already blown the $13 billion that surplus that they'd already had as a result of the Liberal government. But despite the assurances, young Canadians now have an employment rate that is 5 points worse than it was before the recession. So we risk creating a lost generation of youth, unable to move out of their parents' home, saddled with unimaginably high debt, and no meaningful job experience. Budget 2013 should have included a real plan to help Canadians, young Canadians specifically, but it isn't in that budget at all. So now the Conservative henchmen say that Budget 2013 announced infrastructure, training and manufacturing programs to kickstart the economy. But what they won't admit is these aren't new programs. The Conservatives are using Budget 2013 to rebrand programs that were already existed. When we introduced the gas tax some years back as a Liberal government, yes, and I acknowledge the fact that it's indexed, and I think that's a good thing. But when we introduced, you know, we're always being told about who voted for what and the rest of it. Well, when we introduced that as a Liberal government in our budget, the current Conservatives, not as many as there are now, they voted against the gas tax. So, but today I have to say I'm pleased that they indexed it, except that instead of being $5.5 billion moving forward, it's been reduced to $3.3 billion. So it makes it much more difficult for our municipalities to move forward. Everywhere we go, the infrastructure pressures are there. And the government acknowledged that it's a huge thing, but you can't expect the cities to be able to deal with that. The provinces are under a huge amount of debt, and so to say, well, we're going to do a variety of things in partnership with them, well, they don't have the money either. And nobody wants to have to raise taxes, but it's what you do with the money that you have, where your priorities lie, that are the things that matter. Budget 2013 says, hurry up and wait budget. And that's about what it says, because in 5 years, we are going to create jobs. In 5 years, we'll have more money for infrastructure. In 5 years, we'll be able to do a variety of things, but not today. But speaking again of the whole skills training issue, I'm sure the Prime Minister must have been disappointed because he talked so much about how they were going to answer these problems and come up with these solutions, and all they came up with was a whole lot of hot air. The Conservatives have invested a small amount, just over $1 million, to harmonize the recognition of skilled trades credentials across the country. Yet they have done nothing to increase the graduation rates of apprenticeships. And one of the most critical barriers to improving the supply of highly trained workers that we have in Canada that we need, many of these young people end up dropping out of the apprenticeship program because they don't have enough money to keep going. And over 40% don't end up finishing the programs. And that's clearly, when you do the investigation, is because they didn't have the money to continue. Inadequate financing is a big issue that, again, is not addressed here when we talk about the big skills shortage, and we all acknowledge that we have it. Again, why not take the money and put it into into helping people so that they can get jobs and that they can move on to buying homes, move out of their parents' homes, and start investing themselves. But they can't do it if they don't have a job. And as the government spends hundreds of millions of dollars on advertising to buy Canadians' votes, they should be thinking about those many young people that are looking for jobs and looking for the government for some leadership, rather than passing down all kinds of ideas and deals, except that the provinces have to match that money or companies have to match that money. Well, you know, a lot of them don't have that money, so all of those jobs, I don't think they're going to materialize. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me to speak about this nothing budget that I have in front of me. I just wish I could get the money out of this budget so that I could take all that money and put it into helping Canadians get jobs.
Questions and comments? L'honorable deputy.
The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know what the Liberal Party thinks of the choices the Conservatives have made. For example, with the current deficit of about $26 billion. Since 2008, it's been deficit upon deficit, and yet they claim to be great managers of the economy. And on the other hand, they've been providing tax credits to business for years, $60 billion in this budget alone, without requiring those businesses to reinvest in our society. And that's why we still have a deficit today. What does she think of the choices the Conservatives have made? The honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much to my colleague. Clearly we have a different ideology about what the role of government should be. And I guess I have to start with the choices that our Minister of Finance made when he was, it was that same group of individuals who drove Ontario into a massive deficit as well. And the exact same thing is happening here now, and they'll just continue. It's about choices that you make, and I would tend to think that Canadians want us to invest money into advancing the future so that we have people who can get those jobs, we have young people who can finish apprenticeship programs, and that they can get the jobs. Instead, what we're doing is spending more money than has ever been spent. We've got a huge deficit, and it's all you got to do is go back into history and see what was going on with this same Minister of Finance when they were elected in Ontario, and of the kinds of problems we ended up with and the deficit and the debt that ended up to be there. So they're doing the exact same thing for the whole country that we're currently dealing with. So I'm appalled at their decisions. I'm more appalled at the $1 billion that they will have spent on economic ads when people are looking for jobs.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her observations. Currently, the federal government transfers $500 million a year under labour market agreements to the different provinces. With this Canada Jobs Grant, they're going to pull back $300 million of that $500 million to conveniently create a fund for themselves to deploy what they call the Canada Jobs Grant, which will require the provinces to contribute $5,000 for every skilled worker and an employer to contribute $5,000. I've heard that the Finance Minister for Alberta and the Finance Minister for Ontario have already indicated that they're not even likely to participate in this program because the provinces don't have any money. I'm wondering if my honourable friend can comment then on the true effectiveness of this notional skills training development through the Canada Jobs Grant.
The honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that was a big disappointment. Certainly, we've been talking about the youth employment strategy, the need for one. We've been talking about changes to the EI. I mean, this is nothing more than a continued attack on the many people that want to work. To say that we'll create this new fund, and then the provinces who don't have the money, and when Alberta, who does so well out there, says it doesn't have the money, that has to tell everybody, what about the other provinces? If Alberta and Ontario don't have the money, and they are supposedly our richest provinces, if they don't have the money, no one else is going to have it either. So all those fictitious jobs that are going to be created out there, I don't think we're going to see one. And again, it goes back to if people are unemployed, they can't find work, they're having to live at home. I think that's bad for the economy, because if people have jobs, they spend money. They buy houses, they get married, they do all the things we want them to do. And I think that's a much better investment than economic ads.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Mississauga South. Mr. Speaker, I stand in this place this afternoon in disbelief. I have reviewed Economic Action Plan 2013 over the weekend and seeing all the great opportunities that will be made available to my riding in Kootenay, Columbia. I can't but wonder what document the opposition are reading. Maybe the Liberals are dreaming of an NDP budget that would be full of tax increases, crippling debt, and job losses in the tens of thousands. Just look at what happened to British Columbia in the dark days of the 1990s. Or maybe the NDP is thinking about a Liberal budget that would cut core services like healthcare spending, or better yet, cutting spending to our military, so that when they were sent in harm's way, they were under-equipped and wearing green fatigues in a desert setting. But, Mr. Speaker, let's get back to reality, and let's provide Canadians with great opportunities that lie ahead under the direction of our Conservative government. Mr. Speaker, I could speak all day on the opportunities that will be availed to every community across this great nation, found on page 173 of this budget document. For anyone who has been involved in municipal government, the Community Improvement Fund is huge. It will provide funding in the amount of $32.2 billion over the next 10 years through the new Building Canada plan, and most importantly, it will give greater flexibility to a broader range of infrastructure priorities. $21.8 billion over the next 10 years through the gas tax fund payments. And what is a great move by our Conservative government to propose that these payments be indexed at 2% per year. This is guaranteed, consistent funding directed to communities across Canada. And better yet, the list of eligible categories will be extended to include highways, local and regional airports, short line rail, short sea shipping, disaster mitigation, broadband and connectivity, brownfield redevelopment, culture, tourism, sport, and recreation. Mr. Speaker, in rural Canada, municipal and regional governments welcome this news. By providing an expanded list of categories, they will be able to focus on improvements that encourage people to come and visit, play, and stay in their communities. Culture, tourism, sport, and recreation are the mainstay for many small communities. In my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, places like Fernie, Kimberley, Invermere, Golden, and Revelstoke boast some of the best skiing opportunities in North America. Hot springs in Fairmont, Radium, Ainsworth, and the Cusp draw hundreds of thousands of people every year. But with this comes the expectation that communities will provide infrastructure that matches the experience. This, Mr. Speaker, will do just that. Mr. Speaker, the connectivity between what I just spoke about and investing in affordable housing is also front and center in my riding, Kootenay, Columbia. Although we boast some of the greatest recreational opportunities in North America, it also puts a strain on the thousands of people who work in the tourism industry, as affordable housing is not always readily available. With $253 million per year over 5 years earmarked to invest in affordable housing, funding for a variety of activities, including new construction, renovation, homeownership assistance, rent supplements, shelter allowances, and accommodations for victims of family violence will make it easier for small communities to better serve those who live in their communities. And, Mr. Speaker, Let's not forget about the nearly $600 million for the homelessness partnering strategy. Although we tend to focus on homelessness in the urban areas, homelessness in rural communities can be especially harsh, as there is normally nowhere to go. Places like Cranbrook, British Columbia, where the Salvation Army is working tirelessly to raise funds for a new shelter to combat an ever-growing need for those who are less fortunate. Mr. Speaker, homelessness affects us all, and I am very proud of our Conservative government in its efforts toward homelessness partnering strategy. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Job Grant, in concert with the renewal of the labour market agreements, is expected to provide access to upwards of 130,000 people in training to fill available jobs each year. The federal government will provide up to $5,000 per person toward training at eligible training institutions. This means the grant could provide $15,000 or more per person, including provincial or territorial and employee contributions. In the Elk Valley, Teck Resources operates the second largest metallurgical coal mines in the world, and they welcome this news with open arms. It is industry itself that must identify and pursue what they clearly understand as their employment demands. The Leader of the Opposition came out after the budget criticizing this initiative by saying that this was just another download by the federal government. If the Leader of the official opposition would make a conscious effort to speak with business owners, he would know that investment by a company and identifying its priorities is key to its success. Training in trades, forestry, and heavy equipment operating is in huge demand across Canada, and it is industry that knows best where this needs to be applied. They're not asking for a free handout. In fact, it is the exact opposite. They are looking for partners to work with them to solve a significant problem. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House recognize that working together with industry and other levels of government in a collaborative manner will be much more productive and bring the desired results in the long run. In line with this proactive approach with industry, we will be extending the temporary accelerated capital cost allowance for new investment in machinery and equipment for an additional 2 years for those in the manufacturing and processing sector. This will bring approximately $129 million in tax relief to growing companies and create jobs in British Columbia. In my riding, the mining and forestry sectors welcome this news. Investing in new equipment not only makes good business sense, it also increases safety and productivity. And finally, Mr. Speaker, it is this Conservative government that is confirming total investments of $1.9 billion over 7 years to ensure that disabled, ill, and aging veterans and their families receive the support they need and deserve. With your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize my grandfather, Robert Whittaker, who served on the front lines in World War I. To my two uncles, Jack Whittaker, who flew the Lancaster bombers during World War II, and Robert Whittaker Jr., who was with the Royal Canadian Navy during World War II. To my three uncles, George Whittaker, Bill Whittaker, and Lloyd Whittaker, along with myself, have given over 90 years of combined service to the RCMP. And finally, to my son, Master Corporal Matthew Wilkes, currently serving with 1 Combat Engineering Regiment in Edmonton, Alberta. To you and the hundreds of thousands of brave men and women before you, I personally thank you for your dedication to preserving Canada's values at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government, led by Prime Minister Stephen Harper, continue to stand up for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, while we ensure that Canada remains the strongest country in the world, recognized by the G7 and G20 as a leader on all fronts. We as Canadians lead by example, proud of our past and excited about what the future holds. I encourage all members of this House to stand behind this budget, support it, and watch as our country flourishes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments, would like to remind honourable members that they are not to use the names of their colleagues, proper names of their colleagues in the House, but should refer to them by riding or by office. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed my colleague spent much of his time rather lofty platitudes and some very nice history about his personal family's service in the armed forces, etc. But he was soft on details when it comes to one of the major concerns that we have in this budget regarding the jobs strategy that they put forward. And I'd like to correct one thing and remind him of another, and then ask him his opinion on the third. First of all, is he aware if they really wanted to do something for small business, they could have done something tangible in this budget? When the NDP took power in Manitoba in 1999, the Conservatives, the tax and grab Conservatives, were charging small businesses 11% in corporate tax. Now, the NDP subsequently every year reduced that 1% a year to where I don't have to tell the Manitoba MPs in this ride in the House today, there's 5 of us here at least, the small business tax in Manitoba is now 0. The socialist paradise of Manitoba, the small business tax is 0. Now, if the Conservatives are serious about making a gesture to small business in this budget, it wouldn't be to charge them more for labour market training, as they're contemplating. It would to give them a real, tangible take-home tax break.
The honourable member for Kootenay Columbia.
Well, thank you very much, and thank the member for his question. I guess he wasn't up to speed on the small business hiring credit that this side of the House has provided to small businesses across Canada. The hiring credit is something that is tangible, allows small business to hire other employees, and gives everyone a benefit.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for West Mount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to very briefly quote Fleming, who, of course, was the discoverer of penicillin. He says, and I quote, "When I woke up just after dawn on September 28, 1928, I certainly didn't plan to revolutionize all medicine by discovering the world's first antibiotic or bacteria killer." Fleming would later say, but I suppose that's exactly what I did on that day. I'm very disturbed, Mr. Speaker, by the focus by this government on moving away from basic and fundamental science, which of course has to be balanced with applied science, but the moving away by this government from basic and fundamental science towards applied science, and I'd like to hear what the member has to say about that disturbing trend.
The honourable member for Kootenay Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This side of the House recognizes the importance of the sciences, and we recognize that investing in sciences throughout Canada is something that will improve us in the long run. On the Health Committee, we're looking at geomex right now, and we're looking at technological innovation. And boy, we got some smart people in this country, and I'm really looking forward to the future when they bring these things forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Cranbrook for his comments. And some of my family members live in Cranbrook, and he has done an excellent job representing the people of that community and that area. I appreciate so much the comments that he made about the budget, especially regarding jobs and growth. And one of the things that the Chambers of Commerce across the country have recognized is the lack of skilled labour in Canada, and that has created a void in many areas. I know even in Manitoba, there's been an issue regarding skilled labour. And I'm wondering if the member could comment on our new program that would link individuals who need training with the jobs that are available. And I wonder if you could talk about the importance of training people in Canada for the jobs that are available. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kootenay Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for that excellent question. Certainly in my riding of Kootenay-Columbia with Teck Resources, the second largest coal company in all of the world for metallurgical coal, they're in dire need of all types of technical trades, whether it be electricians, whether it be heavy-duty mechanics, whether it be millwrights, haul truck drivers. These are things that Canadians can do from coast to coast to coast. They need 1,500 of these people just in the next few years. We have massive amounts of jobs that are available for Canadians as soon as they get trained up, and I'm looking forward to our government partnering with provincial governments and with all of the other large industry and small industry across Canada to ensure that we have Canadians employed from coast to coast to coast.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's certainly my honour to have this opportunity to speak about the Economic Action Plan 2013 put forward by the Minister of Finance last week. As we all know, we are on track and continuing to focus on economic growth, job creation, and long-term prosperity. And, of course, keeping our promise to balance the budget by 2015. So I'm quite proud of that. I wanted to note that of the 950,000 new jobs created since the economic downturn of 2009, that many Canadians, they may hear that number, but they may not be aware of three things. One is that most of those jobs are full-time and well-paying, and they're also, the vast majority, almost 80% of them, are in the private sector. So I wanted to just to note that as a bit of a success story. But we are hearing about the skills training, the innovative initiative put forward in the Economic Action Plan 2013 for skills training to address the demand for skilled labor. And that's something that I heard, too, over and over again in Mississauga South. I heard it when we were holding meetings previous to the pre-budget consultation meetings, economic roundtable meetings locally. I heard it when I met with the Port Credit, BIA, and with small business owners who were telling me that they had these skilled labor shortage issues in their businesses. I heard it again when the Minister of State for Finance came to speak with Mississauga Board of Trade businesses as well. He heard the same thing. And my colleagues from the honourable members from Mississauga Streetsville, Mississauga Arundel, Mississauga East Cooksville, we held a town hall meeting as well in Mississauga, and we heard the same thing about this. So we're especially pleased, I think, in Mississauga that to hear about this Canada Jobs Grant, and to know that it will help Canadians become apprentices, to help the unemployed, underemployed, as many as we're talking hundreds of thousands, 130,000 people will be helped through community colleges and other training institutions. I think this is very good news. What I wanted to talk about with you today and here is to talk about the initiatives in the budget that that affect certain people who've been contacting my office, and people in Mississauga South in particular, who have something that I think they would believe in this budget. And so I went through it in search of these types of examples, and I found my favorite page numbers from Budget 2013. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you what my favorite page numbers are. And so I'm going to start with tax relief for home care services because there's a woman named Lucy Shaw in Mississauga South, and she runs Nurse Next Door, and they drive around in little pink Beetles, and they help people who live in their who live in their homes, but they still need help for whatever reason. And so on page 222, the Minister of Finance has decided that to expand tax relief for home care services by extending the GST, HST exemption for homemaker services to include personal care services to individuals who, due to age, infirmity, or disability, require this kind of assistance at home. And this change was effective last week. So I'm particularly pleased about that. I also want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, about page 243, which is a good page for two reasons. One is that this government is going to continue to support the Nature Conservancy of Canada with $20 million and in 2013-2014 for the Nature Conservancy to continue to serve ecologically sensitive land under the Natural Areas Conservation Program. So each federal dollar will be matched by new funding from other sources, leveraging additional funds for the conservation of Canada's natural environment. The government's also working on the development of a national conservation plan, we're told in the budget. And I just want to tell you that I was a proud member of the Environment Committee when we studied the recommendations for the Minister for the National Conservation Plan, and it included a very strong component on urban conservation. And so for a riding like Mississauga South, which sits on Lake Ontario and has the beautiful Credit River running through it as well, these kinds of initiatives to protect and conserve our environment are very important to my constituents and to me. And on the same page and in the same line of thought is also a new initiative about improving the conservation of fisheries through community partnerships. And so Budget 2013 proposes $10 million over 2 years to improve the conservation of fisheries by supporting partnerships with local groups. And in Mississauga South, these local groups would be groups like the Credit River Anglers Association, the Port Credit Salmon and Trout Association, which do such great work right in my riding. And you wouldn't think of this because Mississauga South is obviously an urban riding. It's right next to Toronto. But it is true, Mr. Speaker, that the constituents of my riding care very much about our lake and our river and our environment. And so I think this is a great way for the government, to show what a high priority we put on conserving our natural environment. And I'd also like to draw your attention to page 226, which is, and the topic of that is financial literacy for seniors. And in particular, this budget will support efforts to regulate appropriately, to make public awareness a priority to improve financial literacy because sometimes older Canadians can be vulnerable to that kind of financial abuse. So it'll help them make more informed decisions about protecting their financial interests in the future. In fact, I sat on the Status of Women Committee, and we studied and voted on and tabled a report on elder abuse. And this was one of the topics that we didn't really expect to come up. But financial abuse of seniors is quite a serious problem, Mr. Speaker. So, in addition to the awareness and improving financial literacy, we've also adopted Bill C-12, which helps to combat financial abuse of seniors by allowing banks to report suspected fraud to the police and other social service agencies. And as part of the Protecting Canada's Seniors Act, which received royal assent in December 2012, that act protects seniors better by considering age and other personal circumstances as aggravating factors to apply tougher sentences for those who take advantage of the elderly. So I'm proud that we're supporting our most vulnerable in society through this budget. With regard to innovation, and in particular, there is a mention on page 201 of a business by the name of Electrovia, which is located in Mississauga South, and Electrovaya was able to take advantage of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, and which the government is going to continue supporting, $325 million over 8 years of continued support for the development and demonstration of new clean technologies that create efficiencies for businesses and contribute to sustainable economic development. Because, Mr. Speaker, clean technology and efficient practices can save businesses money, create high-paying jobs, drive innovation, and improve the productivity of Canada's natural resources. So Electrovaya, which makes electric batteries for cars and energy storage, smart grid power, is a great example of that. And so I'm hoping you'll just let me, well, you know what, I'll use it in one of my answers. Thank you for allowing me to tell you about my favorite pages in Budget 2013, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Charlevoix, Montmorency, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm curious to know whether the member is particularly proud of the fact that her government has been in a deficit position since 2008, when it promised many, many times to ensure budget balance sooner rather than later. And the government even created record deficits. Now, budget balance is set for the next election period. So I'd like to know if she's particularly proud of having a government which is giving money perhaps to his friends and waiting for the next election to create a balanced budget. Thank you.
For Mississauga South.
I would say, first of all, that we are globally in very turbulent times, and Canada has, as a matter of fact, performed very well on the world stage. And in fact, our net debt to GDP ratio is 35.8%, the lowest among G7 countries, with Germany being the second lowest at 58.4%. So you can see that we're doing well, and we're doing well relative to the rest of the world in a very difficult time. So I would say that I'm quite pleased that without raising taxes, we will be able to eliminate the deficit by 2015.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Guelph.
Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Mississauga South for her speech today. But I'm wondering if she would respond to this. They keep talking about this job grant. Everyone knows that we have people without jobs and jobs without people, and we all agree that something needs to be done. And this is what this government did. They clawed back $300 million of $500 million under the labour market agreements they have with all of the provinces. And this won't even happen for another year. But they claw this money back so they could conveniently create a $300 million fund for themselves of money that they were already going to apply, so it's not new money. And then they say to the provinces, we'll give $5,000 per skilled labour, you have to give $5,000 each, and each employer has to give $5,000. So I get that. But I'm wondering how the member will respond when she finds out that the finance minister for Alberta and the finance minister for Ontario both said, we're not even likely to agree to participate in this program because we don't have the money. You clawed back the money that would have allowed them to do it. So I'm wondering how she might respond to that and how they support this fictitious 130,000 jobs that will be created.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure about the cutbacks that the member from Guelph is referring to, because under this Conservative government, transfer payments have never been cut to the provinces. In fact, when under the Liberal government in Ontario, transfer payments were cut by $25 billion. Yeah. The Liberal government balanced the budget, balanced their books on the backs of the provinces. Exactly. We are not going to do that, Mr. Speaker. So I do think that the member from Guelph has a bit of a short memory on that. And, you know, I mean, we haven't even begun the negotiations with the provinces. We are absolutely willing to work with the provinces. And so far, the Minister of Finance is getting every indication from the provinces that they, too, believe that apprenticeship training is a very important issue. That's what we're hearing from everyone, that there is this misalignment of the types of jobs that are available and the skills needed to fill them. So we're working to address the problem, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here. Time for a very quick question. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Speaker, I just want to thank my colleague for the great speech. And she was going through page numbers, but Mr. Speaker, you didn't give her enough time because I'm sure she'd have gone to 223 where it outlines our great palliative care program as investing $3 million in community projects. But Mr. Speaker, my question relates to infrastructure. This past weekend, I visited with many of my municipal partners in my riding, and they're thrilled with the investment that we're making in infrastructure, long-term, sustainable. The gas tax fund, not only is it permanent, it's going to be indexed now, Mr. Speaker, to allow the communities to do the great infrastructure projects that are on their plate. Thanks.
The honourable member for Mississauga South, a very short answer, please.
Okay, I was going to say, Mr. Speaker, that's a great point, and one that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities they have wanted us to index that gas tax for a long time, and we have decided that that's actually a great idea. It will now be indexed. We're talking about the Community Improvement Fund of over $53 billion over 10 years. This is the longest and largest infrastructure program in Canadian history, and I'm so glad that we're going to be able to repair those bridges and highways and use the money for public transit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise and speak. But you know, there's so much to say and there's so little time. We have 10 minutes in which to respond. I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the wonderful MP from across the harbour, the MP from Halifax, and we'll give you a bit of a Nova Scotia flavour, perhaps, of how to respond to this stuff. But there is so much to say. There's no question. This budget came down in a great deal of flurry and fanfare, but it really appeared, not to overuse a phrase, but it really was a lot of smoke and mirrors. And once we began to dig down a little bit, we saw the sleights of hand, but we won't really be able to get into the details until the Implementation Act is tabled later on this week or soon. So I wanted to try to focus a little bit on this budget as it related to my constituency and as it related to a process that I've been involved in for the past couple of years, where I bring representatives from different sections, different sectors in the community, and from different areas within the community to come together and share with me and to share with each other what their thoughts are on the upcoming budget, what their priorities are, and what their advice is to the government. It's a wonderful experience for me, and I know for the people that do participate. We go clearly 3 hours where we share some very valuable information about the community and about our perspectives on the nation as it exists and what this government is doing. So I want to share some of that with you. So as I indicated, I held a community roundtable at North Woodside Community Centre in the riding of Dartmouth Cole Harbour. We had a wide range of perspectives dealt with. We had a wonderful level of discussion and debate. We talked about trains and public transit, Mr. Speaker, poverty and affordable housing, funding for local infrastructure, community organizations and regional economic development, defense procurement, environmental protection, and so much more. We also talked about how, on a whole range of issues, there seems to be a complete lack of consultation by this government. This was expressed across the board. Whether it's consulting the provinces, stakeholders, First Nations, this government seems not only not to care with what ordinary Canadians have to say about these particular issues, and therefore they don't engage with them in discussions before they make important decisions. But even in the case like First Nations, Inuit and Métis, who the Supreme Court of Canada has said that the Government of Canada has legal obligations to consult and accommodate, this government just completely ignores those obligations. And people are feeling that. People feel feel the disdain with which this government seems to hold their ideas. They see it and they feel it and they find it quite disappointing. But I was also disappointed with what I heard emanating from some of this discussion, and that was the participants that citizens are feeling disheartened about participating in the political process. In fact, one participant went so far as to describe this government's approach to consultation as an erosion of opportunity to submit ideas. Another commented how those who like nature have been equated by this government to be enemies of the state. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, we, I think, agree in this House, but we have to pay attention to the effect of our actions. We want citizens to be engaged in the political process by having a government that will work actively to find ways, not reduce ways, but find opportunities for people to participate, to voice their concerns, as well as voicing their agreement if that happens to exist. But unfortunately, what we see too often with this government, they want to hear only from people who agree with them rather than those who dissent. I can't tell you enough how grateful that I am and have been that we have so many interested and interesting people in my community that take the time to share their perspective with me and with each other. Let me now talk about this budget and how I believe it failed to deal with a number of the items that we talked about around that community hall that afternoon, Mr. Speaker. On infrastructure, this budget commits $50 billion over 10 years. In the face of Canada's current infrastructure budget, which of course is tagged at over $300 billion right now, Mr. Speaker. It's, again, a sleight of hand. What we're seeing is that they're going to be spending less money over the next 2 years at a time when our infrastructure is crumbling, at a time where in Nova Scotia and Dartmouth and Halifax, the municipality is working desperately in order to maintain sewer and water lines. Those costs are being borne by the taxpayer. This government needs to be able to step up and help fund that level of infrastructure. It's deteriorating at a terrible rate. They are simply not putting the kind of money forward that needs to be. On trains, there was no commitment in this budget to reestablish daily trips from Montreal to Halifax. Mr. Speaker, this government in the last year cut in half the daily via rail passenger service from Montreal. It's now been reduced from 6 trips to 3, and it's, you know, you've got to recognize that this is at the end. This is where the train ends, and for people in Halifax, whether it be students, whether it be people that would rather travel by train, that don't have a car, that can't afford to travel that way, they don't have any other options, Mr. Speaker. So it's, you know, while they're focusing, you know, some would suggest they're focusing some attention on via in central Canada, they're forgetting about us out in Atlantic Canada. They've cut back rail service, passenger rail service through northeastern New Brunswick. Those communities have been completely abandoned. You know, what's interesting is that over 3 weekends, end of February, early March, in 3 successive weekends, the train service, the rail cars that are in operation were completely booked, both sleeper and passenger car service, Mr. Speaker. So we were disappointed that the government did not come forward and properly fund the train. On transit, Canada is still the only G8 country not to have a national transit strategy because the Conservatives voted down our motion that we brought into the House earlier this year. On poverty rates in Canada are on the rise, and instead of working with provinces to address the root causes, this government is downloading social costs onto the province. On regional development, one of the best ways to foster economic growth is to invest in local innovation The Atlantic region has a wealth of innovation in areas such as agriculture and green technologies, but this government has provided no new funding to invest in these and other exciting regional industries. What we found in this budget, and we'll begin to dig down in the details as we go forward, Mr. Speaker, is what this government has done is they are failing to support national programs, and they're funneling money now into opportunities for government members to hand out checks. It's pork barreling gone mad. And Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I just want to remind all members of this House that the Constitution commits all governments, provincial and federal, to promoting equal opportunities, furthering economic development, reducing regional disparities, and providing essential public services to all Canadians. This federal government is not doing that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they're heading in absolutely the wrong direction. We need a strong federal government that recognizes the value of all regions of the country and all people of the country, pull things together, make sure that there's equality of opportunity throughout this country so that we can all participate together in moving the country forward. This budget fails in any attempt whatsoever to achieve that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rather surprised at my colleague's attitude today. I find him normally to be a very positive sort of guy, but today he's a little bit negative on many of the things that are in this budget. And he certainly missed the boat, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of infrastructure and public transit, because both the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Canadian Urban Transit Association applauded our budget. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Federation of Municipalities said today's budget delivers significant gains for Canada's cities and communities. We applaud the government for choosing to continue to move our communities forward, even as it meets its immediate fiscal challenges. This is a budget that delivers real gains for Canadians. It will spur growth and job creation. The Canadian Urban Transit Association said they applauded the federal government Building Canada plan as a major step for planning and development public transit in Canadian communities. It goes on to say, never before has a federal government invested so much in public transit. This budget provides a solid framework to ensure this will continue. Mr. Speaker, I'd like my colleague to respond to those positive comments from two organizations that represent those two major sectors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that member recognizing the positive contribution that I try to make in this House each and every day. And I want him to know that when this budget came down, I began to pore over it looking for the positives, looking for the constructive things that I was going to be able to discuss with my constituents. I went through it, and then I went home. And whether it was at the pancake breakfast that I went to on Sunday, or whether it was the Alderney market I went to on Saturday morning, whether it was running into people in the grocery store, my constituents kept saying to me, what are they doing to us? What have they done? Have they completely forgotten the needs in Atlantic Canada? Have they forgotten the needs that we desperately need to have attended as it relates to infrastructure, as it relates to transit, as it relates to regional economic development? And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I had to tell them, my constituents, that I didn't understand either what this government was all about, because this budget was clearly a failure.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Dartmouth for his presentation and specifically for raising Via Rail. I've also gone through the budget, and the weirdest thing about this budget is, which is, pretty singular for any budget in Canadian history, is it doesn't include numbers. It doesn't give us the bottom line department by department. So in the case of Via Rail, for example, the main estimates cut by 60% Via Rail's budget. So whereas it had been $475 million, it would be, for this year, $187 million. That's a $288 million cut. The budget talks about money for Via Rail, $57 million this year, $54 million this year, rather, $57 million over the next 5 years, but no indication of whether there's going to be supplemental estimate money that will keep Via Rail viable, or whether this is really the death knell for Via Rail, with a couple of announcements thrown in to be Band-Aids on a gaping wound. And I wonder if my friend has any thoughts on what is really happening to Via Rail in this budget.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Well, I thank my colleague and for her picking up my comments on VIA. It's a very serious concern for those of us in Atlantic Canada. The way the service has been gutted over the past few months, and we are concerned that they are setting the stage for the end of it. And it makes me crazy that this government does not follow through with any commitment. And how can they when they are not prepared to have a national strategy on transit, for example? When they talk about their commitment on skills training, you know, Mr. Speaker, we are one of the only developed countries in the Western world that does not have a national skills building and training strategy. It's just deplorable to think that this government is going to solve the problems on skills training, for example, and they don't have any idea which way to go. Countries like Germany, that they like to model themselves after in the area of skills training, they have a long history of working together with unions and companies, and they have a national strategy. We don't have a good history of working together, nor do we have a national strategy on skills training.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've, like my colleague, have a lot to say with very little time, so I'd appreciate if you could let me know when my time is running short. And I'm really pleased to be able to rise right after my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, who's doing an excellent job representing his constituents. And I'm really impressed with the way he's continually checking in with his constituents, and it was great to hear their feedback today in the House. So when I had a look at this budget, of course, I took a look at it first with an eye to Halifax and an eye to Atlantic Canada, and I wanted to see what this government's vision for our region was. And to put it quite simply, the Conservative budget fails Atlantic Canada. The Conservatives have proven once again that economic development is not a priority for them in Atlantic Canada. So what kind of economic development would I like to see? Well, in Halifax, we have a thriving arts community. From music to theatre to film and television to the visual arts and to digital arts. It's an incredible hub of talent and productivity, and it forms a thriving creative community in the Maritimes and a thriving creative economy. But that economy is shut out of this budget. In Budget 2013, the Conservatives refused to change the course away from the deep cuts to the arts and culture sector that they're so proud of, and they've thereby been threatening Canadian jobs and really hurting an important economic driver. On top of last year's cuts, they're slashing $42 million more from CBC, if you can even imagine that to be possible, $24 million from Heritage Canada, and $3 million from Telefilm Canada, and this is a blatant attack on culture. All told, arts and culture programs will lose almost $80 million this year alone, and that brings the total cuts over the past 2 years to over $130 million, with additional reductions to come next year. Investment in the arts and culture sector has a significant potential to bolster our Canadian economy. And while other sectors have actually been in decline, the cultural sector has grown rapidly in the past years, and they have twice as many more people working in the cultural sector as in forestry, and over 2 times as many as work in Canadian banks. Our cultural sector adds approximately $84 billion to the Canadian economy every year. That's incredibly impressive, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague for Davenport pointed out, the Conservatives love their rhetoric on the economy, but reckless moves like this prove that they just don't get that the cultural sector is an economic driver. And it really is an economic driver in Halifax. We have incredible festivals like Supernova, East Coast Music Awards, Fringe, Jazz Fest, In the Dead of Winter, Nocturne, Queer Acts, Viewfinders, and the Atlantic Film Festival. These are all festivals that showcase our theatre and music and visual arts and artists, but they're also it creates a tourist destination. It brings people in from primarily across Canada and the eastern seaboard of the U.S., and they help drive our downtown economy, supporting the hotel and restaurant industries as well. But the cultural sector, our growing cultural sector, is not a part of Conservative Canada. I'm looking at the money for infrastructure as well. The Conservatives say that their plan commits $70 billion over the next 10 years, but they didn't actually adjust for inflation here. So what's happening is the amount of infrastructure funding is going down. It'll be $4.7 billion lower than it was last year, and that will continue. And that hurts all communities across Canada, but it has a disproportionate impact on us in Atlantic Canada as small provinces. It means we're not going to be able to address our infrastructure gap, or that we will, but these costs will be downloaded onto the provinces. The Prime Minister did promise that he wouldn't cut transfers to the provinces, but he's downloading the costs onto the provinces, which is essentially cutting transfers if you're not actually going to raise the transfers to meet that download cost. The budget pushes ahead with reckless cuts to health care to the tune of $36 billion, the cuts to pensions, raising the OAS from 65 to 67, and EI, making workers take a 30% pay cut, despite overwhelming opposition from Canadians. And these are all areas where our provinces are going to have to make up the shortfall. I'm quite proud of the Nova Scotia NDP government with their work on health care. They've been finding efficiencies while at the same time reducing wait times. For example, their collaborative care centres have been a huge success and are actually being exported to other provinces like Saskatchewan. But it seems that Nova Scotia is being punished for our innovation on healthcare because we are going to be extremely hit by the change of the funding formula when it comes to healthcare. And I mentioned EI. Speaking of EI, there wasn't anything in this budget to reverse the EI changes that have been hitting our region so hard, or there's nothing there for seasonal workers. Now, the government insists that seasonal workers need to find stable employment outside of seasonal industries. But how, when this budget doesn't even mention a COA? How are we supposed to foster the development of these emerging industries, or maybe these mythical, fictional industries that they keep talking about that we need to shift our workforce towards? There's no mention of a COA, not one more dollar to support emerging businesses and innovation in Atlantic Canada. But the Conservative government continues to subsidize the already profitable oil and gas industry. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, millions of dollars to companies like Shell and Syncrude and Enbridge, companies that have pretty healthy bottom lines, but not one more dollar to support our companies at home in Halifax or across Atlantic Canada? Mr. Speaker, in my first ever budget speech in the House after my election in 2008, I talked about the amazing impacts of building affordable housing in our communities. The solution to homelessness is to build affordable housing. That's the solution, putting it quite simply. But investing in affordable housing doesn't just house people and address homelessness, it also creates jobs in the construction industry. And if we make sure that the housing we build is energy efficient, we can reduce our carbon footprint at the same time. So it's a win-win-win, especially in times when our economy is suffering. That speech, as you know, was a few years ago, but clearly the Conservatives weren't listening because not only are they not introducing a housing strategy, but homelessness funding is being reduced by $15 million a year starting in 2014. Can you imagine? It's actually being reduced. Organizations in Halifax like Metro Nonprofit Housing, ADSOM for Women, St. Leonard's Society, and Habitat for Humanity are doing incredible work in our community. And now there's even less support for them from the federal government. As it is, they're working with practically non-existent budgets. The Out of the Cold shelter in Halifax is a perfect example of what's wrong with housing in Canada. They are serving an important role in our community as a seasonal last resort shelter. But the thing is, Mr. Speaker, it's run entirely on donations and by volunteers. I'm really proud of the work that Out of the Cold is doing with people living in poverty in Halifax, but I'm ashamed that they need to exist. They do their work with a critical eye. They know that they need to be there to address the gap, but they do their work knowing that the solution is to build housing. Well, that solution will be even less likely to be realized after this budget with this Conservative government. Mr. Speaker, I did a number of media interviews about this budget on Thursday and Friday, especially in the Maritimes. And I was doing an interview with a radio show, and the host said to me, well, we're actually looking for the story here. What is the story of the budget? And he said it doesn't seem like there's much of a story because the budget isn't actually doing very much. Well, the Prime Minister promised to focus on jobs, but instead he's pushing ahead with job-killing austerity cuts and is introducing no new measures to create jobs and basically playing a shell game with skills training money. And I think that's a story, because shouldn't we expect more from our government? Maybe a job creation plan or an economic development plan, a plan for a transition to the green energy economy. Shouldn't we expect our government to have a vision, to plan for the future and ensure a green and prosperous country for all, not just the well-connected? That's what I hoped for. But with the Conservatives at the helm, I guess I should get used to disappointment. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for her presentation on the budget, which is usual, bang on, speaking both about her fantastic community of Halifax, maritime area, and Canadians wide. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I found so gravely disappointing in this budget is there is not a single mention of what my Premier of Alberta has called for, a Canadian energy strategy, nor is there any mention for support for the energy efficiency sector, of which many Canadians, particularly young Canadians, are interested in working in. It would create a lot of employment. No mention of that sector in skills development. So I'm wondering if she would like to elaborate on what she spoke to towards the end of her speech.
Honourable member for Halifax.
Speaker, the member from Edmonton Strathcona knows the Maritimes quite well, having worked for a stint at Dalhousie Law School. I welcome her question, and I'll tell another story about an interview I did. I did an interview about the environmental measures in the budget, and I said, well, you know, I'm quite pleased that the Conservatives haven't gutted something like the Species at Risk Act. I figured that was the only piece of legislation left, and those pesky caribou keep getting in the way of those pipelines. And so I expressed relief and, you know, sort of vague pleasure about that. And then the interviewer said, yeah, but there's no mention of climate change in the budget. And I realized I have Stockholm Syndrome, where I'm actually celebrating the fact that this budget isn't gutting our environmental regulations. The member from Edmonton Strathcona is exactly right. Where is the energy efficiency? It creates jobs. It reduces our carbon footprint. It's such a win. There's nothing in there for climate. There's one little line that says those oil and gas emissions regulations, they're coming. Just wait, they're coming. Well, we've been waiting since 2010 when they were promised. So she hit the nail on the head, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague on the other side of the House whether she supports the investments in innovation and research outlined in Chapter 3.4 of the budget, increased funding for the granting councils, funding for Genome Canada, additional funding for Canada Foundation for Innovation, for the National Research Council, for investments by SMEs in research and business development, the money for Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which builds upon the investments we've made in research with respect to the Vanier Graduate Scholarships, the Banting Postdoctoral Fellowships, building on the S&T strategy of 2007, as well as the investments in terms of the venture capital financing. Does she support these initiatives in Budget 2013 or not?
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my Edmonton day. I think it's hard to answer that question as a yes or no, even though I know that's what this member would like me to do. It's hard because you have to unpack what's in there. So, for example, with SDTC, sure, there's a big announcement about funding. First of all, it's only $1 million for next year. $1 million. And then it's all mythically going to appear spontaneously after that, apparently. But if you look at SDTC funding in the past, we have had projects that have received $6 million in funding in one shot. So I don't understand how in 2013 SDTC getting $1 million is actually something to celebrate. So there's a lot of smoke and mirrors. This is a bit of a shell game, and if he can actually prove to me that these sustainable development technology organizations are actually going to get this money, that's another question entirely. I don't think he can do that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time just for a short question. The
honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're changing 7 years into 10 years, so another little trick here. Another trick again. When we're talking about a deficit budget, past 8 years, and we look at the budget in depth, and perhaps it would be possible to have fiscal balance right away. And I think that these are choices the Conservatives make to give their friends some money, and they're waiting for the next election. The honourable member for Halifax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, absolutely. There are a lot of tricks like that in the budget. This is a congratulatory document for the Conservatives, really. It lacks solutions, it lacks vision, it really lacks what exactly? Substantial things to improve our vision for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today on behalf of the people of Red Deer to speak to the federal budget for the next fiscal year. And I'll be splitting my time with the great member from Newmarket, Aurora. I'd like to offer my congratulations and appreciation to the Minister of Finance and officials at the Department of Finance for their continued hard work managing Canada's fiscal policy. I'd also like to thank the Minister for consulting with Canadians and giving us the opportunity to submit our constituents' recommendations directly to his office. And I'm pleased to see that suggestions from the people of Red Deer that I forwarded to the Finance Minister have been heard and included in this budget. I invited constituents to submit their recommendations directly to my office. I also held roundtable meetings with business owners and operators in my riding, and one of the main points that I heard from multiple constituents was the need for long-term vision for public infrastructure that allows planning at the local level. Now, Red Deer is one of the fastest growing cities, and it's a hub of economic activity and has seen a significant and rapid increase in population over the past decade. Now, this is great for the Red Deer economy, but it also puts a strain on public infrastructure. Now, we will remember that in Budget 2011, the government indicated that it would develop a new plan to support public infrastructure that would extend beyond the support that we have for the expiry of the 2007 Building Canada Plan. So this was to take place in 2014. So we've now come to that point, and the government is delivering on its promise with a new Building Canada Plan beginning next year. The new Building Canada Plan responds to the infrastructure needs of our communities and represents the largest investment in job-creating infrastructure in the history of Canada. Investments in Canada's public infrastructure creates jobs, economic growth, and provide a high quality of life for families in every city and community across the country. Canada's prosperity is supported by a vast and complex network of highways and roads, water and wastewater infrastructure, transit systems, and recreational and cultural facilities. This network reaches into every community and touches every Canadian. On Central Alberta, we've seen the results of this government's investments and its cooperation with the governments of Alberta and its municipalities. The strain on our public infrastructure has been eased with projects such as the Highway 11A interchange, resurfacing of Highway 2 from the 2A to Bowden, the resurfacing of the Cottonwood Road and Range Road 270. In Red Deer, we've upgraded the city's traffic signal control system, the Red Deer water treatment plant, and the Red Deer College campus. Upgrades to Benalto and Luzana's wastewater storage and treatment facilities, the construction of the Penhold Regional Multiplex, the new Innisfell Library, and full replacement of the street curbing and all underground municipal infrastructure for 23rd Street and Westview Crescent in Bowden. This is just some of the results in my riding alone of this government's commitment to infrastructure investments. and we look forward to more cooperation with the Alberta government and our municipalities under the new Building Canada plan. Another recurring component of my consultations with constituents continues to be taxes, whether personal income taxes, the GST, or business taxes. My constituents have expressed appreciation for this government's commitment to find savings within the federal government in order to manage the country's deficit rather than raising taxes on hard-working Canadians. Now, we know that business taxes have a significant effect on job creation. A competitive tax regime attracts businesses, increases investment in the Canadian economy, and creates Canadian jobs. The temporary hiring credit for small businesses has been well received in my riding, and through my consultations from small business owners, I heard many times that it was something that employers felt should be continued. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that Economic Action Plan 2013 proposes to expand and extend for one more year the temporary hiring credit for small businesses. Now, what this does, and what I've heard from small business owners in Central Alberta, is that it allows these businesses to grow their operations and to hire more workers. The result of our government's broad-based tax reductions are jobs, Mr. Speaker, plain and simple. We have created an environment where businesses can hire employees, and we're proud to say that Canada now boasts the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7. The biggest challenge facing employers in Canada is no longer crippling taxes, but a shortage of skills tradespeople, and this is especially evident in Alberta. We recognize the importance of apprentices to Canada's economy and the benefits of providing financial support to tradespeople and the employers that hire them. Our previous budgets have offered unprecedented support to the trades with the application the Apprenticeship Incentive Grant, the Apprenticeship Completion Grant, the Tradesperson's Tools Deductions, and the Apprenticeship Job Creation Tax Credit, and the extension of the Tuition Tax Credit for occupational exam fees. Mr. Speaker, there's never been a better time for Canadians to learn a skilled trade. The job market is thriving, and support from this government is unwavering for Canadians, whether they are continuing to refine their skills and further their career, or they're looking to get into the exciting field of trades. Economic Action Plan 2013 delivers our support for skilled trades. And we want to reduce barriers to accreditation in the skills trade, and we do this. And to do this, we have committed funding to harmonize requirements for apprentices and to examine the methods of assessment in targeting skilled trades. This will ensure that more apprentices complete their training, and it will encourage mobility. In addition, we are changing our approach to procurement by introducing measures to support the use of apprentices in federal construction and maintenance contracts. The government will ensure that funds transferred to provinces and territories support the use of apprentices in infrastructure projects receiving federal funding. And, of course, we are introducing the Canada Job Grant, which will help Canadians get the skills they need for in-demand jobs. Mr. Speaker, I have experience in the Registered Apprenticeship Program in Alberta. I was a work experience coordinator and saw firsthand the benefits of supporting apprentices. It is a labour sector that requires an integrated approach to education and job placement with on-the-job training. And I'm proud to be part of a government that is supporting apprentices and addressing the labour shortage of skilled tradespeople. Our approach is a win-win solution for workers, employers, and the economy as a whole. Our government also recognizes the contributions that people with disabilities make to our economy, work that provides them with a sense of dignity and independence. Last year, we announced the panel on labour market opportunities to identify private sector successes and best practices with regard to labour market participation of persons with disabilities. The panel consulted widely with Canadian firms of all sizes in a broad range of sectors across the country. And in this report, released in January of this year, Rethinking Disabilities in the Private Sector, we found that many Canadians continue to have challenges regarding gainful employment. And so we are committed to working with provincial and territorial governments, employers, and disability organizations to connect Canadians with available jobs. Economic Action Plan 2013 has committed that the government will introduce a new generation of labour market agreements for persons with disabilities by 2014 with an investment of $222 million per year. The reformed agreements will be designed to better meet the employment needs of Canadian businesses and to improve employment prospects. We will also maintain the ongoing funding of $40 million per year for the Opportunities Fund for persons with disabilities and provide additional funding to the Social Sciences and Humanity Research Council of Canada to support research relating to labour market participation. We believe that Canadians with disabilities have skills, and we are committed to improving employment possibilities for them. Mr. Speaker, as a former high school teacher, I know that it's important for all Canadians to have access to information on a variety of careers in order to make informed choices about their education early in life. Good choices early on can help to ensure that young Canadians obtain the skills and experiences necessary to avoid unnecessary debt and to get a better start to their careers. We want to communicate to young Canadians and provide them with the information that they need in order to know which occupations are in high demand. We will promote education in high-demand fields, including the skilled trades, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We also know that the transition to a first job can be challenging, and so this budget provides funding for an extra 5,000 paid internships for recent post-secondary graduates. It's no surprise that this government's support for education has received praise from the Association of Universities and Colleges of Canada. I was in Olds College on the weekend, celebrating their 100th anniversary, and I heard the same thing from folks there, that we're on the mark with our targeting funding for research, post-secondary support, and skills trades initiatives. It seems that every credible organization has lauded this federal budget. We are creating jobs, protecting health and social transfers, and keeping taxes low, all while managing to reduce the federal deficit. We're doing this by finding savings within the government rather than shifting the burden onto Canadians. This is a Conservative budget, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to stand here on behalf of Central Albertans and support this responsible spending plan by our government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by agreeing with my colleague about one thing, that since ancient times, the best way to communicate craft trade skills has been through the formal apprenticeship system. This has been true since the ancient Babylonian Code of Hammurabi and is as relevant today as it was 2,000 years ago. My question to him is a pointed one, and it builds from the labour market strategy, or the lack of one, and the EI system. Now, he knows, as a former apprenticeship coordinator, that when you take your school component of your apprenticeship, you aren't laid off by your employer. You're allowed to go, and you're allowed to collect EI for that 6 weeks or whatever it is for your annual school component. Why then is there a waiting period as if you have been laid off? Why is there an interruption in your income maintenance when an apprentice goes to community college to do their 6-week trade component? And wouldn't he agree with me that if we're trying to encourage young people into the apprenticeable trades, there should be no interruption in income maintenance when they leave the job to go to school and then back to the job again?
Member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments and his question. And I think we've been constantly trying to make changes to the EI program that are going to best benefit individuals, and certainly, this new concept with the Canada Job Grant, I think, is one of those things that is going to be looking at all possibilities. We have to recognize the fact that we're looking into this in a year's time. We're going to be spending time speaking to each and every one of the provinces, trying to get input from those from their positions and their points of view. And certainly this would be one thing that I would assume would come up in discussions. And so I would look forward to the opportunities to advance those positions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a couple of years now, I've been hearing from constituents about how it was difficult to get apprenticeships, and I've also heard about the long-term projections, which show us that we need young people to consider entering the skilled trades. And I'm wondering why the measurements, the emphasis that the that the government placed on apprenticeships in this year's budget could not have been put into a previous year's budget. Why has the government waited so long to put out a budget that has an emphasis on apprenticeships? And the reason why I ask this, Mr. Speaker, is that it seems that we're paying the price now. I was talking to somebody from Windsor saying, the automobile industry is going gangbusters now, and there are auto parts suppliers in Windsor that don't have enough people to do the work that they could be doing, and it's because of the lack of people in skilled trades.
Member for Red Deer.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for his question, and came from another perspective. We think about how many jobs, and what he mentioned about the issues that are taking place in the automobile industry, and think back to all of the projects that are sitting on the shelf right now in so many areas simply because we can't get the tradespeople there. Now we hear people saying, well, there's these jobs are we can't get the jobs to the right places and everything like that. But quite frankly, there are billions of dollars just sitting there, but we can't. They know that they can't get people to work for them, and they can't get that type of thing organized. So because of that, they stay on the shelf. So these are the issues that we have, and that's why it's so important for us to look at different ways of getting the training, the in-demand jobs at the right time. And I think this is the question that was being presented. We have to make sure that we target it to those particular jobs that are going to be needed in the future.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise in the House today on behalf of my constituents in Newmarket, Aurora, to speak on Economic Action Plan 2013. This is an excellent plan that continues our government's responsible focus on creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. And I join so many others across this country in congratulating the Finance Minister for tabling such a comprehensive document created by a government who continues to listen, act, and deliver results. I remind you that since the depth of the global economic recession, the Canadian economy has created over 950,000 net new jobs, the best record among advanced economies. Economic Action Plan 2013 builds on this strong foundation by taking action in areas that my constituents have been asking for, as have all Canadians. It is focused on long-term growth and prosperity by connecting Canadians with available jobs, funding infrastructure, and supporting Canada's manufacturing and small business sectors. It also stays on track to balance the budget by 2015, increases federal transfer support to high records, and keeps federal taxes at their lowest level in 50 years. My constituents and local business community are especially pleased with the new Canada Job Grant, which will transform the way Canadians receive skills training. We know that training in Canada is not sufficiently aligned to the skills employers need or to the jobs that are actually available. I have had businesses in my riding call to say how desperate they are for workers and what can I do to help. I am pleased that for the first time, the Canada Job Grant will put skills training choices where they belong, in the hands of employers with unfilled jobs and Canadians who want to work. Under the Canada Job Grant, individuals may qualify for up to $15,000 to learn new skills to accept a new or better job. Just how significant is this, Mr. Speaker? Well, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce said, and I quote, "The measures announced in today's budget are a significant step forward in the federal government's attack on Canada's skills challenge," end of quote. And the Certified General Accountants Association of Canada said, and I quote, "The government delivered a responsible budget for uncertain times. We welcome this skills training initiative. In creating the Job Grant Fund, the federal government has shown leadership in addressing the growing skills gap. We encourage provinces to support it. All should benefit, employers, workers, and governments," end of quote. And the Canadian Taxpayers Federation said that it applauds, and again I quote, the government's plans to overhaul job training and keep a lid on spending. It's good to see Ottawa getting training money directly in the hands of young workers so they can land a good-paying job." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan 2013 also introduces the new Building Canada Plan. This new infrastructure plan involves $70 billion in federal infrastructure funding over 10 years, the largest federal investment in job-creating infrastructure in Canadian history. This landmark plan responds to the #1 request that I heard from my constituents during my pre-budget consultations to invest in infrastructure. And it also responds to my mayor's requests for stable, predictable funding while reducing the burden for local major infrastructure off the property tax rolls. The Building Canada Plan has a number of important components. The first is the new Community Improvement Fund. This fund provides $32.2 billion over 10 years in base funding for Canadian municipalities. It indexes the gas tax fund and increases the GST rebate to municipalities, which can be used to build roads, public transit, recreational facilities, and other community infrastructure. The gas tax fund indexing alone represents another $74,000 into town of Newmarket and Aurora coffers each and every year. This is on top of the $3.7 million in federal gas tax fund they now receive annually. The second component of the Building Canada Plan is the new Building Canada Fund. $14 billion of this fund will support major economic infrastructure projects that have a national and regional significance. The $10 billion provincial territorial infrastructure portion will support projects of national, regional, and local significance in communities across the country. This will include highways, public transit, drinking water, wastewater, connectivity and broadband, and innovation. The third significant component of the new Building Canada Plan is the renewed P3 Canada Fund. $1.25 billion will be invested and leveraged to find innovative ways to build infrastructure projects faster and to provide better value for Canadian taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, under P3 arrangements, governments continue to own the infrastructure assets, while the private sector plays a larger role in their design, construction, operation, and maintenance. In doing so, the private sector assumes a greater share of project risks. The Building Canada Plan also allocates $6 billion in existing infrastructure funding and $17 billion to build, operate, and maintain federal public infrastructure. This $70 billion in federal funding over 10 years to building or maintaining Canada's infrastructure is welcome news to my constituents, Mr. Speaker. So what are Canadians saying about our Building Canada Plan? The Federation of Canadian Municipalities says, and I quote, "Today's budget delivers significant gains for Canada's cities and communities," end of quote. And the Canadian Urban Transit Association lauded the federal government's Building Canada Plan as a major step for planning and developing public transit in Canadian communities, saying, and again I quote, "We're really pleased to see this kind of commitment for public transit infrastructure. Never before has a federal government invested so much in public transit. This budget provides a solid framework to ensure that this will continue," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, the significant support for Canada's manufacturing and small business sectors are also very exciting. Economic Action Plan 2013 takes action in 3 ways to support Canada's manufacturers. It provides tax relief for new manufacturing equipment through the extension of the temporary accelerated capital allowance. It builds equipment for the Canadian Armed Forces, and it helps Canada's manufacturers to compete through a new Advanced Manufacturing Fund for Southern Ontario, the continuation of the Strategic Aerospace and Defence Initiative, investments in forestry industry transformation, and a renewed Automotive Innovation Fund. The automotive help, in particular from this budget, combined with the skills training funding, will assist key parts of Newmarket Aurora's industrial base to become more competitive, thereby helping to keep our local economy strong. Economic Action Plan 2013 maintains our government's commitment to balancing the budget by 2015. It builds on our past efforts by announcing an additional $1.7 billion in ongoing savings from areas such as reduced travel costs through the use of technology, standardized government information systems, and enhanced integrity of the tax system by closing tax loopholes to ensure that everyone pays their fair share. We are also continuing to keep taxes low for families, seniors, and businesses, which is very welcome news for my constituents in Newmarket Aurora. Since 2006, we have reduced taxes over 150 times, and the average family of four is paying $3,200 less in federal taxes each and every year. Seniors are also benefiting from our low tax plan, paying on average $2,200 less in taxes each year, and I have had many residents thank me for our actions to keep more money in the pockets of people. There are so many other ways that Economic Action Plan helps everyday Canadians, Mr. Speaker, that I cannot possibly mention them all. From enhanced tax relief for families raising children or who use home care services to supporting and honouring our veterans by doubling the current funeral service reimbursement, Economic Action Plan 2013 helps Canadians in my riding of Newmarket Aurora as well as those across the country. I urge all of my colleagues to support this excellent budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to ask my colleague to comment on the fact that the Via Rail budget will be cut by half. In fact, we know full well that Canada developed with the arrival of the railway. Canada as it is today would not exist had there not been the construction of the railway to go out west. Economic development of the regions depends on the railway. Northern development, that my colleague takes to heart in particular, depends on the train and the railway. So what does she think of cuts of more than 50% to Via Rail's budget? What will be the negative impact on economic development? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage my colleague to take a look at page 181 of the budget, where it talks about Via Rail Canada and passenger rail services for remote communities in particular, and it says that Economic Action Plan 2013 proposes to provide $54.7 million in 2013-14 to support Via Rail's operations and $58.2 million in over 5 years to maintain passenger rail services for remote communities that have limited access to the national transportation network. Mr. Speaker, we are working to ensure that those remote communities have the access to Via Rail and ensure that people have jobs.
We might have time for one more question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the honourable member from Aurora Newmarket talk about how her constituents were pleased with the tax reductions, and of course there's always a price to pay for some things, and one of the things that's happened under the 7 years of this government's rule has been that the national debt has increased by $124 billion so far. And, of course, that has added quite a bit to our servicing charges. I wonder what her constituents have told her about the fact that this year, for example, close to $30 billion will be paid by the government to the public debt charge that has occurred because of the fact that we're now at $600 billion. How do they feel about that part of the big picture? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to remind my honourable colleague that it was their party that was calling on our government to spend more money, and a coalition of the opposition members was looking to spend far more money. My constituents are telling me that our government is doing a wonderful job. But, Mr. Speaker, more to the important facts is that our government is looking to help Canadians develop new skills, new training, get Canadians back to work, because we know that there will be tax revenues out there if more people are working. We want to see Canada get back to a balanced budget, and we are working on that. Our goal is 2015. We're working hard to make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members have been very efficient. We actually have time for a very short question and response. The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Thank you.
you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I note that one of the things that Canada does particularly well is university research. And our government's really been supporting that. Indeed, the Minister of Science and Technology has been promoting that. I note that the government has set aside an additional $37 million to increase business partnership with university research. Can the member just speak about that? We want to improve productivity in Canada. We want to improve innovation. Could she talk a little bit about that measure?
Yeah. Good question. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was very pleased over the March break week to have the opportunity to visit the Mars facility in Toronto and to see several new businesses that are down there that are developing innovative products that are going to come to market. These are some of the most remarkable young people who have recently graduated with PhDs in science and technology. We want to ensure that those young people stay here in our country, take that innovation to market, and create more opportunities and jobs here in Canada.
It being 6:15 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the sub-amendment now before the House. The question is as follows.
Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Menzies, move that this House approve, in general, the budgetary policy of the government. Ms. Nash, seconded by Mr. Caron, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. La Chambre n'approuve pas.
This House not approve the budgetary policy of this government as it A, cuts billions of dollars in infrastructure funding that will cost.
Yes? Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the words hospital parking, after the words, rather, hospital parking, the following. N imposes 3 more job-killing employment insurance tax hikes by 2016, taking an additional $4 billion out of the pockets of Canadians. O does not provide a dedicated wastewater infrastructure fund to help municipalities meet the new federal wastewater. Shall I dispense? Yes? No? P. Échoué à rallier les.
P fails to bring the provinces together to create a supplemental voluntary Canada pension plan.
Q. Refile aux provinces.
Q downloads new costs onto the provinces and territories to pay for job training.
Provides no new funding for critical water and wastewater needs in First Nations communities. S fails to provide a comprehensive approach to addressing mental health needs of Canadians. T
fails to expand the scope of the last post fund to include post-Korean War veterans.
Fails to restore funding to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans for search and rescue. V fails to find the funding to keep open the experimental lakes area, the world-renowned freshwater fishery.
W fails to restore funding to the interim federal health program for refugee health care.
X
did not renew the critical extended employment insurance benefits pilot project. And
Y commits even more funding to wasteful partisan advertising. The question is on the sub-amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
All those in favor of the sub-amendment will say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Menzies, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government.
Monsieur Caron, move the following amendment. The motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House not approve the budgetary policy of this government as it A, cuts billions of dollars in infrastructure funding that will cost tens of thousands of jobs in communities across the country. May I dispense? Elle poursuit les compressions dévastatrices.
Cuts billions of dollars in infrastructure funding that will cost tens of thousands of jobs in communities.
Dictating a federal takeover of responsibility for skill training programs. D, pushes forward with cuts to vital environmental programs such as the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency and the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy. E, elle n'aborde pas le problème dans...
Fails to address record levels of household debt. Provides no new tax credit for youth job creation.
Encourage private business to invest in nearly $600 billion in so-called dead money currently on their books. H, fails to close the 30% funding gap for students in First Nation communities. I, forces First Nations communities to impose workfare programs for youth living on reserves. G, elle soutient 2,3...
Takes over $2.3 billion out of the pockets of small businesses through changes to the dividend tax credit without offsetting measures to mitigate this significant tax increase.
A, cuts support for innovation by eliminating support for labor-sponsored venture capital funds. L, hobbles the competitiveness of credit unions and thus reduces competition for big banks. And M, looks to empty the pockets of Canadians by applying GST, HST to hospital parking. Monsieur Bryson, appuyé par Monsieur
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Lemurer, moves the following. N.
Insurance tax hikes by 2016, taking an additional $4 billion out of the pockets of Canadians. O, ne prévoit aucun fonds réservé pour l'infrastructure.
Does not provide a dedicated wastewater infrastructure fund to help municipalities meet the new federal wastewater regulations. P, fails to bring the provinces together to create a supplemental voluntary Canada pension plan.
Pay for job training. R, provides no new funding for critical water and wastewater needs in First Nations communities. S, fails to provide a comprehensive approach to addressing mental health needs of Canadians. T, fails to expand the scope of the last post fund to include post-Korean War veterans. U, fails to restore funding to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans for search and rescue.
Fails to find the funding to keep open the Experimental Lakes area, the world-renowned freshwater research facility.
Funding to the interim federal health program for refugee health care. X, did not renew the critical extended employment insurance benefits pilot project. And Y, commits even more funding to wasteful partisan advertising. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc La Salle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc La Salle-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Grogouet.
Madame Grogouet.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandhu.
Mr. Sandhu.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sela.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Tibaisin.
Mrs. Tibaisin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi Lefiard.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce La Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce La Chine.
Madame Hassigna.
Madame Hassigna.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de Labelle.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Miss Foote.
Miss Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Miss Scrow.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Western Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Western Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Agluka.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightchrist.
Mr. Brightchrist.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Zablonsky.
Mrs. Zablonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Velikov.
Mr. Velikov.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cranprince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warrawa.
Mr. Warrawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allenton McMactaquack.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquack.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mrs. O'Neill-Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill-Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Yeas pour, 123, sans 23, nays contre, 151, 151.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Order. Order. I'd ask all honourable members who wish to carry on conversations and other business to take that work out into their respective lobbies. We're now starting adjournment proceedings.
We are now beginning adjournment proceedings. The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the municipalities of Quebec are unanimous on one point. They are opposed to the government's employment insurance reform. The UMQ, Union of Quebec Municipalities, sees the changes as an attack, pure and simple, against regional economies and the workers and employers. Rather than attacking the problem of unemployment and recognizing the diversity of our economy, the Conservatives prefer to attack the unemployed and small businesses. Over the last few months, the major Quebec unions and advocacy groups for workers and citizens, as well as organizations for municipalities and rural regions, have gotten together to show their disagreement with the EI changes. This demonstrates the broad consensus in Quebec against this reform. The Executive Committee of the Quebec Union of Municipalities adopted a resolution on February 15th demanding that the federal government suspend the EI reform until an economic impact assessment has been done. We know that these studies have not been done before any reform has been put in place. That means that the government implements policies without having any idea where it's going and what the consequences will be for the day-to-day lives of Canadians. All these Quebec organizations denouncing the EI reform and that now form a true coalition are already trying to reason with the federal government so that it suspends the application of this reform with ridiculous and arbitrary measures. The government must conduct and make public impact assessments about the changes it wants to bring about and hold public consultations on the subject. Mr. Speaker, these measures target workers as well as the most vulnerable sectors and will certainly have a negative impact on future generations. According to Éric Forêt, the president of the UMQ and the mayor of Rimouski, a beautiful region in the Gaspé, this reform will affect the social and economic fabric of the regions. Seasonal workers and their families will have to move outside the regions to work. These regions will therefore lose qualified labor, and entire families will have to leave. Efforts deployed in the past regarding the vitality of these regions will be destroyed. The UMQ has pointed out that seasonal employment is part of the economic reality of many regions and contribute to the development of many essential sectors for the economy of Quebec, such as agriculture, forestry, fisheries, tourism, and even cinema. By impoverishing and emptying the regions of their skill sets, the EI reform will bring about shortages of labor in many companies, and this will have a devastating impact in all regions of Quebec. These feel that these changes are a pure and simple attack on regional economies. It harms workers, it harms the employers. So how is this positive in any way? It harms the unemployed and their families. The government should address job creation and recognize the diversity of the economy of this country instead of attacking the unemployed and small business. So I reiterate my question. Why isn't the minister listening to Canadians and cancelling this devastating EI reform?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a great deal of confusion concerning the updated employment insurance regulations. The opposition parties have been recklessly misleading Canadians.
My colleague should be reassured that it is not our intention to imperil the economy of the regions or unduly affect EI. From the start, what we have wanted is to make sure that all Canadians who want to work can work.
Claimants with available jobs in their local labour markets. We need to ensure that Canadians have access to and skills enough for the jobs that are being created. Full-time jobs have been increasing across all occupations and in many industries. In fact, since July of 2009, employment has grown by more than 950,000. This represents the strongest growth by far among G7 countries. Of those 950,000 jobs, most of them are in full-time positions. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. We want to make sure all Canadian regions prosper.
We do have sympathy for Canadians who have lost their jobs and who are making a real effort to find work in their region, but who are not finding any. These Canadians can rest assured that EI will continue to be there for them.
Will be administered using common sense and will take everything into account amongst local labour market conditions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, it may not have been the government's intent to make trouble for the regions, but that's the fact, and it's starting to have repercussions. It's fair to say that this reform was not well thought out in the interests of the unemployed. The proof of that is the discontent among the public. The Conservative have not done their duty and should listen to the opinions of Canadians. This reform does not work. It harms our economy and attacks job seekers. I had people in my riding office very recently who came to see me because their EI had been cut off unfairly and arbitrarily. We had to do something to help them get back on track. And this reform really attacks the citizens of Canada.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As has been said many times before in this House, for those who are unable to find work, EI will continue to be there for them as it always has been. EI recipients have always had the responsibility of undertaking a reasonable job search by preparing resumes, attending job workshops, contacting prospective employers. There has always been a requirement to accept a suitable job. The new definitions of reasonable job search and suitable employment clarify these responsibilities. At the same time, the new definition of suitable employment takes into account their personal circumstances, working conditions, the time it takes to commute to work, the type of work that they are qualified to do, and the rate of pay. The purpose of EI is to provide temporary assistance to those who have lost their job through no fault of their own. Mr. Speaker, our top priority is job creation and economic growth, long-term prosperity for Canadians. When will the opposition finally support our plans that has already created 950,000 net new jobs? Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question I initially asked on February 4th of this year, and it relates to the mysterious case of Dr. Arthur Porter, as I referred to it at the time. And I've asked previous occasions, and on this occasion I asked the Prime Minister, and the response came from the Minister for Public Safety, why is Mr. Porter, Dr. Porter, still a member of Privy Council, which is our highest level of trust within the government, able to access all government secrets. Now, at the time, I didn't realize that there was more to this story than I knew on February 4th. For instance, my question to the Prime Minister included the question of, were normal background checks suspended? How is it that Dr. Porter was approved for these very sensitive positions? Now, what I've learned since then through a number of access to information requests is that although the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act requires that all leaders of parties with more than 12 members in the House gets to review appointments, my assumption was that leaders of other parties had not raised an objection, that they, like the Prime Minister, were unaware that there was anything suspicious in Dr. Porter's background and that somehow the background checks just fell apart. What I was surprised to discover is that one of the leaders of one of the official parties in the House at the time, not once but twice, objected to Dr. Porter. Objected when in 2008 he was made a member of the Canadian Security Intelligence and Review Committee, and in 2010 objected when he was named chairman of this very important Canadian Intelligence Security Review Committee. Now, how could this have happened? Now, who was that member? Now that he no longer sits in this House, I can use his proper name. It was the leader of the Bloc Québécois, Gilles Duceppe. Gilles Duceppe, in his first letter, which I'm going to repeat in English by the translation, February 1st, 2008, Gilles Duceppe wrote the Prime Minister and said, regarding the appointment of Arthur Porter, I wish to draw the following to your attention. He proceeded to draw to the Prime Minister's attention the problems that occurred when Dr. Porter was at the Detroit Medical Center, and Mr. Duceppe lists them as conflicts of interest, mismanagement, financial crises, threats of bankruptcy, and so forth, and refers the Prime Minister to an article in Le Devoir. He also mentioned that it's been reported that Dr. Porter regarded himself as a close friend of former U.S. President George Bush and former Vice President Cheney, and Mr. Duceppe thought that such a close relationship with foreign powers' previous leaders would represent a conflict of interest in his loyalties to Canada in being in such a sensitive post. When in 2010, the Prime Minister then sought to elevate further Dr. Porter to chair of the committee, Mr. Duceppe repeated his concerns. So I remain again baffled. In every answer from Conservative members of Parliament to questions about Dr. Porter, we are told only two things: that the transgressions of which he is now, basically escaping prosecution by hiding out in the Caribbean, that these allegations all had nothing to do with the fact that he's a Privy Council officer, nor that he was chairman of the Canadian Security and Intelligence Review Committee. My question is very, very simple. Is he still a Privy Council officer, because our information is that he is? And where were the background checks? And more specifically, why did the Prime Minister choose to ignore very clear, specific warnings from the leader of the Bloc Québécois, Monsieur Duceppe, who raised the very issues on which now we see that Dr. Porter was a spectacularly poor choice to be in possession of this country's secrets? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands for this question, for her interest in this. I want to assure the member, though, that the allegations relating to Mr. Porter have absolutely nothing to do with the work that he did as a member of the Security Intelligence Review Committee. There has been no suggestion whatsoever of any improper handling or disclosure of confidential information. Prior to his appointment, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Porter was subject to a series of security background checks coordinated by officials from the Privy Council office. These checks were robust and included police, security, and financial records. The government did consult with both leader of the New Democratic Party and the leader of the Liberal Party. As the member is aware, Mr. Porter offered his resignation in 2011, and the government accepted his resignation. Mr. Speaker, the allegations that Mr. Porter is currently facing do not have anything to do with his former responsibilities. The government has taken this opportunity, however, to strengthen the screening process, as we feel that that's important. Prospective Security Intelligence Review Committee members are now vetted in the same way as all other government officials who require access to highly sensitive information through a clearance conducted by CSIS, in addition to a pre-appointment background check. These include considerations of people with whom the prospective members are closely associated with and connected with. Importantly, CSIS does not assess the individual's qualifications to serve as a member of the Security Intelligence Review Committee, also called CIRC, only their loyalty to Canada and their reliability. In addition, as part of new procedures, CSIS provides the results of its checks to the Privy Council office, who in consultation with the government retains responsibility for deciding whether or not to appoint the individual. In this way, Mr. Speaker, the independence of CIRC is preserved, which is incredibly important for all of us. As the honourable member may know, in June 2012, the government appointed Chuck Strahl to replace Mr. Porter as chair of the Security Intelligence Review Committee. Mr. Strahl was subject to these new security measures. We believe that the steps we have taken in this matter have strengthened the screening process. They ensure the continued robustness and integrity of the process, as well as the protection of confidential government information. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my friend, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I lament on her behalf because I have great empathy for people who have to read talking points that I've just pointed out weren't really answering the question that I'd had last time either. My question again, and I don't know if she'll be able to answer this, but I really do think Canadians want to know, is Dr. Porter still a Privy Council officer? And now I know it's fairly theoretical because he's not in Ottawa, so where would he get access to our secrets? But it's certainly not appropriate for him to remain a Privy Council officer. And my second question is, why was it that these very clear concerns put forward by Gilles Duceppe were ignored in the process that occurred in appointing Dr. Porter, first as a member of CIRC and then as a chairperson of it? I think Canadians want to know. I'm glad to see that Chuck Strahl's taken the reins. I don't think there's anyone I respect more than Chuck Strahl. But how on earth did Dr. Porter, who professes his allegiance to Sierra Leone, ever end up in that sensitive position?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, armchair quarterbacks are usually not the best quarterbacks that any team has seen. But it's easy after the fact to make these observations. I do want to ensure the honourable member that whatever the allegations are against Mr. Porter, they do not relate to his work as member of the Security Intelligence Review Committee. Nevertheless, the government has taken steps to strengthen the screening process, and I think that's an important part of the work that the government has done and continues to do. The measures we have taken and we have put in place are further safeguards to ensure the continued protection of confidential government information. And I do appreciate the honourable member's comments in regards to Chuck Stroll. I agree with her. I think that he will make he has and will continue to make a great leader of that organization. Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate my honourable member's contributions in so many ways. I think that as a government we need to look at what we've done and what we continue to do to build on our strengths and make sure that anything that we have missed continues to be accounted for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.